Welcome to the Gin and Tonic Show. Today is going to be a special episode where, for the end of the year, I'm taking some of my favorite episodes for the 2022 year, and I'm going to stream them all together as one big premiere show. Thank you for all the support that you guys gave the year, and also through the years that the Gin and Tonic Show has been running. Now, on Christmas Eve, the Gin and Tonic Show will be completing 500 episodes. I will be doing a charity event, and I will be making a contribution on top of whatever donations we get for charity that is very close to my heart. I will be explaining more during the live stream to show what the charity does, and we will be doing a special explanation of various topics relating to that charity and Islam. Thank you again for all your support, and I hope you enjoy this live stream.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Gin and Tonic Show. We help Muslims and non-Muslims to handle Islam in the 21st century. My name is Mustafa, and this is my co-host in the nick of time. If you wish to talk about Islam, the ideology, you have come to the right place. We cover current Islamic news, Islamic scripture, some crazy comments, and a weekly topic about Islam to examine, critique, and analyze. If this is not enough Islam for you, please drop by our Discord to discuss any further questions about Islam. We condemn any form of discrimination, violence, misogyny, slavery. However, we do embrace free speech and criticism if it's factual and correct. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the Gin and Tonic Show.
Welcome to the Gin and Tonic Show.
Hey guys.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So we have a special guest today. I am Mustafa. This is Nick, the obvious demon, SpongeBob, and we have a special guest today, Arthur Faiz King.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for having me.
Yeah, how are you? How are you doing today, Faiz?
Good.
So you can say more than that, Faiz. Like I gave you an entire intro. What are you doing?
Yeah, I just wanted to wish everyone Merry Christmas because that's what Muslims do.
All right, like a true Muslim, we wish you all, like true Muslims, true believers. We wish you all Merry Christmas. So we have a very interesting show for you today. Our topic of the day is mousse au chocolat. No, not mousse au chocolat. That's not the topic. Yo, calm down. Calm down here. So, all right. So we have Islamic Jesus versus Christian Jesus battle royale. So we'll have battle between Christian and Islamic Jesus. Let's see who wins. But first, before we get there, we're going to cover some news today, as tradition of the Gin and Tonic Show. So let me just, share some news items with you guys. Share screen. Give me a second. All right, so we have here from Express Tribune, Vladimir Putin says disrespecting Prophet Muhammad, BBH, is not freedom of expression. He says such acts give rise to extremism, cites example of attack on Charlie Hebdo magazine. It's like, so what you're saying is, Mr. Putin, is that, we can't critique and we can't mock an ideology just because so we can prevent from getting attacked. So, Putin, are you submitting to these extremists?
Considering what he does to people on a regular basis that get in his way, it's kind of uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic too. And yeah, it does say here, Prime Minister Imran Khan has been urging the world to respect the Muslim sentiments, communities, while practicing freedom of expression.
Oh, Oh yeah, we gotta listen to Imran Khan here about respecting Muslim people.
Yeah. So we gotta listen to
Bro,
him.
isn't this guy the same guy that's shaking hands with China after
Exactly.
they
It's
start
like
killing Muslims?
exactly. So and Putin also criticized posting photos of Nazis on website, immoral regiment. So yeah, it's a very uncharacteristic of Putin, but at the same time, he's he, it kind of shows that the badassery that he had established is nothing more than a shell. All right, so we have another news items, and this is something we completely stand against, which is any form of discrimination. And we have in India, so we have some Hindutva leaders that are calling for Muslim genocide. So a lot of Hindutva groups that have Modi-led BJP make links with Modi-led BJP calls to kill minorities and attack their religious places. So you've had the Indian American Muslim Council, call for anti-Muslim genocide. They strongly condemn this. So there was a 3-day hate speech organized by, and I actually appreciate the Indian American Muslim Council using, anti-Muslim, instead of Islamophobia, they use that term. So I'm actually kind of happy that they use that term. So Hindutva need to update themselves. So yeah, basically there have been some anti-Muslim sentiment, some mobilizations, a lot of hate speech. So Haridwar Hate Assembly. So these are the details. So I'll get you guys go over the article. And whoops. Hang on. Just give me a second here. Sharing. I'll just send the link to the article. Let's see, so you guys can check it out for yourselves. So here we go. So this is the article that you guys can check out. So this is completely what we're against. Any discrimination, hate speech, especially towards Muslim individuals, just because they are Muslim does not mean we have the right to discriminate against them and call for genocide, call for something so horrendous. And that I'm just very flabbergasted and very sometimes angered by this rise in hate as against especially this right-wing hate against minorities and Muslims. But what do you guys think? Do you guys have any comments, opinions on this?
Yeah, Ostracized King, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an element of hysteria that's going on, and it's difficult when people see people as something else, as like subhumans. And there's that tendency, that tribalistic tendency that we need to transcend as human beings.
Yeah, and it's so we're trying to bridge the gap, and we're trying to create secular societies, and then there are people who want to resist to that, and there's it's just so bizarre, honestly. Like a secular India, once a secular country, is becoming more and more what do you call it? It's surprising. It's becoming more and more intolerant. Is the word I can describe it. And I'm surprised by India specifically because
considering Hinduism always preaches that it's a religion of equality with inclusive of all other religions, it kind of comes off as like these kind of extremists. And I'd have to say like extremists in any kind of branch do exist, and that's one of the reasons why I left the religion, because I didn't want to dwell too into a religious front to the point where I might even become an extremist, and that was the kind of scare that I had. And just to see that religion existing and having it lead to a point where it can lead to such extremism and discrimination is really scary.
And it's funny too. A lot of these extremists try to slip into ex-Muslim spaces, safe spaces, that is, because we are trying to. They try to use what we say as an attack on Muslims because we critique Islam. We are expressing our frustration, but they're gonna, use that as ammo. So we were able to catch these guys, and we were able to, kind of squeeze them out of the group. And the moment we started critiquing their gods, it's like, oh no, you're supposed to criticize Islam only. I'm like, oh really? So yeah, you're gonna get out. So that's why we were able to get rid of some of these guys. Anyway, that's the news segment. Nick, you had some funny things to say to lighten the mood.
All right, so yeah, let's get ready for crazy comments. All right, so I got some memes here for Christmas. All right, so can you guys see my screen?
We can't see it now.
All right, let's just give my laptop a second to load here because it's quite hungover.
Okay. If anything, I can share it from my end. You can send it to me from the private chat.
For sure, yeah. And because StreamYard's using too much of my resources,
Yeah.
it's actually waiting to respond now. But I'll send it to you in WhatsApp, and if you want to share those memes.
Yeah. I can share it. So yeah, send it to me on WhatsApp now, and
Yeah.
we can have a good laugh.
For sure. And like these are particularly good ones as well, so people would enjoy them. Just sending now. All right. Come on, let's load. All right, so just sent. You should be receiving them in a quick moment.
All right. All right, let me just share the screen. Share screen. But here's one. Here's the first greeting I'm gonna give you guys. So, Merry Christmas from Zakir Naik. All right, let's stop this sharing. And now, okay. All right, so the share screen. Let's see window. All right, Nick sent these to me on WhatsApp, so we'll just look at some. So, can you see this?
Yes.
All right, wants to go clubbing. Everywhere is closed for his birthday. Oh man, poor guy. Poor Jesus. We're so sorry. We closed everything. Technically, Moses was the first person with a tablet downloading data from. Come on! Why? Technically. All right, where did Nick go?
Oh no.
Oh man. All right, so I think he's having some issues on his end. I'm just gonna say, brace yourselves. Christian memes are coming. Okay. Works one day a year, spends the rest of it judging you. All right. We got some of this. Oh, and there was this one too. You black Caesar. Jesus. You see this shit? Yeah, fam. How about you, Korean Jesus? Holy shit. Jesus into the verse. It's a Spider-Man reference. All right. Nick, you're back.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I think we whoa. I think I accidentally. How do we stop sharing this? All right. Stop screen. There we go. Whoops. There we go. You there, Nick? You have any more? Nick? What happened to you? How do I unmute? Huh, Conrad, they choose to unmute themselves. Okay, I think Nick is having some issues. Yeah, Fez, I think Nick is having some issues on his end.
Oh, all right.
Fez, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. So now we can come to the topic of the day. Hi, Nick.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, so I think we're having some technical issues. So Fez, I think you had something to share with us for today.
Yep. I've
Yeah.
created a presentation on Islamic Jesus.
Perfect. And we're gonna give the floor to Author Faiz King, and I think take it away, Nick.
Well, I'll
So
just.
yeah, I'm just gonna place a timer for both
Mhm.
groups. So for your presentation, Faiz, and then Mustafa's presentation, we're gonna have a half-hour time limit for each, and then have a back and forth.
All right. So I'm just gonna hit the share button.
Yeah.
Share screen. Share screen. Entire screen.
And we're just adding it to so according to Kent Hovind, dinosaurs existed in the same time as humans. So
Yeah.
Yes, yes, Pio, kill me. I'll take another hour.
All right. So can you guys
So,
see my screen?
yeah, we can
We
see
can
it.
see your screen.
All right. You were saying?
Yeah, so just start. I'll start the timer, and you can have your time from now.
All right. All right. So I just want to repeat Merry Christmas, season's greetings. So this presentation is going to be about the Islamic perspectives of the figurehead known as Jesus. And here's an opening Quranic verse. Behold, the angel said, O Mary, God giveth thee glad tidings of a word from him. His name will be Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, held in honor in this world and the hereafter, and of those nearest to God. And today we have an Instagram post from Sheikh Ninoe, and this is what he said. Whenever the birth of our Master Jesus, the son of Maryam, was, may the Creator's continuous blessings be on him, the day he was born, the day he dies, and the day he is resurrected alive again. May his mission and sufferings be a source of inspiration for all to bring peace and love to all. Islamic Christology. So basically, the whole idea of Jesus, we can look into Jesus as more like an invitation to dialogue. There are currently two major world faiths that believe in the figurehead and sanctity of Christ, of the major religions. Obviously, there were religions that came after Islam that also absorbed the concept of Jesus. Christ serves as a bridge between worlds with the potential to unite half of humanity, which is the Christian and Muslim population. So what makes Jesus compelling? According to Stuart Mill, he's the founder of utilitarianism, the concept, and also the author of the book Utilitarianism. In the Golden Rule of Jesus of Nazareth, we read the complete spirit of the ethics of utility, to do as one would be done by, and to love one's neighbor as oneself, constitute the ideal perfection of utilitarian morality. So, in terms of the principles of utilitarianism, Jesus would basically embody it. He is celebrated as a model of perfection, al-insan al-kamil, by Christians and Muslims alike. Jesus is also the product of parthenogenesis, or virgin birth. However, it couldn't have been the textbook equivalent of parthenogenesis because it produces same-sex gender offsprings, essentially female. So because of that, his birth would require a more complicated mechanism of action. That's assuming, his existence. It is also probable that Jesus was a genetic mirror image of the Virgin Mary, inheriting a perfect genome directly from his mother, but with the exception of nuances attributed to gender differences. Mishkat al-Masabi records Jesus and the prophetess Virgin Mary as the only two humans to have escaped sin. Christ and Mary. The same way Christ is seen as a model of perfection, Mary, who apparently dons the hijab in Christian iconography, is depicted as the ideal woman by Muslims. Behold, the angel said, O Mary, God hath chosen thee and purified thee, chosen thee above the women of all nations. And that's from Quran 3:42. Jesus as the second Adam. While Adam was intended to be the pinnacle of sentient design, he erred, thereby introducing the notion of dualities and polarities into the natural universe. In some sense, the introduction of good and evil was brought about through Adam's, I guess, his kind of mishaps of taking in the apple or a fruit, according to Islam, and Iblis offering it to him. And through that, the whole notion of dualities was introduced. Jesus can be envisioned as a perfected Adam, and the Quran draws parallels between them. So while Adam was intended to be, like the perfection of God's design, it didn't apparently go according to plan, or maybe it did, because that is part of the plan or the decree. But Jesus was basically what Adam would have been if there was no errors in judgment. So Jesus as the second Adam, there are numerous symbolic and literal parallels to the creation of Adam. The Quran states, 359, the similitude of Jesus before God is that of Adam. And Adam and Jesus, interestingly enough, they're both mentioned in the Quran exactly 25 times. God breathed into Adam his spirit. Likewise, the Quran bestows Jesus the title, Spirit from God. Adam was assigned the role of Khalifa. Islamic eschatology posits that Jesus will usher the second phase of humanity, fulfilling his role as Messiah and Khalifa. So Khalifa is a term that has been used as inheritor, as successor, sometimes almost as king or ruler. So the same way Adam began the first cycle of humanity, assuming that there's any truth to Jesus's second return, he basically returns back as the second Adam, or the proper king on earth, or ushering the kingdom of heaven on earth. So, don't Muslims believe that Jesus was just a prophet? This is a statement that kind of annoys me a bit. It's actually an erroneous assumption. There are qualitative differences in the prophet definition between Christianity and Islam. So even for starters, Christians and Muslims, they don't share the same concept of prophet. In Christianity, we see Ishmael as basically some kind of a wild, hairy man, but in Islam, he's has a status that's probably closer to someone like Buddha. In Christianity, in the Bible at least, we have Lot and his incestuous relationships. They don't appear in Islam because Lot is given a different status. And in the Bible, you have Solomon setting up altars for other gods. In Islam, it's clarified that he did not actually ask of any other intercessor than God. And jinns or spirits that did follow him, they did so voluntarily. Quran acknowledges Jesus' role as the Messiah, the word from God, which is the Logos, or the equivalent of the Quran, the Spirit from God, and the sign of the hour. He's called a sign, and it's basically implicated that's in relevance, in relationship to his second coming. During the second coming, he establishes his kingdom, a universal kingdom. He defends the world against the tribes of Gog and Magog, and he also fights the Antichrist, who's like a modern day version of the Pharaoh. He was a prophet from birth, so Islam basically attributes prophethood to Jesus from day one, and therefore he spoke from the cradle. He was the Word of God. How about Jesus and John? They led parallel missions. Regarding Jesus, Quran 1933 states, "So peace is on me the day I was born, the day that I die, and the day I shall be raised back to life." And regarding John, Quran 1915 states, "So peace on him the day he was born, the day that he dies, and the day that he will be raised back to life again." So we see these parallels in the life and mission of Jesus and John. The reference to John being raised up again almost seems to suggest that it might be a hint towards Imam Mahdi, because John, for example, people asked him, "Are you the Elijah?" And he's like, "I am not the Elijah that you're waiting for." And likewise, when the Mahdi appears, people initially ask him, "Are you the Mahdi?" And he's like, "I am not the one that you are waiting for." So there's that initial denial. Obviously, there's some scholars that claim that everyone will be raised back to life again, but I think there's a little bit more going on here in these verses. The advent of Ahmad. I baptize you with water for repentance, but after me will come one more powerful than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to carry. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire. This is from Matthew. And some Muslim scholars have suggested that John the Baptist is actually talking about Prophet Muhammad, because Jesus Christ was actually his contemporary. And this is someone that comes much later. That's the assumption here. And according to Quran 61:6, "And remember, Jesus, the son of Mary, said, 'O children of Israel, I am the messenger of God sent to you, confirming the law which came before me, and give glad tidings of a messenger to come after me, whose name shall be Ahmad.' But when he comes to them with clear signs, they said, 'This is evident sorcery.'" So Ahmad is basically the celestial name of Muhammad. And it's basically the scrambling of the letters of Adam and Ahmad. So Adam being the first of the prophets, Muhammad being the last of the prophets. So the beginning of the circle and the end of the circle, Adam and Ahmad. Crucifixion or crucifixion. This was a title that Ahmed Deedat had for his books. The crucifixion in general was a debate that was found in Christendom long before Islam. There were so many different Christian groups that advocated different ideas or different theories relating to the crucifix. From the Muslim perspective, we have Ahmed Deedat. He was a early Muslim missionary, and he proposed, not early Muslim missionary, I mean, he's relatively modern, but he proposed something called the swoon theory, where he basically kind of lived through the crucifixion. There's other scholars that claim that Jesus was a bit of a yogi, and he was known to kind of have these deep breathing practices. So somehow he escaped the crucifixion. The Gospel of Barnabas, the copies that we have today, at least, they're fabricated, and they propose that Judas was actually transformed into the image of Christ as punishment for betraying Christ. Some Muslim and Gnostic scholars suggest that Christ survived the crucifixion, that his mission extended towards all of the Israelites. So he was trying to gather the remaining Israelite tribes. So he traveled all the way to Tibet or Kashmir. And these are some ideas that exist in the Muslim and Christian literature. They're not mainstream by any means. And the idea was that he passed away at the age of 120. So what does the Quran say? The Quranic depiction of the crucifixion exonerates the Jews and is based on the submission narrative. So the Jews do not take any blame for the crucifixion of Christ. According to Quran 157 to 158, "And for their saying, we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the messenger of God. In fact, they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but it appeared to them as if they did. Indeed, those who differ about him are in doubt about it. They have no knowledge of it except the following of assumptions. Certainly they did not kill him, rather God raised him up to himself. God is mighty and wise. You also have like the author Dan Brown of the Da Vinci Code. He also suggests that Christ wasn't crucified. What I meant by the submission narrative is that in Islam, all the prophets, all their themes revolve around the notion of submission. So you have Abraham being put into the fire, but eventually in the last second, the fire was turned cool and he was saved. Moses, in the very end, when there was no way out, God parted the waters for him and he was saved. Same thing with Muhammad, and him and Abu Bakr were in a cave and they were protected by a spider web, and a dove laid an egg in the center. So they were saved in the last second. Similar to those themes, we have Jesus who in the last second, when there was like no way out, and he was rescued from the crucifixion. We don't have the details, but that's apparently what happened, according to the Quran. Walk on Water. These are excerpts by Hamza Yusuf for a book that was never actually produced. From the Ahmad collection of hadiths. This is not Ahmad as in Prophet Muhammad Ahmad. This is some other guy named Ahmad. According to Ahmad, Jesus was known to have said, "Virtuous action does not consist in doing good to someone who has done good to you. That is merely returning a favor. Virtuous action consists in doing good to those who have wronged you." According to Malik B. Anas, Jesus, the son of Mary, said, "Do not speak much without remembering God, for by doing so you harden your hearts. Surely a hard heart is distant from God, though you are unaware. Do not, like lords, look at the faults of others. Rather, like servants, look at your own faults. In truth, humanity is comprised of only two types, the afflicted and the sound. So show mercy to the afflicted and praise God for well-being." Once someone asked Jesus, "How are you able to walk on water?" Jesus replied, "With certainty." Then someone said, "But we also have certainty." Jesus then asked them, "Are stone, clay, and gold all equal in your eyes?" They replied, "Certainly not." Jesus responded, "They are in mine." Once Jesus met Iblis. Iblis is basically Lucifer or Satan. And Iblis said, "Is it not true that only what has been decreed will happen?" Jesus replied, "That is true." Then Iblis said, "So throw yourself down from top of this mountain and let us see if you live or not." Jesus answered, "The servant does not test his master. Rather, it is the master who tests his servant." Some people once said to Jesus, "O Spirit of God, inform us about the nature of wealth." He answered, "The possessor of wealth always has one of three qualities. He either gains it by unlawful means, obstructs it from reaching the one who deserves it, or by accumulating it, is distracted from worship of his Lord." So basically, the accumulation of wealth serves as a distraction to what's truly important. And according to Al-Razi, Jesus, the son of Mary, said, "God has given me the power to give life to the dead, sight to the blind, sound to the deaf, but he did not give me the power to heal the fool of his foolishness." Yeah. And lastly, here's an excerpt from The Ascetic Sayings of Jesus by James Robson. Jesus the Messiah used to take nothing with him but a comb and a jug. Then he saw a man combing his beard with his fingers, so he threw away the comb. And he saw another drinking from a river with the palms of his hands, so he threw away the jug. And in terms of forensics, people are always asking about, like proof of Jesus. If Jesus existed, where can we find his body? The problem is, one, there's he didn't have any worldly possessions. So if you were to find proof of existence, it would be proof by proxy. You would have to look into the family of Christ, people like John the Baptist and Zechariah, and look for artifacts that exist. Looking for things that Jesus possesses as proof for Jesus is not practical. Furthermore, since there's a lot of competing crucifixion stories, even where he passed away, whether it's like Palestine or whether it's in Kashmir, there's discrepancies all over the place. So actually finding physical proof of Jesus is not really practical. Recap. While certain elements of the Islamic Jesus narrative may appear foreign to mainstream Christians, it is continuous with a lost tradition, the Essene Nazarene way, and emphasizes spirituality in lieu of material pursuits. There are many elements of the Islamic worldview that is compatible with Gnosticism, Arianism, and more or less extinct Christian schools of thought. Jesus has the ability to unite and heal half the population, but we need to eschew propaganda. For example, there's books like Seeking Allah and Finding Jesus. Why can't you have both? So basically, we have to eschew these propaganda that positions Islamic God as something exotic. You'll find that sometimes in conversations with a Muslim and a non-Muslim, you would think it's out of respect that they start calling God Allah, but in actuality, for a lot of people, that is, they switch it to Allah because they don't acknowledge Allah as God. That's it.
Thank you so much for
Mhm.
your presentation. So on this note as well, Mustafa, I'll set the timer for you for the same amount of time, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And after that, I hope you've been taking notes on Faiz's
I've been taking. I have some notes. So notes for discussion. But yeah, post presentation. So we'll have some notes for discussion. So this is a very interesting topic. But yeah, let me know when I can. Actually, let me just share my screen.
The moment you share your screen, I'll click start, and then you can go from there, and we'll mute ourselves.
Hang on. Share screen. All right. Can you guys see this?
Yes. So I'll start the presentation from now. You have 30 minutes. Now I'll remind you in 5 minutes, and then I'll cut it off at 10 or at 30.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So just making sure. Okay, you can see this. All right. So in this presentation, I'll do an analysis of the Islamic Jesus and the Christian Jesus. I won't go too deep because there was so much material. I had to cut down so much, and look at. I had to summarize a lot of stuff. So what we'll do is we'll compare and contrast the Jesus of the two most widespread religions, Christianity and Islam. We'll use the primary sources, and it kind of shows how Jesus further evolved in the Islamic religion. And the texts I'll analyze for this one are the Quranic verses in the Muslim text, and in the Christian text, I'll be focusing on the Gospels of John, Mark, Luke, and Matthew. These are the Gospels that are agreed upon by almost all Christian sects for the New Testament. So the very first story we're going to touch on is the birth of Jesus. Because we're celebrating that. And this is famously documented in the Gospels of Luke and Matthew. And they tell very drastically different stories. So the Christian claim is that, both Gospels tell the same story. Angels give good news. They get to Bethlehem. Jesus is born there. The baby has visitors like the 3 wise men. And then they go to Nazareth. Now, problem is, Luke and Matthew tell very distinctly different stories. In Luke's story, we have the angel giving good news to Mary. And then you find out that Augustus wants to tax and wants to tax the empire. And Quirinius, who was the governor of Syria at that time, and his reign started at 6 AD, specifically 6 CE. So, and he ordered his people to go back to their ancestral home. So, baby Jesus, like because they had to go to their ancestral home, baby Jesus was laid in a manger in a stable of an inn because they couldn't find a place to stay, which is Joseph and Mary. So, yeah, I put here food trough for animals, yuck, which is a manger. Manger is a food trough for animals. So the angel tells shepherds in the field about the baby. They come to visit. They circumcise the baby. And then the family go to Jerusalem and then Nazareth. Fine and dandy. Matthew, on the other hand, tells a different story. He says the angel appears to Joseph, the husband of Mary, in a dream that his wife will conceive of the Holy Ghost, which is the baby of the Holy Ghost. Jesus was born in Bethlehem in a house in the days of Herod. Herod was the king, and he died in 4 BCE. So, in terms of dates, we already have two very vastly different accounts. One's where Quirinius is governor of Syria in 6 AD, and then in the days of Herod, which is 4 BCE. So, this is like 10 years apart. So, Herod sends the wise men. We don't know how many wise men there are. They go to Bethlehem, so they follow a star to the house, which is scientifically impossible. They see a baby, they worship him, and they present gifts. An angel comes to Joseph in a dream to tell him to flee to Egypt. So when he does, Herod gets mad and he orders the killing of all children 2 years or younger in Bethlehem. When Herod dies, the angel told Joseph to go to Israel. So Joseph goes to Nazareth to fulfill the so-called Nazarene prophecy. So this is what happened. So we have two very distinct, narratives. And notice that, you have, this is an exact copy of the Exodus story where you have Herod getting mad and he ordered the killing of children. So now we look at so we have very interesting, very contradictory stories in the Christian narrative. But let's look at the Islamic narrative. The Islamic narrative has no Joseph. So he's completely a non-existent character. So in the Quran, chapter 3, I'll go at chapter 3, 19 and 66. In chapter 3, Angel Gabriel goes to visit Mary. He gives news of Jesus. She says how it can be since she's never touched a man. So Gabriel says God can do anything. So this is where Jesus is born. And he also starts talking from a cradle. So he starts talking like an adult from the cradle. That's one of his miracles. In chapter 19, verse 19 to 26, same story. Gabriel goes to visit Mary to give news of Jesus being born. She says how it can be since she's never touched a man. Gabriel says God can do anything. So Mary leaves and travels to a far place to give birth. Now, also, interestingly enough, there's a story here where Mary's under a tree and she has to eat from under the tree, that is. That provided sustenance, whether the fruit that fell from the tree provided sustenance. I couldn't find it, but that story was taken from the one of the infancy gospels. But anyway, I'm just going to state the Quranic narrative. In chapter 66, verse 12, the angel Gabriel comes and blows inside Mary's vagina. I kid you not, this is there. He blows inside her parts. Tafsir ibn Qasir says that he came in the form of man, and then he lifted up the skirt and he blew inside, and that's how she got pregnant. So yeah, it's a very bizarre. We just read 3 different bizarre stories of the birth of Jesus. That is. Now we're gonna touch upon the miracles of this Jesus character. So, in the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest gospel written, he casts out an unclean spirit. He cured Peter's mother-in-law's fever. He heals a leper. He cures a deaf and a mute man, and he opens the eyes of a blind man. Now you notice here, there's not a lot of miracles in Mark, and Mark is one of the earliest gospels written. And he's fairly reserved with these miracles, but this is the time when Jesus' story starts to crank up. That's where we go to Luke. Luke adds a few more miracles. He says Jesus helps fishermen catch a lot of fish. I've put on the references here to 5:1-11. He raised a widow's son from the dead, which is actually in the Quranic narrative as well. He cured a woman who was bleeding for 12 years. He cured a woman crippled by a spirit for 18 years. Then he cured a man's abnormal swelling. He cleansed 10 lepers. He restored the ear of a high priest's servant, and also rose from the dead. That's also the miracle. Now, in Matthew cranks it up a lot further. It gets more. So he heals a paralyzed servant. He calms a storm. He cures 2 demon-possessed men. He cures a paralyzed man. He raises a synagogue leader's daughter from the dead. He opened the eyes of 2 blind men. He loosened the tongue of a man who could not speak. And he restored a withered hand. He cures a demon-possessed man as well. At one time, he feeds 5,000 people in a village. Then he heals a woman from Canaan. And he feeds another 4,000 people in the next chapter. Then he cures another boy plagued by a demon. Then he opens the eyes of 2 blind men. And then, out of anger, he gets a fit, and he yells at a fig tree, and it starts to wither. Now we turn to the final gospel, John, in which, and this is, I've just summarized it. Okay, if I put the full text, this would have just taken a long time to cover. He turns water into wine. He cures a nobleman's son. He cures a disabled man at a pool called Bethesda. He opened the eyes of a man born blind. And he raised this specific character, Lazarus, from the dead. And he creates a second great haul of fishes, which just catches a lot of fishes at once. So we have a lot of miracles in Christianity. There's an entire list of miracles. Now we're going to look at the miracles of the Islamic miracles. So we have, in the Islamic text, the Quran, chapter 2, verse 87 says Jesus was provided clear miracles. And I think author Faiz earlier pointed out earlier, so in chapter 3, verse 46, he spoke while he was in the cradle. One miracle I found interestingly different from the Christian narrative from the Gospels is that he fashions a bird out of clay and he brings it to life. Then he's healing the blind and the leper, which is in the same verse, 349. He's resurrecting the dead, and he knew what the people ate. And he also brings a table laden with food from heaven. So he brings an entire table full of food from heaven. There are not a lot of miracles, but there are the only commonalities we find is resurrecting the dead, healing the blind and the leper, and those are the 2 common elements that we find. But the rest are a bit different. And then we go to the death and resurrection story. We all know that Jesus got nailed on a cross. He got crucified in the Christian narrative. But there are 4 different accounts, even in the New Testament, regarding the resurrection and the empty tomb. Mark in chapter 16, it's very early in the morning. Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome, so these 3 women, see a stone door rolled away. Inside the tomb, there's a young man who's found in a white garment, and he told them that Jesus is alive, and go to tell this news to the disciples and Peter that he's in Galilee. But this story ends in a cliffhanger. So the women were afraid, and they did not tell anyone. And that's where the story ends, in chapter 16, verse 8 of the Gospel of Mark. And this is the earliest gospel. However, there are later manuscripts of said gospel that later writers add, who Jesus appears to it. He seems a bit abrupt. And a lot of scholars admit that this was added by later authors to make up for the lost cliffhanger. So then we have the Gospel of Matthew. He's in the preceding chapter, we have like graves opening, and then there's dead people coming out, aka zombies. I put the zombies in there. So some saints come back to life, and they're in inside Jerusalem. At dawn in the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene, the other Mary, so only two women this time. Then an angel comes down and he rolls the stone away from the doorway. They ran away in great fear and told the disciples, and Jesus rises from the dead and he meets his 11 disciples. According to Luke, again, this is just a summary. I could have included all the details, but there's just so much. Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, Joanna, and other women come to the tomb. They find the stone rolled away. They find an empty tomb, but there are two men with shiny garments that they find. And they left, and Jesus appeared to them and the disciples. And then in John, finally, we have Mary Magdalene. Only Mary Magdalene coming to the tomb. She finds the stone rolled away, goes inside and finds two angels, one where the head lay and one where the feet lay. Mary is weeping. When she turns around, she sees Jesus. And then Jesus then appears to his disciples. So that's, the summary of it. That is. However, Islam contradicts this narrative. It says in chapter 4, verses 156 to 159, that they rejected faith and they uttered against Mary a grave false charge. That they said, "We killed Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they killed him not, nor crucified him, but so it was made to appear to them. And those who differ therein are full of doubts, with no certain knowledge, but only conjecture to follow, for of a surety they killed him not. Nay, Allah raised him up unto himself, and Allah is exalted in power, wise, and there is none of the people of the book but must believe in him before his death. And on the day of judgment, he will be a witness against them." So, yeah, and just in order to summarize, a quick analysis, we find that the gospel stories, they're contradicting each other. A lot of them, whether it's the birth, whether it's the resurrection, or in terms of the miracle status, it's very different. They're very different stories. But then Islam comes in, it contradicts the Christian stories completely. I do find small similarities, but Joseph is like completely non-existent in the Islamic narrative. And then there are some different miracles. I know Islam only sees Jesus as a messenger, whereas Jesus is seen as something more divine in the Christian faith. So yeah, I think that concludes my presentation. And this time I did not take forever. Guys, you're giving me a hard time. So yeah, that's everything.
All right. So I hope both of you guys wrote some things, but I actually have a quick question that I want to ask before we actually get into anything.
Okay.
I know that there is a lot of debate in the actual archaeological evidence for the physical manifestation of Jesus himself.
Right.
So if you look at it from an archaeological standpoint,
right.
I think, guys, if you want to speak on this specifically as well, I don't think the Romans had any physical evidence that Jesus himself existed, nor can we find any current archaeological evidence of Jesus himself, like we can find for other historical figures like the Buddhas, Gautama Siddhartha, or other religious people. So what would you say is something for believers when the man who Christianity is based off of, we can't really find him?
Well, the issue with Christ is, right, he's a person that kind of denounces the world and worldly possessions, right? So he's not attached to anything material. He did at some point, according to one narrative, he had like a jug in his hand and a comb. He saw a guy who was struggling to comb his hair, so he gave away his comb. And later he saw a guy who was thirsty, so he gave away his jug, right? So, like I said, the best way of proving the existence of Christ would be to do proof by proxy, to look into the family of Jesus Christ. So people like James and and John the Baptist to look for proof for those figures because they're more likely to have some sort of worldly attachment or something. Because Jesus was on one side of the extreme where he wasn't really attached to this world at all. And another issue is, like what happened to him? Was he crucified? Is there a physical body left over? Did he ascend to the heavens bodily or in spirit only? Is he in a tomb in Kashmir like the Ahmadiyyas and certain other sects suggest? Like, where exactly is he? So because of these issues, I think he's led a pretty mysterious life. Even if you look at the 4 canonical gospels, what was he doing in his teenage years? You'd have to go into the Apocrypha and kind of find out that possibly he was traveling the world, going to places like Egypt. Maybe he was, he was the last messenger of the Israelites, so maybe part of his role was kind of bringing all the tribes together, all the missing links. As you know, Israel today composed of 2 tribes of Israel. There's another 10 that's missing. So this is going to continue to be an issue, and one I suppose will likely have a strong faith element because it's like, finding physical proof of Jesus, it's not going to be an easy task.
For sure, yeah. And on that note, I just wanted to ask it as something in the presentations itself, but at this point, I think it's best if you.
Nick. Yeah, so I had something to add to that.
Yeah.
What Pato Finance King said. Basically, so you asked about like historical evidence, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, actually, I have an image right here. Hang on, let me just try to open this image of the dates that the books were written, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, hang on, I'm trying to open this image. These websites are so irritating. It kind of gives us a good idea of what where is this image? Why is this image not opening? All right.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you're getting too many ads for.
Probably. Actually,
yeah.
let me just share the what do you call it? My screen, that is. Share screen. So we have. It's a biblical website. So this is the biblical website, and we're not making this up. So basically, this is from the horse's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So to speak. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so we have approximately 30 or 33 resurrection of Jesus, right? 30 to 33 CE, that is.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, however, we have Galatians, the first letters of Paul, closer to 50. So this is almost 20 years apart from the event, that is. And this is, Paul had never even met this person.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm not a fan of Paul at all. I think he changed the narrative completely.
But keep in mind, he precedes the Gospels, because we have Mark's Gospel coming around here in this. Why didn't they put Mark's Gospel? Jesus, they probably forgot to put Mark's Gospel because they put Luke's, because Mark preceded Luke, and Mark's Gospel is the oldest, around the 50s. Well, I'll just put a number on it, 55 or 50, 58, 62. We had Luke. Then we had Acts. Then we had Matthew around the same time in the 70s. And then John. Actually, I don't find this very accurate because this is there are some, what do you call it, contradictions with this because let's see, yeah, probably around 47, 48. So we have these Gospels. They are 30, 40 years apart. That is, how do I stop share screen? All right. So there are these Gospels that they come years and years after, but not year. It's still a decent source. I find personally the Gospels. to find out who this character was. But at the same, and the only reliable gospel I can think of is Mark. But to be honest with you, Mark is the one that's the most vague of them all. And he's fairly, I showed in my presentation, he's relatively very, the author of Mark, that is very conservative, or very like, he doesn't go overboard with the miracles either. The miracles very healing. Let me show you my screen, that is, with Mark's miracles.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, these 4 canonical gospels were likely curated to serve a purpose or a message. Like somewhere I read, like Luke was selected for ecclesiastical purposes to build the notion of a church. So they do have certain roles, and I feel like certain gospels that aren't mentioned, like Gospel of Thomas, might have some legitimacy as well.
Yeah, Thomas was excluded completely, and what's funny is that Thomas also came within the century as well too.
Yeah, all the interesting stuff has been excluded. Like the books of Enoch are super interesting, but generally excluded by most Christian denominations.
Yeah, because here, like I was telling you, right? So the Mark casts out an unclean spirit. So there's demonic possession. He cures a fever. He heals a leper. He cures a deaf man and a mute man, and he opens the eyes of a blind man.
And you know where that unclean spirit went, right?
Yeah,
it was cast into the body of a pig.
Oh, jeez. Jeez, really? Oh, yeah. Man.
Straight from the Gospels.
Wow. Okay, so it's cast in and then the pig. Is it in Mark though? Is it in the Gospel of Mark?
I can't quite remember. It might have been.
Yeah, because it's because I couldn't find it in Mark. It's pretty big, but you see Luke, and it suddenly starts increasing, right? These miracles, like you have fish, you have raising, and it gets more specific. Abnormal swelling, but then Matthew goes like, so many people.
But it's similar. The miracles, like stylistically,
they're similar, but you can kind of see that there's a trend that he's becoming sort of a legend, right? So even whether this man existed or not, I would agree he's a legend.
He was definitely a legend, and the fact that he moved around from one community and one geographical area to another, every place must have had their own version. Or their own
of oral stories, so these were probably collections of oral stories,
and they might not be the same because he might appear differently in different cultures or different regions,
And this was within the 1st century too, so you can imagine people did not know how to read or write, and they told you these fantastical stories. So and again, Palestine, not a lot of people were educated at that time, save for officials, priests, and whatnot. So a lot of these stories definitely carried on, and then they were put to paper, that is. And even the resurrection story, that is, I told you this, it's very early in the morning, these 3 women go, and then,
and there's differences in the number of witnesses also.
Yeah, so there's 3 witnesses here, and this one. Then we have, what do you call it, Mary Magdalene, other Mary. So 2 here in Matthew. Then we have Mother of James and other women. So there's a bunch of other women too. So it differs here. And then in John as well, just Mary and John. So there are even the number of witnesses to the resurrection itself. They don't agree. And also, like, they didn't even agree on, I didn't put this in because it would have been a lot more details, but they weren't even agreeing on the time of day it was. All 4 of them.
I do feel like the Quran has a point there about the crucifixion and what actually happened, that it rests on conjecture or assumptions,
At the same time, I kind of implore the Quran. It doesn't exactly answer the question properly.
It doesn't answer the question. It leaves it open.
You're supposed to be this perfect book with all the answers, yet you also leave us with this cliffhanger. You could have had the opportunity.
Yeah, it's definitely a cliffhanger.
Yeah, because it is in itself a cliffhanger. It's the same thing with Mark. It's like a cliffhanger right there. So, nay, Allah raised up into himself. This could, even the raising up, right? This could
Is
just
it
mean he just
physical or
died.
non-physical? Like,
Yeah, is it physical? Is it non-physical? It could just mean he died also.
right.
And it's like, but they killed him not. Are they talking about the Jews themselves? Or is it the, what do you call it? Did he survive? Like you said in your presentation, did he survive that? So, and they're in full of doubts and only conjecture. So he doesn't even answer the question, even the Quran itself. So it's kind of, it just leaves us to, um, a speculation at this point. And the historicity of this character is very interesting. Um, However, we do have the Gospels. I'll give them credit. They did come earlier. So one wouldn't count the Quran if you're measuring the, not measuring, analyzing the existence of Jesus. One wouldn't necessarily go to Quran because keep in mind, this is a book written 700, 600, 700 years later. So one would try to look at more primary sources, like within the first 100 years. What was it like? What were the Roman sources, as well as like even some biased sources, but they would be counted nonetheless. Damn it, Pio, it's already over. I'm just going back at it. So yeah, Fez, did you? I think Nick, you had something else to discuss. Sorry I cut you off because I had another point to add to discuss with Fez.
Yeah, it's that was just the question I had before we went on into the talking point as well.
Yeah.
But if you guys want to like talk about each other's presentations as well in a back and forth, I think this would be the best time to start for that.
Okay. I'm talking about, so the statement in your presentation by Muhammad al-Menawi about the mission and suffering. He is resurrecting that. God damn it! Lord the knob. He is resurrecting the presentation. Yeah. All right. So
well, here's the thing with the crucifixion, right? In Islam, we have Adam and Eve as forgiven, and their status is raised to that of a prophet, right? So because of that, the whole concept of a blood sacrifice is nullified. Same thing with Judaism, actually. So
Nick, you're breathing really heavily into the mic. You're okay?
Oh, I think it's just the mic. It's like right underneath my nose. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what Fez was saying. I really wanted to hear what we were saying.
Yeah, so to a large extent, Moose Chick's resurrection. To a large extent, like mainstream Christianity, they have the whole concept of the blood sacrifice, with Jesus dying for the sins of humanity because it goes back to Adam and whatnot. In Islam and also Judaism, Adam was actually forgiven. And in Islam, he was raised to the status of a prophet and then taught all the names of creation. So he became like an enlightened being. So in a sense, it kind of nullifies the practical element of the cross.
Does Adam being forgiven have anything to do with the Jesus character?
No, because you know how, like, we looked at the cross from a historical perspective and a literal perspective, but for Christians, the crucifixion and the whole idea of Jesus dying for the sins of mankind, that element isn't actually acknowledged in Islam, because the whole crucifixion takes place because of the sins of mankind. But in Islam, Adam was already forgiven, right? So that that succession of sins is kind of, it's on an individual basis.
So, I mean, you're talking about the sin that is.
Right, the sin
concept. Okay. I was kind of confusing. Where is Adam?
Yeah, I kind of went on a tangent, actually.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I agree. Yes, the concept of like, I heard this from a Christian friend of mine, and it's so bizarre that it was supposed to be this sacrifice to end suffering, like sacrificing myself to myself. It's like,
it's kind of weird. I find it odd intuitively, like like individual accountability makes more sense to me, like from a naturalistic or rational perspective. But
Let me just open up your presentation. I have something interesting. All right, here we go. So we have slideshow. We'll just do the slideshow. Hang on. Yeah, so he's like, whenever the author you just shared,
mhm.
The Birth of Maryam. So I kind of like this creator's content to be on him. He was born the day he dies and the day he is resurrected alive again. So I'm like, is he acknowledging the crucifixion or is he acknowledging Jesus died?
He's basically
Hey
repeating the
guys,
Quranic quote.
sorry
Right.
to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I'm plugged in my USB mic instead of the headphones one. Is it like better now, or else is it like still creeping? Like, can you guys still hear my nose?
Oh, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, yeah. No, it's just that the headphones, without even me knowing, the mic's like rolling back onto my face, and then instead of going closer to my lips and mouth, it's going up my nose without me
Oh,
even knowing.
yeah.
So yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. And
Uh,
sorry about my bubblegum presentation. I used
oh,
really
I don't mind.
bubblegum
Oh,
colors there.
Color, yeah. So yeah, this was another question that I had by Christians and Muslims alike. He's a product of parthenogenesis. So can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, parthenogenesis is like a process or virgin birth that you find amongst a lot of different animals, whether it's like a hammerhead shark or like rabbits. Rabbits, it was more or less in a laboratory environment, but
Yeah, but not in the natural world. No.
a natural world happens more in reptiles.
Reptiles, insects too.
Um, can't quite remember. It happens in sharks. It happens in reptiles.
Yeah.
Komodo dragon. I think they recorded it. It is possible theoretically in mammals. And the thing is, it's one of those things where it's like if it happened, um, it must have been statistically rare, right? Um, and I think Mishkat al-Masabi, that hadith collection, states something like there was only 4 humans from the beginning of time that had like a virgin birth. Uh, but even the whole notion of a virgin birth, it's not something that's universally accepted in Muslims. Like, for example, Mufti Layth would argue that it doesn't mean virgin; it means something else. You know.
I think Mufti Layth was this. I think it's not only Mufti Layth, but even there's this YouTuber called
Mhm.
uh, Paulogia. That is Paulogia. Great channel he has. He does a good analysis of Christianity.
Mhm.
He invited an author in like linguistics, and it's something that came to my mind just now. What you were mentioning
Mhm.
about like the not being an exact virgin. So he stated that the author of Matthew, that is when he mentioned the Virgin Mother,
Mhm.
was probably trying he because the Greek terms did not have because in Hebrew, I couldn't remember what terms they were. Like uh there was a term a virgin for a literal like not non-penetrative virgin, and then there was another meaning that meant young woman, and
Yeah,
that
young
meaning
woman.
was
Yeah.
completely ignored because the Greek language did not have translation for the separate, distinct. So it is indeed a possibility that this was just a huge misunderstanding,
Mhm.
that it could have just been a young woman or a young someone
Mhm.
just really young giving birth, which is possible
Mhm.
technically and could have been seen as a miracle. So I kind of find that a very big plausibility
Mhm.
with the so-called virgin birth because the early gospels again I'll quote Mark, one of my favorites, because he never mentions the virgin birth, he never mentions the childhood, he never mentions anything, like not even. And then you have the virgin that's mentioned in Luke and Matthew suddenly 20 plus years later.
Mhm.
So that meaning was excluded completely, and it could have been there could have been a purpose, but indeed a possibility that it could have just been a younger woman,
Mhm.
um, which could
Yeah,
have been.
that possibility is definitely open.
Yeah.
Leslie Hazelton, she's a Jewish agnostic clinical psychologist, and
Right.
she also had a TED talk called "A Tourist Reads the Quran," and she was arguing away the whole meaning behind virgin and how the Quran doesn't seem to endorse literal virgin or literal virginity.
Actually, the Quran doesn't say anything about it,
Mhm.
because the Quran just acknowledges the same thing, right? So the Quran doesn't elaborate anything.
Mhm.
So I think Leslie Hazelton's kind of pulling a meaning out of, when
Yeah,
it's
she's
not.
saying like Huri, for example. There's no like real explicit talk about a sexual relationship with the Huris. And the Huris, what are they like?
Oh, they are sexual. That's pretty sexual, especially with the
Yeah,
tafsir and the Quran.
yeah, in the tafsir,
It's
but not
pretty.
so much in the.
Yeah, people translate it as graves, but in reality, they are sexual women. They are big-breasted women in the Quran.
I would say
So,
they're aliens, like
yeah,
extraterrestrials.
they're huris. They are mentioned, but
I don't
they
think
are.
they're Homo sapiens.
Yeah, but keep in mind the huri. They're just fantasies of the Arab desert dweller, right? So these are just fantasies that he has. If you've seen like the anime or like hentai, for example, you've seen
Yeah,
those
the
fantasies.
description of Huris actually does sound like
Hentai.
anime.
Yeah,
Uh,
it sounds like hentai practically.
well, with anime, you know how their eyes are overly uh,
Exactly.
exaggerated, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Large
precisely.
eyes.
So we have that in itself.
I didn't know Arabs were into anime back then.
I know, right? They invented anime. So yeah, and also this question, Mishkat al Masibi. So you state that prophetess Virgin Mary. So you refer to Mary as
I
a
refer
prophet.
to her as a prophetess because she basically fulfills all all the qualities that a prophet's supposed to have. She served in the temple. She fulfilled prophetic obligations.
But
Um,
would you categorize her prophet in the Islamic definition?
it's a minority opinion.
It's a minority. What do majority scholars say to this though?
They don't give her a title. Just
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. So she's not. She's only. So basically, it's a minority. Because I read that somewhere in Sayyid Hussein Nasser's thing
uh-huh.
too, like about prophetess. So that's why this caught my eye. I was like,
Yeah. I
you're
think
the second
it's
person to
kind
say.
of like basically I look at her and everything she's done, and it feels like the whole definition of prophethood, she would fulfill it to a T. I feel it's almost sexist not to grant her that title, and
But
even like
does yeah,
one chapter of the Quran is named after her.
yeah. But would that mean she's a prophet though? Would that mean does it?
I think she is, and the Jewish tradition actually names other female prophets like
Oh,
Elizabeth.
do they? Oh, do they?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
Judaism.
In which texts? Uh, I'll look into that. Which
Yeah,
text?
like Elizabeth, for example. There's a couple of them, maybe
All
like a
right. Right.
dozen. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So the definition. I mean,
it's not out of the question. I mean, it
uh,
appears in Abrahamic religions,
yeah,
not so much explicitly in Islam.
yeah. Islam is not explicit about it. Okay.
It's not explicit on a lot of things, and
Yeah.
strangely explicit on other things.
Yeah. It's strangely explicit on alcohol and pigs and stuff. So it's
Yeah.
very explicit on that.
Actually, Buddhism's stricter on alcohol prohibitions than Islam.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
yeah.
Yeah, so you also make the point there was something you had Jesus the second Adam. Yes, this is chapter 3 verse 59. You state in the Quran,
Mhm.
um Jesus is the second Adam. So like how is that the Adam, how is Jesus like Adam in this sense?
You know how Adam was made from no parents, right? So with Jesus, it's like from one parent.
But that
But like
doesn't
if
make
you go
sense.
into like more into the whole notion of Jesus, it's basically like um, how God personally put His Spirit into Adam, and that happens again with Jesus. In terms of Islamic eschatology, he takes on the role of Khalifa, which is kind of the role that Adam had. You know.
I mean, it's a bit bizarre because there's hardly any similarities between them because one had miracles, the other didn't. There's not a lot.
Hmm.
The only thing is one has a mom, one
Hmm.
doesn't have any parents.
Yeah,
So
the
it's
whole
quite
idea of him
different.
being a second Adam, it also appears in some Christian schools of thought as well. Can't quite recall which ones,
Mhm.
um, but I think to some extent it extends into Islam.
Yeah, but it's just it's not a very strong argument because second Adam because there's nothing similar about them. The spirit, because yeah, you said he bestows Jesus by
Yeah,
the spirit of God, but yeah, but then spirit from God is different, and then he's breathing into the spirit. So these are two different things because Jesus was born from a vagina. He comes out of a cooch.
but
So
so is everyone, right?
exactly. So it's like Adam's kind of different. Adam kind of stands out in that weird
Yeah,
aspect.
it's basically a reversal of gender. So it's
Huh? Reversal of
like
who?
Adam, like Eve came from Adam, right? And then Jesus you have coming from Mary. Um,
It's a
so it's
bit
a
odd.
uniparental almost.
That's a bit
But it's
odd.
odd to look at Adam as
No, no.
Eve's parent.
I think no, no. This is odd because like Adam continue. They don't. They have a sexual relationship.
There,
Mary and Jesus don't have a sexual relationship. They're mom and kid.
I mean, you know, with Adam and Eve, right? Well, in the Christian account, he comes from the ribs, right? And the ribs is
Yeah,
a
in the Christian, but
rich,
in the
yeah,
Islamic account, is the same. Is it the same though?
possibly not. Um,
Okay,
but
so
the
it's not.
ribs themselves, it's a rich source of stem cells. So if you clone from the ribs, you
Yeah.
could actually, produce a clone.
And
So
this, yeah, and this claim you make, uh, don't Muslims believe that Jesus was just a prophet? So you claim that this is an erroneous assumption. How is it an erroneous assumption?
it's an error in assumption because usually when a Muslim introduces Jesus, right, that we also believe in Jesus, the Christian would be like, "Oh no, no, no! You guys just believe he's a prophet, right?" And the problem is the definition of prophet in Islam and Christianity is kind of different. In Islam, I wouldn't say it's infallible, but it's raised to a higher standard. So someone like Ishmael in the Bible, there's references to him as being kind of like a wild, hairy man, almost like a beast, right? In
Yeah, yeah,
Islam,
but hang on. I'll interject there.
uh-huh.
What are the definitions of prophet in Christianity and Islam specifically, and where do you get that information from?
um, I think primarily from the text, for example, Lot, right?
Well, which text specifically?
Like the biblical text, Lot is regarded as a prophet in both religions, right?
But hang on. So, what's the definition of a prophet in, let's just say, biblical text versus Islamic text? What's the difference?
Maybe the word meant was perspective rather than definition.
Because
Yeah, because you know
it's
how
not,
Lot is shown.
that's just shifting the goalpost because you stated that there are different definitions. How are they different, or how are they different perspectives?
For example, Adam isn't even a prophet in the Bible, right? But he's a prophet in Islam.
How so? He's not a prophet in the Bible,
He's not considered a prophet.
is he not?
He's not.
But okay, Adam aside, but what about what do you call it? So how are they? So how does that make the definition different? Because
Um,
that's we're just assuming, we're just
Yeah,
coming up.
I
We're
probably
just
should have
assuming.
worded it differently, but what I'm trying to say is like someone like Solomon, right? In the Bible, they have him praying to other gods, right? In Islam, in the Quran, they don't have that. They say like even the jinns that obey Solomon are doing it out of their own volition, right? So when Christians look at prophet, they might not have the assumption that it's like a very elevated station, right? But in Islam, it's like when we hear the word prophet, we have someone that's perfect or near perfect, as humanly perfect as possible, right? So that's one of the discrepancies. So when we call Jesus a prophet, it's not to be taken as a slight or to be an insult. It's actually considered a very elevated status. But aside from that, like, he is Nabi, he is Rasul, but he's also a word from God, a spirit from God, and the Messiah. And these are things that aren't always properly articulated to Christians.
Because I feel like the just a prophet thing.
Mm.
I feel like the argument you make for the different definition is it's a bit weak because you can kind of embolden or strengthen your argument with
Mhm.
saying that he's also Messiah, for example. That
He
kind
is,
of is
and that's what I said in
uh,
the second
yeah.
paragraph.
So I think yeah. So the second paragraph, like the first one, kind of like it doesn't exactly so
Prophet
it's
would
not
be
like
prophet would be the least of his titles, right?
yeah,
Uh,
because you already have the Messiah. So I think the
right.
Messiah thing could just improve the argument a bit more.
But like the whole idea of infallibility or prophethood, like
Yeah,
between Sunnism and Shiism, there's a bit of a difference in terms of
yeah,
imam
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
things like
yeah. I
that.
think
And Christianity has a different way of looking at it. But I don't want to go into definition because then I have to look at the textbook definition of of
yeah,
a
yeah, no,
prophet.
no,
And
I know what you mean.
it's,
Yeah, so it definitely is an interesting thing we can look into definition of the prophet.
yeah,
We did Nick
but
and I. We
Adam
do
is definitely not a prophet in Christianity, though.
definitely not something. This is something I want to look into if he's actually considered. But what about Judaism? Is he considered one?
I don't think he is, but I have to double
Yeah,
check.
we'll have to double check because because there's another topic we're doing. I think one of our planned topics is like comparing the prophets of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, right? So that's one of our future
Hmm.
topics.
Yeah,
Something
so
we
this
could
would
dive
definitely be
deeper.
a good area to
Yeah, yeah,
explore.
something to look into. That is.
Hmm.
Um, Also, I think there was another question. I have my notes in front of me. Okay, yeah. Hang on. So whoops. Let me just. Where is the presentation? There you are. Okay. So you have. This. Yeah. So you stated that there was the swoon theory. That is right.
This one,
The
yeah,
swoon theory.
that he was kind of like went into a different altered state, right?
Right. Okay. So this is about the crucifixion, right?
Yeah,
So
so even amongst Muslims, you'll have some people that actually believe in a physical crucifixion and some that
mm,
believe in something more metaphysical.
right. Even though the Quran denies the crucifixion completely,
Hmm.
um, but you have
People like
start.
Ahmed Deedat who
Yeah, yeah.
believes in it. Yeah,
So do you have a voice of dissent within the Islamic community itself?
yeah, correct.
So which is interesting actually, which is very interesting. I'm guessing because um, and you stated that there was a debate in Christendom long before Islam. Do you
Yeah,
have any
mostly
specific
through
examples?
Gnostic sources. You know,
Okay, yeah, yeah, not yeah, okay.
yeah,
Do you
they don't have the same idea or the same notion of a crucifixion as like mainstream Christians.
because do you have like you stated that there were some extinct groups of Christians that debated this, right?
Oh
Do you
yeah,
some of them?
I haven't written it down, but I know like there were a lot of different Christian groups, and Jewish Christians. That's another
Mhm.
group too. The
Yeah, yeah.
Ebionites. Uh, I haven't like I can't pinpoint exactly what the discrepancies is because a lot of the Christian groups they also have differences into the nature of Jesus, whether he's
Yeah, yeah,
part God or part man or You know.
Yeah, there was I think in the Ghassanid kingdom, I can't
Uh-huh.
recall. There's a different kind of Christianity also practiced in the Ghassanid kingdom during the 6th and 7th centuries.
Hmm.
It was a vassal state of the Romans. It
Hmm.
was an Arab kingdom too, and was the same. It was very close to Medina. That is, it's very
Hmm.
close. So I feel like because I kind of get interested in this idea that Islam evolved from a sect or a separate sect of Christianity, which kind of adds a lot of it fills a lot of blanks.
I mean, if we look at Muslims as a type of Christian,
Mhm.
it wouldn't be entirely wrong. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because there
Uh,
are many similarities in many of the texts that Islam even uses, borrows heavily from Christian literature.
right. And
So,
Muhammad also said, like after him, to follow Jesus, according to some narrations.
mhm. And
So,
there's more mentions of Jesus, like you said, 25
mhm,
times in the Quran. But compare that to Muhammad, he's only mentioned four times
four times,
directly,
yeah.
and Jesus is mentioned more times. That is.
Hmm.
So this is Stops and I've been talking about this, and it's a very interesting thing to look into. Um, how Christianity itself influenced the rise of Islam, or what Christian groups could have possibly contributed to the creation or the birth of Islam as a separate ideology altogether. So it's and yeah, you mentioned the Gnostic. I was even looking into like the ideas of Gnosticism as well.
Right.
Um,
But the thing is, when people actually look at Islam, they look at it as like in contrast to Christianity. It's like almost like uh, like they're diametrically opposed. But that's not exactly true because Islam does continue a lost tradition. Like it might not be mainstream Christianity, but these
I mean,
ideas,
for me, Islam and Christianity seems like comparing DC Universe to Marvel Universe.
right?
They've borrowed from each other heavily over the years, and there's many similarities. So,
I
yeah,
mean, I
it's
obviously have a different take on the borrowing because I come from that perennial philosopher perspective. But I see what you're saying, right?
yeah, like it's there's I think a lot of teachings, like especially the concept of hell, for example, did not exist in the Jewish tradition,
Right.
but
It wasn't really
yeah, so
there.
and then it became into Christian tradition, and then Islam kind of took that idea and ran with it further. That is with the Quran, like it became more explicit. Um, whereas you had church fathers initially coming up with that idea.
And Satan
Uh,
was introduced in Zoroastrianism, but that I
yeah,
guess that's a different
there
topic
was,
altogether.
and there Zoroastrianism seems to play an influence as well into what do you call it, Islam, and I
Hmm.
think to an extent Christianity.
Right.
Um,
But it has a large dharmic component too, which makes it
really,
kind of
most did
curious.
not borrow Christianity. Islam is Christianity 2.0. Yeah, I can definitely agree to that. I had more questions. Um,
I mean, one way of looking at it, right?
yeah.
If Islam continues to be a successful world religion, it's actually preserving Christianity and bringing it to
It
another
does stand
generation.
directly opposed to it because, in many aspects, like we discussed in the jizya, as well as discrimination, right? It does discriminate against Christians, so you know, it does stand as like also as an opposing figure within its text too.
Hmm.
So if anything, it's not exactly. It's a bit of a double-edged sword because one way you can say, oh, it's preserving Christianity, but in other words, you can say it's also destroying it at the same time. So it does stand opposed to it. Um, yeah. On that, you mentioned the Gospel of Barnabas.
Right.
Did you mention it in your presentation?
Yeah. I like how my PowerPoint is revealing some gardening in the back.
Gardening. Yeah. What is up with that? Yeah. Where did you mention Barnabas? Yeah.
Yeah, I've briefly mentioned the Gospel of Barnabas. So right now,
Yeah.
there's a couple different translations of Gospel of Barnabas. I think the most recent one was like Turkish or something. They're generally believed to be fabricated because there's like a lot of anachronisms in it, like something like the 50-year versus the 100-year jubilee, and things like Muhammad
But
being
but
called
but,
the
but, but
Messiah when he
hang on,
wasn't.
hang on. You have a lot of Muslims actually believe this. Um, the similar story where Judas was the one who got crucified instead of Jesus.
Correct.
What would you say to that?
Uh, unless they could find another independent gospel that alludes to that, I don't think it's a good idea to base their beliefs on Gospel of Barnabas, because Gospel of Barnabas contradicts Christianity and it contradicts Islam. So I'm not really sure what the motive was in creating that book. It calls Muhammad the Messiah, which even Muhammad himself doesn't call himself the Messiah, right? um,
When was this authored, Gospel of Barnabas?
That's a trick question because if you look into like the list of banned books, Gospel of Barnabas was mentioned, and that actually predated the Gospel of Barnabas that we have now. And what we have now may not have been the original Gospel of Barnabas. There might have been another independent book called Gospel of Barnabas, which might have been something else. You know?
And it's you do mention a point where you have something about. I did write a note saying Muslims and Christians do blame uh, Jews for the for what Jesus went through in one way or the other. Um,
I don't know if that
when,
would make sense because Jesus himself was Jewish and
right,
his
right.
family's Jewish.
But
And
at the same time, we have a heavy anti-Semitism.
right,
The
I
Islamic
do.
community as well as the
We,
Christian
we do,
community.
but I think
Heavy.
those are more like politically motivated rather than So
But
that's.
wouldn't you say that they blame the Jews for deceiving Christ?
I mean, the Christians at some point there was a narrative like that the Jews were seen as Christ killers, but I
Hmm.
don't think it actually makes sense because what was Christ himself? Christ was a Jew, right? So was Mary. So was the entire group of prophets, Zechariah, John the Baptist. Well, John the Baptist was a little bit different because he might have inspired Sabianism, but
Speaking of John, you state that John is also raised up, like in one of your sources. That is, John was
yeah, that's
raised
the
up.
thing that I find very peculiar because the same dialogue that you see for Jesus, that he's going to be raised up again, appears for John the Baptist. So it's a very similar parallel line of statements. So I have a feeling that's probably alluding to Imam Mehdi because Imam Mehdi
But
also
how
plays.
how is he Imam Mahdi? Was he born to Imam Hassan al Askari of the Shia Muslim? That contradicts with the Shia Muslim belief. Then.
Oh no, I'm just talking about Imam Mehdi in general because you know how there's a Sunni version and a Shia
Right.
version. So what generally happens is that prophets, when they're on a mission, they come in pairs. So you have Jesus and John the Baptist, you have Moses and Aaron, and yeah, Muhammad and Ali, right? So with the second coming of Jesus, you also have Jesus and the Mahdi, right? So Mahdi is basically the symbolic placeholder for John the Baptist.
But where
Uh,
do you get this assumption from?
no, these are all just philosophical lines of thoughts. Like,
But these are philosophical. So
Yeah,
where do you get that?
and Pio wants to jump into this convo as well from the
Sure. Yeah,
Jewish
yeah. Pio is
perspective, so
welcome
I'll
to.
invite him in.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Please do.
Um,
yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah, Pio, you gotta promise that you have less than 4 beers in you before you come on.
Oh man.
But yeah, so I'm just gonna invite Pio on here,
All
and
right.
hopefully he can give his perspective. Pio,
Okay.
I'll be sending it in the Discord via private chat.
All right.
And yeah, like I really like the conversation that we're having so far. I think this is a new for the show at least.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, it's definitely interesting. I just had more notes. Do you have any questions while Pio gets on?
About what?
Nick, do you have any questions?
For
Regarding-
me, no.
I have no questions. I do like that one narration that you mentioned where he got pissed off at the fig tree. I thought
Yes, that was. I found that interesting story.
right.
Open.
He does come across as angry sometimes in some of the apocrypha and
Yeah. He did.
Yeah.
um,
Pio, I sent you a link, so please do join in.
Yeah, I did. I did find that very. I found that bizarre on my on
doesn't
my
it
end.
kind of give a more human element to him?
Yes, he does. He does. Even in the some of the gospels, sometimes does appear as pissed off at times too. He does appear pissed off. Like usually we have like such a chill guy, handy dandy, nothing's happening to me. But then suddenly, like you have gospels like Mark, or even in other like the synoptic gospels, he just comes across as angry, or he has like emotions, that is
Right.
so and yeah, it's oh my god, thinking clearly. Just wait, thinking clearly. Pio wants to convert you all to Judaism. It's a trap. All right, yeah, no, Pio, I'm waiting for Pio. But yeah, it was very fascinating. Pio, you're taking your sweet time. Yeah, so anyway, but yeah, this was a very interesting story that I found.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Are we gonna play that clip also after? I guess.
Yeah. We were supposed to review a clip as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was in Matthew. Yes, he caused a fig tree to wither,
Right.
and then he actually got mad at a fig tree for some odd reason.
Yeah,
So,
Pio, please do join. Just click on the link I sent in Discord. My Discord name is Stephen Hawking.
how many beers has Pio had so far?
Oh, only 3.
Only 3.
3 isn't too much. Like,
I think that is 3 too many beers. All right, only 3 beers. I can still not find. Yeah, he already can't spell find. You already can't spell find. Look at this. You find Gind the link. No, find the link.
it's in your Discord. You waved to me. You actually waved back to me after I sent you the link. So yeah.
Oh, did he? Yeah, so it's on Discord because I do want to hear from. I did. Speaking of which, I did come across a book. I recently purchased it called The Islamic Jesus. By Mustafa Akyol. You've heard of this author?
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, so it's definitely something interesting I wanted to look into.
Yeah. Wasn't he interviewed recently by Jordan Peterson? Or?
I think so. But yeah, he's definitely like he has some interesting claims.
Yeah.
And doors knob head, but he didn't mention how many fluid ounces. Damn it, guys, stop drinking.
Oh man.
But yeah, it's but I can't stop you guys because it's Christmas season. Anyway, yeah, it was it's very interesting that he makes. Oh, there he is. Add to the string. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, Pio.
Yeah, whatever, burn the Christmas tree. Yeah. Happy holidays to you too.
Happy holidays.
Pio?
Yeah. So you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There was a lot of stuff I was disagreeing. Now I have to go back in the chat where I was like making fun of it. Yeah, so first of all, because you are talking about the Christian and the Muslim Jesus. This is like the main topic, right?
Yeah.
So they are not the same. Let's say the truth, right? There is no connection between those two, because if you will try to make the connection, so every Muslim then should be a Christian, and every Christian should be a Muslim. If there is a connection, those are two different species.
Oh yeah. I actually even outlined that in my presentation. Like,
yeah,
there's completely different
And there is no agreement about that. Even if some Muslims are trying to say, yeah, but we are the one who are believing in Jesus. No, they are not. If they do believe in Jesus according to Christianity, there will be all Christians and all the same, like vice versa, right? And we know, according to the Old Testament, they are both wrong.
Okay.
Wait. Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear
According
you.
according to the Old Testament, they are both wrong.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So according to the Old Testament, preceding.
Yeah. So according to Judaism,
Yeah.
first of all, it rejects Christianity because it says the Messiah will be a usual guy like me and you, not the Son of God. So, whoa, Jesus Christ is out of the window. And it also, in the same sense, it says the Messiah will just bring the kingdom of God on earth, which
Yeah, that's an interesting point because I don't believe Jesus in his first coming actually fulfilled the role as Messiah. I believe it's only in his second coming that he will.
You are now the born again Christian arguing, and like you are the Jesse Lee Peterson of our conversation, right? Yeah, that's all bullshit. Because the role of the Messiah is just to blaze the shofar, and 5 minutes later, God arrives on the earth. Everybody acknowledge the one and only God. Didn't happen. So both of those messiahs, Jesus and Muhammad, or the Muslim Jesus, are not messiahs. Okay, yeah. Okay. The Muslims do not say that that Muhammad was a messiah.
Yeah.
But yeah, even though they both are wrong, because Judaism doesn't believe in Christianity, doesn't believe in Jesus, and Islam believes in Jesus, so they are both wrong. Nothing of those will happen.
Here's what I wanted to ask you, Pio.
Yeah.
What is the definition of a prophet in Judaism?
Oh, this is a very simple thing.
Yeah.
A prophet can be everyone who believes in God and who talks on behalf of God. Meaning, Mustafa can be a prophet of God. Arthur False King can be a prophet of God. And Pio can be also a prophet of God if he will speak on behalf of a God. So we are all prophets. So we are now 3 prophets, 3 kings going towards Jerusalem and waiting for the Messiah.
Interesting. That's a very broad definition of a prophet.
Yes, this is, but this is exactly the definition. Prophet can be anyone who is talking on behalf of God.
And where's this definition from in the Jewish text, or at least in the Jewish?
Now you have to make me work. Just no, but yeah, of course, because I was not prepared from that. But just trust me on that.
Just trust you. Okay, this is exactly what Muhammad said to us. Okay.
yeah. Of course. You're right about that. Now you can laugh about me. But 100%, according to Judaism, prophet, it can be anyone. Prophethood has nothing to do with being something special. It's just everyone who is talking on behalf of God can be a prophet.
So even Zakir Naik can be a prophet?
Yes.
Technically?
Technically, even Zakir Naik can be a prophet.
Oh my goodness.
But it has no significance because everybody can be a prophet according to Judaism.
What does makes the biblical prophet so special?
No. That's the wrong thing. It's nothing special. All the people which are mentioned in Judaism as prophets, they are just mentioned because they were talking on behalf of God. That's why they are prophets. But there is nothing special about them. The special thing is about the Messiah.
Right.
This is this is a different thing to Christianity and Islam, right? Now, both definitions are different, right?
That makes another weird wrench and twist into the story. But what about? I know I'll give you a specific example. What about Moses in Exodus, though? Wasn't he something special?
No, he was a prophet, right? He was like, the difference was between like Muhammad and whomever. He was able to talk directly to God, right? Oh, there was something special, right? But of course, we know he was a mythical figure. But no, he was the one. So his special role was to, according to the Old Testament, of course, he brought the Jews out of Egypt, but in fact, he trusted the wrong God because he was not allowed to enter the Holy Land, right? Because God said, "Yeah, you lead our people 40 years through the desert, but now you are not allowed to go in."
Wait. So he ended up trusting the wrong God?
In fact, he not trusting the wrong God, but he thought he will enter the Holy Land, but in fact, he was not allowed to go there.
Yeah, that was the weird twist. It's like he's not allowed to go there.
Yeah.
What the heck was that?
Yeah, he was just, he was working for somebody, and this somebody was abusing him.
Yeah, like a really, really messed up boss he has.
Yeah. So this is like to working for the Jewish God, right?
Yeah, no, and I think in the Jewish, like, you showed me the text too. Like the Jewish gods have always evolved, and like I'm guessing you were telling me the difference between Yahweh and Elohim.
Yes.
So you can briefly elaborate on that here too.
Yeah. So we have empirical evidence that the Jews never was in Egypt like slaves, and they were conquered by the Egyptians, or at least the Egyptians are mentioning Israel long time before the Israel existed, according to the Bible, right? According to history, Israel existed already. It was a small village of thinking people, which were mentioned in some pharaohs who conquered the land, right? And the Jews himself are just a sect of a Canaanite belief, because they have already the same gods, at least Yahweh and Baal and Asherah and El and all this stuff. So according to scriptures which were found in 1995 in the Ugaritic texts, and it's a city a little bit north above Israel. So they found scriptures which are previous to the Torah, where all these gods which are mentioned in Torah already exist, right? But they just did have another role. Like, for example, Baal is in the Old Testament the bad guy, but in the Ugaritic text he is just a caring God for humans. That's the fun stuff. And he's already signed, or his picture is like a bull, which is taken in the Christianity like, oh, he looks like a bull, he must be the devil, because the devil has horns and stuff.
And then we have Surah Al-Baqarah too, the cow as well. So it's a weird slight reference to
or Aaron creating the golden calf. Not creating, but
no. The golden calf. It's a story from the Old Testament, right? It's showing you like, and it's a really funny story, because if you think about that, it's like Moses, according to the story, is leading the Jews out of Egypt. He just partitioned the sea, right?
Yeah.
They went over the sea and were saved from the Egyptians. And Moses just going for 2 days onto the mountain or something, right? And in this 2 days, those people who were witnesses of God partitioning the sea suddenly don't believe in this God,
Mhm.
right? It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, it's a weird
Oh,
story.
the Quran actually mentions a figure called As-Samiri, or the Sumerian, who introduced the golden calf and led those people away.
I mean, I often don't have issue with somebody introducing to somebody another idea, but imagine you are a part of these people, right? You are on you are like escaping from the tyranny of Egypt for 40 years or whatever, or maybe just for a week or whatever, right? And then there is Moses in front of you, and he said, "Here, my God, please, we want to escape, and please partition the sea." And now he's doing that, right?
Mhm.
You see, like the miracle in front of you.
Yeah, you see it.
The sea is taking part, and you can have a safe part, and you go through. And now Moses is leaving just for 1 day or 2, right? And you're like forgetting the stuff what just happened. The
Yeah, it's
biggest
such a weird
miracle.
story. Yeah,
right?
it's so
It happened
weird
kinda
that they just
abruptly.
forgot everything.
So how
So-
does the story change if Moses is looked as Akhenaten, as like Sigmund Freud says?
Wait, what?
Well, yeah, you have to elaborate. I didn't understand it either. Can you like?
Can you
Oh,
elaborate?
Sigmund Freud claims
He
that
was the sex guy, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
kind of obsessed with moms and sex. Yeah.
so Sigmund Freud claims that Moses is the same character as Akhenaten.
Okay, so
Who
I
was
don't
an
have
ancient
knowledge
Oh,
Egyptian
about that.
historically, you say.
Yeah, he was like the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty. So he was basically a pharaoh of some sort, but he was a monotheistic pharaoh who believed in
Like,
one
keep in
god.
mind,
or
Moses
Satan.
has no similarity to this pharaoh whatsoever, even if we look at it side by side, because you know, one's an Egyptian, one's not an Egyptian. That's the basic definition. One's leaving Egypt, and one stays in Egypt. So Akhenaten, he rules Egypt, whereas Moses just leaves and he goes back to he's living in the wilderness. So if you even look at that, that's not exactly the same person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
But the story of Moses himself
yeah.
is repeated, right? It's not like it's a new story.
Yeah, it might take on different variations over time.
Yeah, there's the basket one was also taken
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Zargon.
When the mother took the basket of her
Yeah,
son.
that's taken from Zargon of the
Yeah.
Akkadian king. Yeah. So that's especially borrowing from like older myths and then creating that. But yeah, and of course, we Sermon of Judaism. I see is more pure to me somehow. Sermon on Judaism, and I told you we would.
Yeah,
get a term.
but let's
He's
kind
already
of
sleeping.
go back to the Jesus guy, because
Yeah,
this was what the show
What the show was about Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have like the Muslim Jesus, and I hope we already established they are not the same, right?
Oh, definitely, they're not the same.
Because if that's the most funny argument when I talk to Muslims and they say, yeah, but we are the true believers in Jesus because we see him as a prophet. No, you are not. If you be the true believers of Jesus, you'll be Christian, right?
And given the
But Christianity right now isn't exactly the same Christianity that was reflected in the early scriptures.
Are you now arguing as a Muslim, or are you arguing as somebody who is
like
looking at
Catholicism
history.
and Protestantism is not going to be the same thing as the Ebionite movement or the Eastern Nazarene way.
Okay, and not the what was the church called in North? The Gnostics, right?
Right. They're going to be quite different. So claiming that Catholicism somehow is the default, isn't that some kind
No,
of...
no. Of course, Catholicism is something different too.
Right.
But the most difference is that Christians believe he was a God, Son of God, and the Muslims don't believe that, right? And the other, so this is the first one, the first difference, and the second difference is Christians, whatever, they believe he died on the cross, and Muslims don't believe, oh no, he went to some other place, he was
Rescue.
he didn't die on a cross.
Yes.
So now
Right.
we have the main differences.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, it doesn't match with mainstream Christianity, but there were Christian groups at various times in history that did have these supposedly Muslim ideas.
I will okay, I don't know about them, I have to agree, admit, right? I don't know about any Christian who will admit that Jesus wasn't the Son of God. So because if you tell me stuff like that,
Mhm.
right, it's for me, it's like contradiction in itself.
A lot of those groups have been wiped out of history, like the Essene Nazarenes, the Nestorians, the Ebionites. They don't exist anymore, so their voice doesn't exist anymore.
So you're saying that those guys,
and a lot of them became Muslims. So I mean, how are we gonna look to them as proof if they no longer exist because they got integrated into?
Is there a scripture existing from them?
I mean, like things like the Dead Sea Scrolls would probably deny.
Bad reference, because the disprove both of the religions.
Wait, you said it disproved?
Yeah, it disproves both. No, it disproves all of them. It disproves the argument that, like, when Muslims say, Quran was preserved, it shows that this argument is a funny one. It has no meaning because they just repeated the lie. Because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says that the God of Abraham was a sub-god of another god, which will mean Judaism is polytheistic, and they changed the scripture, and the changes of the scriptures is repeated by Islam. It will disprove Islam. That's what I'm saying. Don't go there.
No, I was basically saying how Dead Sea Scrolls, it kind of diminishes the whole notion of, a son of God or the divinity, these type of things.
You can mention a son of God.
No, not only the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, even the current version of the Torah, right, says that the guy who will be the Messiah, and now we back to the first claim, right? The guy who will be the Messiah is not the Son of God. Because in Judaism, if somebody claims to be a son of God, is a heretic.
Oh, really?
Yes. That's why.
Is this in the Torah or the Old Testament?
It's in the Old Testament. So this is why they kind of, there's a literature, not in the Torah, but at least in Talmud, there are like 4 different Jesus mentioned, and all these guys were denied to be the true Messiah, not because they were the Messiah, just because they claimed to be the Son of God. And what the Torah is saying, the Messiah is a regular guy, just like you and me, not the Son of God. Because to claim to be the Son of God is being heretic, because God has no sons.
So Islam basically has a position that's between Judaism and Christianity, because it's denying the sonship of Jesus, but it's
Yes,
also saying that he is a prophet.
which will be not
Somewhere in
wrong, which will be not wrong, right?
Right.
Because as I told you, everybody who's talking on behalf of God can be a prophet. So ding ding ding, right?
Right.
Jesus is a prophet
Mhm.
according to Judaism, and then now according to Islam too.
Mhm.
So we Judaism and Islam will agree on that. But in fact, Judaism doesn't believe in Jesus at all.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because before Islam even existed, there was Christianity.
Yeah. No. You're correct.
This
At
whole
least for
movement
700
existed,
years. Yes.
right?
Yeah. They were in existence for 600 plus years already at that point.
Yeah.
Like
So
this comment, hey Ma, look, I'm a prophet.
yeah, so we have to that's the point. We have to define the terms, right? What it means to be a prophet and what it means to be a Messiah and stuff.
So yeah.
Yes, Donopet is a prophet, for sure.
But yeah, definitely. We've gone a bit over time, so 4 minutes over time at this point. Do you guys want to close it off at this point? What do you call it?
Yeah, close enough. It'll be. I cannot do it. I just joined the conversation because I was against some points.
Do you have any other questions and concerns, Pio?
No, I would rather answer other questions, right? Because
So he wants to take the center stage, huh? Anyway,
yeah.
But
so,
yeah,
but we can close. And
yeah.
I'll be on Discord and
Yeah,
Tonic
you guys
Discord.
discuss this further on Discord.
Yes.
But we had a pretty good show. I do feel like there could be what do you call it? It's not the usual structure. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Author Fest, do you have any final words or anything like that?
No, but thank you for having me. I mean, it was definitely great being on this show and kind of sharing my perspective.
Yeah, and thank you, Moose, that you didn't take this time 1 hour for making your point.
Yeah,
I know. I know. I'm referring to the old show, right?
Yeah. Now keep in mind that the plan was for the old show that I was going to do the entire old show myself because I wasn't expecting Faiz King, right? To show up, and Faiz King is like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah, but there was your co-moderator reminding you at least 2 times. Come on, Mustafa, you did it for 30 minutes now. Let him speak. No, I'll have just a quick comment. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to point it out. So because I'm an atheist and I'm not on a side of anyone.
Now, keep in mind, that wasn't the plan, right? That it wasn't supposed to be like a two-way discussion. It was supposed to be just that topic, right? So that wasn't exactly the plan. So I think that's why a lot of people got confused on that day. So, we have...
Yeah, I came in last second, actually.
Yeah, it was even Faiz had to brought something last minute. So everything was super last minute for the last show. So I think there was just a lot of misunderstanding. And again, because I had to go somewhere, so I had to make it quick. Well, not make it
yeah, but you didn't.
I know.
Okay. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Thank you for the show. Thank you for having me. Didn't happen again. The overtime.
Yeah. And Author Faiz, and any last word? That sounds so mean. Any last word?
Last
Word, yeah.
No, it's okay. I think I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my Christmas.
Yeah, no, you guys have a good Christmas. Yeah, no,
Thank
I wanted to play the video, but I think because we've gone a bit overtime, and I think people want to
Yeah.
enjoy their Christmas, but we'll probably play the clip either next show or the following show, depending on the topic we're doing.
All right.
And we might be exploring this topic again. Author Faiz King, you're more than invited. Pio, if you have had less beers than today, then you're also in.
I will try to keep by 2, and then
And I would try to go lower than 3 next time. So thank you guys so much. Thank you
Thank you.
everybody on the chat.
Appreciate it.
And have Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I might not be,
Happy
Alma
New Year.
won't be on Discord, but Faiz and Pio, I encourage you guys to go to Discord.
I'm always there.
On this
I'm waiting
time,
for
but
it.
I'll be in the next Discord.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you guys so much. Have a nice day.
All right, thank
Happy
you.
New Year and Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year, guys. Okay, take care.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Gin and Tonic Show. We help Muslims and non-Muslims to handle Islam in the 21st century. My name is Mustafa, and this is my co-host in the nick of time. If you wish to talk about Islam, the ideology, you have come to the right place. We cover current Islamic news, Islamic scripture, some crazy comments, and a weekly topic about Islam to examine, critique, and analyze. If this is not enough Islam for you, please drop by our Discord to discuss any further questions about Islam. We condemn any form of discrimination, violence, misogyny, slavery. However, we do embrace free speech and criticism if it's factual and correct. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the Gin and Tonic Show.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, my brothers and brothers. Yes. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Walaikum salam.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Mr. Moose. Hello, Dr. King.
Dr. King, Dr. King, Faiz King, Author King. So now you've made him Dr. King.
Well, technically, you are a doctor, right? So,
Correct.
so yeah, Dr. King.
Yeah, that was I think that was the name of
Martin
a
Luther.
character. Martin Luther King. Yes, Martin Luther was Dr. King as well. So.
Yeah, I don't want to be confused with that. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but that's not right.
Yeah. But before we, not even a little slavery. Doorknob? No slavery. No. Okay. This is not a sex channel. This is not a porn channel. This is maybe a comedy channel. And this is
Daddy, please.
No, let's keep it halal, guys. Let's keep it halal. All right? So before we jump, we have a very interesting topic for today, gods of the Quran. So which is other deities mentioned in the holy book itself, the Quran specifically. And we found quite a lot. Faiz and I, we actually found quite a lot of information. We did some independent research.
Mm-hmm.
So what is going to happen is I'm going to discuss some, I'm going to discuss my side. Faiz is going to discuss his side. And then we'll open the floor for questions. But before we begin, I just wanted to share some brief news items for today. That is, so for the news section, I just wanted to share with you guys that in Pakistan, the Pakistani court sentenced a woman to death for a WhatsApp blasphemy because she ended up insulting Islam's Prophet Muhammad and one of his wives. Now, this sentence was passed in Rawalpindi on Wednesday. So, if anything, it's so bizarre that over a WhatsApp message she got arrested over a WhatsApp message. Now, what I'm thinking is that she might not necessarily be an ex-Muslim or an atheist, but even a Shia Muslim who actually, because Shia Muslims are openly vocal against Aisha as well. So it's probably a good chance that it's a Shia Muslim, could be an Ahmadi Muslim as well. You never know. And another thing I wanted to share with you guys, and we were just speaking about this. This is what I found on Facebook. But yeah, any thoughts of you guys having about the blasphemy law? You guys, Author Faiz and Nick.
Well, considering I wouldn't be alive for a long time because of those laws, I'm pretty against them.
Yeah, they're outdated, archaic.
Oh yeah. All right, let's share this I found. All right, so halalpreneur that I just stumbled upon on Facebook, and this is start a halal biz online. So make 10K halal income online monthly. Aqib Ahmed, if you guys know anything about this, seems like a scheme, honestly. Nick, you suggested something. What kind of scheme did you suggest?
Pyramid. I mean, a multi-level network direct sales pyramid scheme.
Sure. Multi-level marketing. Sure. All right. Now, I think that's it for today's news. But today we're gonna, what do you call it? Could jump into the topic for today because this is very interesting. We want also your engagement, the audience, your engagement as well on time. So Nick will keep a timer on me as well. So
yes, I will time you.
I don't go over 30 minutes. I'll try to keep it short. Faiz always keeps it short. He's a gentleman, and I'm the bastard here. So I'm the cheating bastard, the heel in this situation. So I'll go first, and I'll give Faiz the comeback. So all right. So
I'll start it right now.
You guys can see this. You guys can see this.
It.
All right. So I'll just start the slideshow. So today we're gonna discuss the gods of the Quran, that is, and you guys can interject anytime you want. So here's a list of gods that I found in the Quran, that is named Baal, Ar-Rahman, Malik, Allah himself, of course, the grand Allah, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza.
Wait. Isn't A.R. Rahman the guy that made the J-Ho?
No, this is not the same. This is not the singer. This is not the singer. This is Ar-Rahman, not A.R. Rahman. A.R. Rahman is a different guy altogether. So we could do a specific video on him as well.
J-Ho.
So, yeah, J-Ho, guys. So we had Al-Uzza, Manat, Wad, Suwa, Yagut, Yoch, and Nasr, which we discussed in the last flood story. We have some unnamed female deities. The Quran doesn't specify. Then there's the invocation of Satan or Satan's worship. And then there's the worship of angels and jinns. So the first god I wanted to talk about was Baal, that is. And I think some of you will find this one interesting. So chapter 37, verse 125 says, would you call on Baal and leave the best of creators? Now, Baal, like I said, it was a Middle Eastern, very common in the Middle East, actually. This god was worshipped in Egypt. He was worshipped in the Israel-Palestine region. So it was very common in this region. And Baal meant owner or lord in Hebrew. So like I wrote here, he's a universal god of fertility, lord of the earth, so etc. And he's actually the son of Elohim, or El, and his wife Asherah. And he's also the enemy of Yahweh. And though they're technically brothers in a sense that El was their father. So he's part of the pantheon. And Yahweh, initially the Abrahamic god Yahweh, was also part of the same pantheon. And so we have the Ras Shamra tablets. They say the following, that he was locked in a constant battle with Mot, the god of death and sterility, whereas he's the god of life. And if Baal was victorious, there was a 7-year cycle of fertility and crops. This is sounding very weirdly similar to the Joseph story, where he predicted 7 years of fertility, 7 years there will be death. So it's very similar to that aspect. Um, then he also had a feud with El, like he actually defeats Yam, the ruler of the sea or the god of the sea. So God, he's crowned king of gods, Yam, by El, and basically Baal rebels against El's decisions because Yam is a harsh ruler, and he fights Yam and he defeats Yam. He also has a battle with Mot. I'm probably butchering that name. Then he's resurrected, returns. There's another battle. Mot is kind of defeated here, where he bows to Baal in fear of El. So El is basically the boss god here, but we have the king of gods, Baal, as well. Now, there's Baal itself was also a title used in the Middle East as well. Like especially one of the examples I found was Baal Haman. He was the supreme god of the Carthaginians. Now, Carthage was the North African empire that was rivals with the Roman Empire. So there's also Baal Karnaim, which is the Lord of the Two Horns, that is. So Baal is also, he's seen as Baal Berith as well, Lord of the Covenant in Judges 8:33, where Israelites worshipped Baal Berith. Baal is also a title as well. Baal is also seen as a demon per se. So Beelzebub, you guys have heard probably the name of Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies. Basically this is a demon, that is, in Christianity. There was even interesting history points I found where worshippers of Yahweh would make mockery of the term Baal Zebul, which meant Lord Prince, but turned him into Lord of the Flies. And so when monotheism was on the rise, then there was some form of there was a bad attitude towards the worship of Baal, that is. Now, I even looked at the tafsirs of the same verse, and Jalalain stated that Baal's idol was made of gold. Tanwir al-Mikbas, on the other hand, like he says, it talks of bull worship. Like, I didn't put the entire tafsir because it would have taken forever, but it talks of I put out specific points that are unique and distinct because some of them had similarities. Then it describes Baal as 30 cubits tall with 4 faces. Now, then Ibn Qasir, he references Baal means Lord. He's kind of on point. But he also states that it's the language of the people of Yemen. And some say it was an idol worshipped in the city of Baalbek, which was west of Damascus. So now we're starting to touch on the regions of where this god was worshipped. So this is just the first god. Now, this one's an interesting one that I found. Ar-Rahman, not A.R. Rahman, Nick, not A.R. Rahman, Ar-Rahman. And Quran chapter 25, verse 60 states, when you say to them, bow before Ar-Rahman, they say, what is Ar-Rahman? Should we adore whoever you ask us? And their aversion increases further. Now, it's talking to people who are, what is Ar-Rahman? Now, they're getting confused as who is Ar-Rahman? Now, this would confuse the polytheists because Ar-Rahman is a title of a king. It means most merciful. But this was also the title of the god Marduk as well, who was the chief god of the Babylonians. The term comes from Rahmanan. And Rahmanan was a very common term used in South Arabia. And it was a term used for a king. And it was a term used Rahmanan even had a temple there, reportedly, according to the Book of Idols. And then this term came into usage by Jews and Christians of the South Arabian region, which is closer to Yemen. So there's a lot of Yemenite influence you're going to see with these gods, that is. Now, Malik is an interesting one. Chapter 43, verse 77, it states, they will cry, "O Malik, would that thy Lord put an end to us?" He will say, "Nay, but ye shall abide." So this verse is talking about people who are already in hell. and they will cry out to this Malik character. Malik, they'll say, "Oh, please would your Lord, would your Allah, have put an end to this?" He's like, "No, you shall stay there." So Ahmad Ali's translation refers to Malik in brackets as the keeper of hell. However, Malik appears to be also a name for a king, but also appears in a lot of North Arabian inscriptions as a possible god, that is. Tafsir al-Tanwir al-Makbas says Malik is the master of the fire, whereas Tafsir al-Jalalain also refers to him as the keeper of the fire. So I doubt a lot of people knew that Malik was the specific angel or character that was the keeper of hell, or deity, so to speak. And then we have Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat. You guys are probably familiar with the Satanic verses story. So chapter 53 states verses, "Have you considered Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, the third, the other? Are there sons for you and daughters for him?" So these are the daughters of Allah. Again, according to the Islamic narrative, these were the daughters of Allah during the pre-Islamic times. However, these goddesses are actually part of a Nabatean pantheon. So the Nabateans resided in the north, in the Jordan area where Petra is. So these are Nabatean goddesses. And what's interesting is that Muhammad had a famous story with the Satanic verses, where he accidentally stated that these three goddesses are so you can ask for their intercession. So, and
Wait,
then
Satanic verses, is it the same Satanic verses as Salman Rushdie?
Rushdie does make a reference to it, actually, to the same story, where he does state the story. Like, it's not the same thing, but this was the Satanic verses itself is a separate story where Muhammad, he gets desperate to get followers, so he invokes Allah, Al-Uzza, and Manat, and he says they are the high-flying cranes in this chapter 53. However, it turns out that the devil was speaking in his ear. So Satan was speaking in his ear. So then Gabriel's like, change this. So they had a verse, chapter 22, verse 52, which was a sort of like, you were the first ever prophet that who was, you had a desire, like, who moved away from his movement. So it was kind of like a weird cover up. That is, it was a very strange cover up. So Alat was associated with fertility and war. She's kind of like equivalent to Athena in the Greek pantheon. So she's worshipped in the Hejaz region. So Hejaz is like the west of what we have modern day Saudi Arabia, like where Medina and Mecca are located. But she's also she was worshipped by the Banu Thaqif tribe. So Taif was up north. However, there is evidence of her worship in Saudi Arabia as well, in Qadar. So she's also one of the daughters of Allah. Then we have Al-Uzza, that is another Nabatean goddess who's the sister. Her equivalent is Aphrodite, and she's the goddess of might, protection, and love. And her temple is located in Petra, Jordan, which I found interesting. And she was known as the chief goddess of the Quraysh. And she even had a stone cube as a temple in Nakhla. Reportedly, that is, she had, according to his Muslim historians, she had a stone cube as a temple. So having a stone cube as a temple was nothing new with the Arabian pagans. Now, we finally have Manat, the goddess of fate, destiny, and death. She's described by Tabari as one of the greatest deities in Mecca. She's a Nabatean goddess, but she's also known as Manawat in Latin. And she's the equivalent to Nemesis in the Greek pantheon. So there are some similarities to the Greek pantheon, you find. So she was the chief goddess of Aus and Khazraj. Aus and Khazraj were the two most powerful tribes of Medina, and they were the ones who brought in Muhammad to solve their dispute in Medina. So again, there was her last shrine was in Al Qubayd, which was destroyed. So there's some also ties with Medina. So there is, a reference to like the geography of the location that is. Um, Now we have, remember we touched on Wad, Suwan, Yagut, Yok, and Nasser. The Quran's author claimed that these were the gods of Noah's time. And it said, the never leave your gods, never leave Wad, Suba, Yagut, and Yok, and Nasser. Now, in the flood story, we discussed that these were the gods that the author of the Quran thought existed during Noah's time. How, and I found this in the study Quran by Sayyid Hussein Nasser, that Wad was in the form of a man, Suba was a beautiful woman, Yagut was a bull or sometimes a lion, Yok was a horse, and Nasser was an eagle or a bird of prey. Like these were the symbols that were used. Now, I'll look at each of these gods. So Wad, what I found, was the national god of the Manaeans. The Manaeans, I'm probably butchering that name. They were located in Main in modern day Yemen. So again, another Yemenite reference. So south. This time we're looking at the south of Arabia. So this kingdom existed between 1000 BCE to 150 BCE, and their trade routes did connect Yathrib and Gaza. So during Muhammad's time, this would have been relatively known as a distant as history, that is. And their inscriptions were even found in Qanawa. And sometimes the god was associated with a snake, and he is said to have represented heaven. Sorry. This is Suwa, that is the goddess. She's also, weirdly enough, part of the Nabatean pantheon, which is up north. And she was worshipped by the Hudayl tribe. Now, this tribe, Hudayl, was famous for intellects and poets, and they were located in the western region of Hijaz. So this was called the Lihanite kingdom that I found the origins of the kingdom. And it was formed in the 7th century BCE, but they were annexed by the Nabateans in 24. However, they gained their independence in 106 when the Romans captured Nabatea. So they were located in the Hijaz region. However, Banu Lahyan, they were then known as Banu Lahyan. They were invaded by Muhammad and taken over at 627. So the Banu Lahyan would have been worshipping Suwa as well. So this was why Muhammad or the author of the Quran would have known of this goddess. Yaguth was a god worshipped by the Madhij, and this was a Qahtanite confederation. So the Qahtanites were Southern Arabians, that is, and there was the Madhij tribe of the Qahtanites include very famous members, Ammar bin Yasir, Maliki Ashtar, and these are famous companions of Muhammad and Ali. The people of Jarash in Yemen also worshipped this god. So this god was worshipped in the southern region. Then we have Yok as well. This god symbolizes a horse. He's found in South Arabian inscriptions. Now, this one I found that he was part of the Himyarite pantheon, like the kingdom of Himyar and Katabians. So these are pre-Islamic kingdoms that I'm talking about. That this kingdom, the Himyar kingdom, was established in 110 BCE and ended in 570. So, and this kingdom was located in Yemen and even went up till Yathrib as well. Judaism, Christianity. Judaism was practiced in this region, but so was Christianity. And Abraha was one of their last kings. So if you remember the incident of the elephant with the birds, Surah Al-Fil, Abraha was, supposed to be the king at that time. So, basically, the Himyarite kingdom is, where this god comes from, Yok. So, and Nasser was also worshipped by the Himyarites as well, so from southern Arabia, southern region in Yemen. He was worshipped in a place called Balha, according to the Book of Idols. and the Rabia tribe, or Banu Rabia. These were a northern Arabian or Adnanite tribe, that is, and they lived in the kingdom of Kinda. Now, Kinda itself is also a pre-Islamic kingdom, and Kinda existed in central Arabia between 450 to 550 CE. This is just 20 years before Muhammad was born, and allegedly, if Muhammad existed, that is. And this kingdom was the first attempt to unite the Arabs. And Imrul Qais was one of the famous pre Islamic poets from there. So, Nasr, this god, existed in central Arabia, specifically in the kingdom of Kinda. So, what it goes to show that this the references the author of the Quran is making are very local and not very far distant from memory necessarily. And then finally, I'm going to wrap this up with Satan and female deities as well as worship of angels. So chapter 4 verse 117 um, states the following: they call upon female deities and they invoke none but Satan, the rebellious one. Now the verse doesn't specify who these goddesses are. It also talks of Satan's worship as well. Now, most tafsirs say that, Allat, Al-Uzza, and Manat were, the female deities, that is. And apparently, worshipping a female was seen as something bad by the author of the Quran, or the new religion, that is. So they kind of weirdly admitting that their god is a male. And then we have each idol had its own Satan, apparently, which I found in the study Quran, which I wanted to look into further if I find information. But yeah, this was one weird that this idol had its own Satan as an opposite, or was Satan inspiring them? So it was kind of like weirdly phrased like that. Then we move into, finally, we go into, worship of, actually, yeah. So worship of angels and jinn.
Yeah, just sorry to interrupt you here. You got 10 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to wrap this up. So we have the worship of angels and jinn, and they make with Allah partners in chapter 6, verse 100. The jinn, though, he has created them, and they falsely attribute to him sons and daughters without knowledge. Glorified is he exalted. So what they're saying is that the jinns are being associated with Allah as partners. But this is an attempt to say these are just nothing more than jinn. Chapter 34, verse 41. Angels were asked on Judgment Day why, if they were worshipped. The angels will be a backstabbing sons of guns, and they'll say, "Glory be to you. You are our protector, not them. Indeed, no." They worshipped the jinn. It was in them that most of them believed. So these angels turn out to be backstabbers, basically. So it's a weird, way of convincing people out of their existing religions by the author of the Quran. Now, I found a very funny tafsir by Asbab al-Wuzul by Wahidi on chapter 6, verse 100. This verse was revealed about atheists who claimed that Allah and Satan were brothers, that Allah was the creator of human beings, beasts, and cattle, whereas Satan was the creator of vipers, predatory animals, and scorpions. Hence, Allah is saying they ascribe partners unto him, the jinn. First of all, we never claimed Allah and Satan are brothers. I don't know where this Asbab Wahidi comes up with this idea from. It's bizarre how, it's we don't believe in either of them, Allah or Satan. So yeah, I think
you just gotta remember they're also the people that say that we say incest is okay, but when we're not the people that are marrying our uncles and cousins.
Exactly, it's bizarre. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. Yeah. So, do you guys have any questions, any concerns?
Reanimator had a really good question for you. If you want to read it off the screen.
All right. Now that we are rolling out pig organ transplants, Will it be haram for halal or for Muslims to receive one? This is a very good question. A very good question. Now, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. The big embryo has been eating some news. But yeah, more pig organs for the rest of us, I guess. So yeah, this is going to be a very tough one for the Islamic world to accept.
I
Yeah,
personally think it's okay because you're not ingesting it, and the admonition was mostly for consumption.
Yeah, but this will still,
Psychologically speaking, yeah, a lot of people
yeah,
will oppose it.
exactly. Especially in the, I think there is still resistance. I think in the Islamic world to like different forms of treatments as well,
Mhm.
even family planning as well. So don't be surprised if you see some resistance to this kind of procedure. That is. Um, but yeah, I think scholars will give their ruling status. There's an Islamic Council which will give their rulings. Um, but yeah, any other questions about the gods?
yeah, as they say, if there is any scientific evidence for something that we are talking about, we will just throw that scientific evidence in the dustbin. We don't need that.
Yeah, exactly. We only need the word of Allah, basically.
Yeah,
But
no. P.S. That was an actual quote by an actual imam when asked why is there so many contradicting things with science and Islam.
wow,
He's like, if science goes against Islam, then we throw science in the dustbin.
yeah, no, it's definitely um, it's definitely weird. We couldn't set wood on fire. Yeah, yeah. All I know, Baal couldn't set wood on fire. Wait, really?
Wet wood on fire.
Baal, the god, right? The god.
Yeah, Paul
Um,
preach.
and it's funny, yeah. And another question, yeah, why? So yeah, Muslims have never heard of tafsir, and it was never used. Yeah, it's funny that Jalalain is actually a relatively good tafsir, and it was. And yeah, they should have included Thor in the Quran. They should have included just to spice things up, just to spice things up. But yeah, these are the only gods that they mention because they would have never known about Thor because Thor is way further up north, whereas they kind of stick to their locality, which is South Yemen, North Nabatea, Petra near Damascus, Egypt, um, etc. So these are the purpose was also to show that these are very local gods. So they're not very like international. What do you call it? Oh dear Lord, science is Islamophobic.
Oh, do you know
But
what they need? They need a pit bull to take stuff Mr. Worldwide.
yeah, they definitely do. Anyway, I think
Yeah.
that wraps up
I
the
think. Yeah,
gods
just in case
presentation.
if Offer King has any questions for you, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Cafes, do you have any questions about my gods?
Your gods?
Yeah, my gods.
Nah, I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine. Okay. Do not question my gods.
All right. So
Yeah,
then in
I
this
think we're
case, I'll
wrapping
set the
up.
yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
just
So
finish
in this case,
sharing.
I'll set the timer again to 30 minutes. Offer King, you got the floor now.
Perfect. I'll just mute my mic. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna share screen, entire screen, share, and can you guys see it?
Yeah, I can see it. And also thinking clearly, is the timer using Western or Islamic calendar? This is a watch we're using. We're
Uh-huh.
using a watch. So I think
Well, yeah, it's on my cell phone, so I don't know.
yeah. So it's debatable if it's Islamic or Western. We'll say Western, but could be Islamic because the numbers are Islamic.
Mm-hmm. All right. So obviously the gods of the Quran, the jinn of the Quran. That's how I would like to recategorize this. Eli as superhuman entities. The Quran does not explicitly deny the existence of these deities or ilah. The scripture simply states that those beings have limited authority and lack the ability to intercede on behalf of the supplicant. So while adherents of religions such as Yazidism, they have like a central focus on angels, they have the concept of the heptad or the seven master angels. In general, that's a bit of an exception. Most of mankind have historically worshipped the jinn, at least according to the Quranic narrative. So all those different miscellaneous gods, whether they're fabricated, whether they're an amalgamation of personalities, whether they're nomads, archaic hominids, ultimately they can be categorized as the jinn. So following verses of the Quran strictly forbade the practice of jinn worship. So this is 34, 40 to 42. One day he will gather them all together and say to the angels, "Was it you that these men used to worship?" They will say, "Glory to thee, our tie is with thee as protector, not with them." Nay, but they worshipped the jinns. Most of them believed in them. So on that day, no power shall they have over each other for profit or harm. So these superhuman entities, what they are is they have a scale and a scope that's beyond humans, but their authority is actually somewhat relativistic. They cannot, in theory and in practice, they cannot speak on your behalf. The fourth race. The Quran acknowledges the existence of four races. These are the angels, the jinn, man, and shayateen. The jinn, historically speaking, they've been conflated with the shayateen. Jinn are actually more physical, while the shayateen are more immaterial and ethereal. There is mention of the four races in the commentary of the study Quran. The study Quran, for example, uses the term alamin. I think to some degree you could use the word multiverse. This is all obviously somewhat debatable, but scholars have used it to mean the multiverse as well. So what it is, alamin, or the worlds in general, it denotes various levels of cosmic existence. According to Fakhr al-Din al-Razi, who considers the worlds to include infinite space beyond this world, and that God can actualize all possibilities, even the worlds and universes of which we have no knowledge. The definition, in essence, contains the supraphysical space, the imaginal worlds, as well as the domain of the four races. And William Chittick used to write quite a lot of literature on the notion of the imaginal worlds. So what are the jinn? By default, the jinn, they can't be man. Well, they can, but that's not, as a categorical construct, that's not the definition that we look at face value. So they're neither man, nor are they angel, nor are they hybrid or the Nephilim, which is generally the product of one of these two interspecies beings. So jinn in the West, it's generally regarded as being derived from the word genius. So superhuman intellect, potentially. Magic, potentially. Superhuman strength and the ability to traverse large distances is what we know from the Quranic description of the jinn. They're not described in detail, like, what color skin they have, a lot of these physical features, morphology. As far as the Quran is concerned, they're not described that way. What we can deduce from the Quran is that they predate man. Before the advent of man, the jinn, these superhuman beings, were actually roaming the earth. And eventually, most of them became extinct, except there's isolated pockets of them running around. According to Ibn Kathir and Tabari, these are flesh and blood entities.
Wait, so I'm gonna interject here. So you're saying that the jinn are flesh and blood entities? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. They're actual physical beings.
Okay.
And this verse kind of goes into that as well. So this is taken from the book Biogenesis, the creation of humankind by an angelic species. Um, the creation of jinn was also reported by the Sunni narrator Ibn Abbas. 2,000 years before mankind was created, there were jinn on the earth, and they caused corruption on it and shed blood. Then God sent against them an army of Malaika who beat them and cast them away to islands in the seas. So when God said, I am placing mankind generations after generations on earth, they, the Malaika, said, will you place therein one who will cause corruption and shed blood? That is, just as those jinn did. Then God said, I know that which you do not know. And so this is just an allusion that appears in Surah Baqarah to the hominids that existed on earth before Adam as being capable of corruption and shedding blood. So what are the jinn? They're basically lesser deities. They're regarded as false deities. Why are they regarded as false deities? Because they do not have absolute authority to satisfy the needs of the supplicant. So the Quran states they worship the jinn. Most of them believed in them. And this is something we can see from looking at civilizations bygone as well as civilizations that currently exist. The worship of these superhuman entities or gods, you could almost use the term jinn interchangeably. So the forgotten deities, again, this is another excerpt from Biogenesis. Jinn are said to have come to the earth ages before man existed. They were the first of Earth's masters. They built huge cities whose ruins still stand in forgotten places. Aeons later, many jinn were forced to flee the earth while others were imprisoned. Still others roam desolate places to this day. The jinn are said to be invisible to normal men. Invisible, you could look at as a barzakh, as a barrier. They could be in the mountain ranges. They could be in certain islands that we haven't visited. They could be in caves because caves is usually in the Hadith literature. There's a connection with jinns and caves. Iram, it's very important to Arab magic. Iram el-Imad, or Iram of the Pillars, is the city's name in Arabic. It is particularly believed by the Arabs that Iram was built by the jinn under the direction of Shaddad, lord of the tribe of Ad. The tribe of Ad, according to legends, was a race roughly equivalent to the Hebrew Nephilim, or the giants. In some version of this myth, Shaddad and jinn built Iram before the time of Adam. The Muqarribun, or the Arab magicians, have important beliefs about Iram and its significance. The Muqarribun, whose traditions predate Islam, believe that Iram is a locale on another level of reality rather than a physical city like Tokyo or New York. The pillars in the Iram of the Pillars has a hidden meaning. Among Arab mystics, pillar is a code name for elder or the old one. Thus, Iram of the Pillars is really Iram of the old ones or the ancients or those forgotten deities of bygone. And this is an interesting a section which obviously we don't have too much details with. There's some backstory in the Quran. There's some backstory in the Sumerian scriptures or the Sumerian text as well. So the Sumerians, they built the ziggurats as well as other megalithic superstructures with the purpose of supporting the connection from the heavens and the earth. According to Zecharia Sitchin, author of The 12th Planet, he vividly described the Anunnaki's penchant for space exploration. These entities, they prepared craft-like devices called the Shem. So if you kind of connect the dots, you could almost suspect that at least one of the earth-dwelling jinn species, the Anunnaki, they didn't have purely terrestrial origins. They're basically aliens. So the Barzakh prevented the jinn from attempting to communicate or re-engage with the angels, which angels are not terrestrial at all. Um, like as far as origin is concerned, I mean, they live with us, they intercede, they intervene to some extent, but with God's leave. And we have sought to reach the heaven, but found it filled with powerful guards and burning flames. And we used to sit therein in positions for hearing, but whoever listens now will find a burning flame lying in wait for him. So this is the Quran is basically recounting how the jinns used to have a station in the heavens, but they've kind of been exiled from that. And the Sumerians keep mentioning how these superhuman entities want to reestablish contact with the heavens. So the conquest of space. Dr. Maurice Bucaille, he provides his input on the conditional nature of the conquest of space, which could be found in the Quranic verse 55:33. O assembly of jinns and men, if you can penetrate regions of the heavens and the earth, then penetrate them. You will not penetrate them save with a power. The word if expresses in English a condition that is dependent upon a possibility, and either an achievable or an unachievable hypothesis. Arabic is a language which is able to introduce a nuance into the condition which is much more explicit. There is one word to express the possibility, which is ida, another for the achievable hypothesis, which is in, and a third for the unachievable hypothesis expressed by the word law. The verse in question has it as an achievable hypothesis expressed by the word in. The Quran therefore suggests the material possibility of a concrete realization. The subtle linguistic distinction formally rules out the purely mystical interpretation that some people have basically attached to the verse. Quranic verse 55:33 is relevant in that the careful choice of words renders space travel as a distinct possibility, but also assigns authority to God. In other words, God has a final say on which entities are permitted to penetrate the heavens or not. The jinn appear to be at least, excluded from this equation. Moreover, Dr. Bucaille states that the verse employs the word nafada, or to penetrate, and follows it with the preposition min, suggesting a deep physical penetration, not metaphorical, or to pass right through and come out through the other side. So this is an actual achievable possibility. So what do we have here? On the top, you have space travel that's forbidden. Jinns going to space on their squid spacecraft, that's not permitted. And then on the bottom, you have man's conquest of space. The human inclination to deify. Man always worships something. Always he sees the infinite shadowed forth in something finite, and indeed can and must so see it in any finite thing, once tempt him well to fix his eyes thereon. This was a quotation by Thomas Carlyle. According to the Clement of Alexandria, he noticed Buddha's veneration, and this was also recorded in the Stromata. Among the Indians are those philosophers also who follow the precepts of Buddha, whom they honor as a god on account of his extraordinary sanctity. And these are basically humans that have lost their supposed god status through the advent or the introduction of the Quran. You have Hermes, and Hermes is attached to a lot of Egyptian mysticism, the Kybalion to some extent, the Corpus Hermeticum, the Emeralds of Thoth. So yeah, he's basically Prophet Enoch in the Quran. Jesus, Son of God, is now his proper title in the Quran is Jesus, Son of Mary. Zulkarnain, Alexander the Great, he's also deified in certain cults as well at some point or another. Now, Zulkarnain, his general description, it fits in smoothly with Alexander the Great, Cyrus the Great, where there's a little bit of a biblical connection, as well as Darius the Great. That's why I put that question mark there. And Dul Kifl, some scholars claim that he is the Buddha. Kifl being Kapil, or basically a contracted term of the word Kapilavastu. So this is a claim made by Abu Kalam Azad, Mika Ben David, and some other scholars as well. And also, there are certain figures that appear in the Quran that have a somewhat more avatar type status. Now, they're not gods, as in they could actually change the entire course of human events. If you want certain gifts and stuff, they can't really do that. But Elijah, he's also sometimes referenced as the Lord of the Sands or the Lord of the Desert. Kizar as the Lord of the Seas. Elijah and Kizar, according to some narrations, are friends, and they partake in the Hajj annually, I believe. Horus, his final form is Dajjal al-Masih, or the Antichrist. He may have been described as the Sumerian or As-Samiri in the Quran, the guy that kind of created this cow, this golden calf, and it was worshipped, which caused a lot of chaos. And lastly, there are certain figures that are regarded as immortals, obviously in a relative sense, because the whole concept of anika, or impermanence, that you see in Buddhism and also in the Quran, that everything shall perish except for the face of God. That still holds true. But there are certain figures that have been given centuries, even thousands of years lifespan. Elijah is believed to be one of them. Kizar, which literally means green, he's actually sometimes even referred to as a Messiah of the Sufis. Jesus, who is also sometimes referred to as the Messiah of the Sufis, he's been raised to heaven to return at a particular point in human history, supposedly. Enoch, who actually walked with God, who may actually be connected to the figure of Kizar as well, either transformed into angelic form. Don't want to really go into that beyond the scope of this. And Imam Mahdi, who in the Shia worldview is actually an immortal, and he basically has the same placeholder role as John the Baptist or Elijah. So Imam Mahdi will assist Jesus Christ. I mean, in the beginning, depending on which narrative you look at, he'll take more of a leading role or slightly more subservient role, as there are some discrepancies between how the Mahdi is described in Sunnism as well as Shiism. That's it.
All right, so yeah, Moose, if you want to ask any questions, I think this would be the best. I don't quite have too many questions about it, other than I just want to get your understanding of. I know that there were some references copied, not copied, but inspiring in a sense.
Uh-huh.
So the Parthenon of the jinns and such, there is a lot of references. Like, let's say if you compare it to the Greeks with the Parthenon of gods there, which is quite similar to the Indians or the Romans and such. Do you think that it was almost translated that just to help to make it easier to convert the people from that areas?
I don't know if this is actually an intentional way of looking at things, but obviously there was the civilizational exchanges and things like demons and angels, like the devas and whatnot. In Hinduism and Zoroastrianism, they use different terms. So the term for demon in Hinduism is actually the term for angel in Zoroastrianism, and vice versa. So I wouldn't be surprised if the so-called jinns and angels and deities are kind of describing the same kind of superhuman entity. Now, obviously, some of it's made up. Actually, a lot of it's probably made up, and a lot of these deities are probably uh, amalgamation of personalities. They could have been like a whole bunch of personalities that were fused into one persona. That's also possible.
So, Faiz, I have a question. So you made the claim that jinn are places that are unexplored. So that's what you mean by invisible. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that they're invisible as in concealed, and they're in like areas like maybe in the mountainsides or under the water or in certain islands and pockets. I think the Book of Enoch also makes a reference to that as well, that they've been displaced to those areas.
So how come have we not found them? How come have we the more we explored, the more emptier or the more what do you call it? We've almost mapped almost the
Mhm.
entire world. So how come we haven't found these creatures?
We haven't found them. I mean, we do have like those megalithic structures that exist, the ziggurat. We have remnants of these early
No, no, we're
civilizations.
not talking about the structure. We're talking about the actual
Yeah.
creatures themselves.
On that note, Moose, I can actually step in there and actually say that
Hmm.
as much as we would like to have it mapped, we don't quite have it mapped 100% because 95% of the ocean isn't
Yeah,
mapped and such, right? And there's
absolutely.
also
Yeah.
and there's also life in that ocean. Almost 95%
Yeah.
of the life there as well, we don't
Mhm.
know about as well. So in a sense that if you like, I know it is a stretch, but if one was to say, let's take it allegorically and say that we're still trying to find various kinds of life that at one point could be seen as demonic in a sense,
Right.
it's still probably not discovered yet, especially in that sense. And that too, the Fermi's paradox and such.
Hmm.
I don't know if you know about it, the Fermi's paradox, but in physics, they say that some of the reasons that we don't see aliens is because they probably know that if they broadcast their signal and we find them, it can be deadly and all that. So it even this is too much to for me in a sense because there is still no proof. But if you were to take it allegorically, there is some other explanations in a scientific sense that you can bring to it.
Hmm.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the claim of the Islamic claim is that these jinns think almost like humans and also
Hmm.
convert to Islam, and they practice Islam.
Hmm.
So we haven't found any evidence of creatures practicing our religion anywhere.
Yeah, I think when the Quran actually mentions Islam, it's speaking in a more basic sense, submitting to God,
Oh,
and
so why haven't we found creatures worshiping God then?
like like Bigfoot or aliens or mermaids.
Yeah, why haven't we found creatures like we're not? I'm talking about jinns specifically. Why haven't we found jinns? You claim
Mhm.
that they're invisible, based on not invisible in a literal sense. You claim that they're invisible because they're hidden away in mountains or unexplored
Right,
areas.
right.
How have we not found any Islamic practices or any evidence of that?
I mean, there are not supposedly Islamic practices, but
Or even worshiping.
yeah, you do find that in the paintings of the Cro-Magnon man, the Neanderthals. They had very sophisticated burial systems.
But those are human species.
No,
I'm talking
they're,
about creatures. I'm talking about
I believe they might actually be jinn because they predate.
how are Neanderthals gender? They're extinct.
Because according to the Islamic definition, basically like those archaic hominids, they
How?
either
Hang
predate
on.
or coexist with mankind.
No, they coexist with mankind.
Hmm.
Hang on. Neanderthals don't exist anymore.
Right. That's because of
So how are
genetic
you
retrogression or
and
introgression.
how are you equating a human species with a jinn species? Like they're completely different.
No,
Supposed
they were actually supposed to be somewhat similar. They're
Yeah,
uh,
on that point, like biologically speaking, I don't know how familiar. So you are Moose with the biology of it. These other species, like the Java, the Denisovans and such,
but
were
keep in mind,
quite.
listen,
Yeah,
the Islamic definition, jinns are made of fire, where
no,
Neanderthals
that's
made
a
of fire.
primordial element. Like you're not made out of earth, and neither am I. It was only Adam.
But then in the oh my goodness. Okay. So what you're saying is Neanderthals were made of fire. That's what you're saying.
Not just Neanderthal. There's like a host of archaic hominids. You
So
know,
you're
that's
saying they were made of fire.
no.
According to Islam.
The first or the progenitor of the species was,
Who was
and that might have been Iblis, because according to some narrations, he's the first of the jinn.
Wait, hang on. So Iblis is the ancestor of Neanderthals?
No, you're kind of oversimplifying it. Neanderthals are actually very similar to us. There are other species like Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo heidelbergensis, the Flores men that are
So those
quite
other
different.
humans. So those other humans are jinns you are claiming.
That's the only place they could go, definition-wise. I mean, if they're not angels, they're not man.
In what sense? Islamic sense? Because they're supposed to be made of fire.
No,
So
that's
they're supposed to be made of
primordial or the celestial element. So they were initially made out of fire. So it's more metaphorical, as well as scorching wind. But it doesn't mean that they're currently made out of fire. The same way you're not currently made out of earth, unless are you?
Hang on. So you're basically saying you're just making assumptions here.
I mean, Adam was made out of earth, right?
I don't believe that. I don't believe Adam is made out of earth.
Yeah. Well,
I would believe that. So that's something I would even question.
Right.
Well.
But the thing is, scientifically speaking, I'm not made out of earth, right?
So
it might, and Musa, just to interject here as well. In that era, even with the Greeks and such, the four common elements that the scientists of then would know is earth, fire, air, and water, right? So they might just be thinking of it. So I'm not even saying that this might be right, but in terms of me just thinking of what they were thinking that he was made of a different element, primordial element, than what humans are made of.
Now, keep in mind, this is an author. The author is supposed to be Allah, and he's saying these things. So, why is Allah talking in primitive language then? Like, why doesn't?
The thing is, if you spell everything out, it's more likely to confuse people more than if you kept things somewhat simple. Like the stuff I'm saying to you, right? If I actually break it down over numerous talks, it will start to make more sense. But since I'm giving you all this information within like 5 minutes, it's not making sense. The same thing with the Quran. If you bombard it with details and elements in every culture,
the Quran cannot handle a little bit of criticism. Is that what you're saying?
No, the Quran could handle it, but most people will not. Because even esotericism, right, is not something most people can understand. A lot of people look at the Quran just at face value, and that's just how their aptitude is. You tell them about things like fana, or the extinction of the soul, annihilation of the self, they're not going to understand that stuff. They'll be like, what are you talking about?
So what you're saying is the author of the Quran didn't understand these things, or
you got to think about it in a sense where you got to think about it in a sense that, first of all, Muhammad himself, he even claims that he is illiterate. A lot of people who are Muslim do claim that he was someone who was illiterate, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that I agree, but in a sense that it might be more looking at it in an allegorical sense than quite literally.
But then keep in mind, whenever you say allegorical, Quran in multiple places say we are a clear book. Chapter 16, verse 103 says, we are a clear book. Chapter 2, verse 2, clear book. Chapter 3, verse 3, clear book. Chapter 41, chapter 41 says, clear book. Constantly, and only in one instance, it says, chapter 3, verse 7, that it's allegorical, but it's only Allah knows. It's like, so multiple times it's claiming we're a clear book, but then it makes, it kind of gives believers this ability to make.
I mean, if you look at it just at face value, the stuff that the Quran is preaching about, like oneness of God, oneness of people, mindfulness, zikr, remembrance, praying 5 times a day, which is kind of like yoga. All of these concepts are
Hang on. How is
Very
praying
simple. It's not asking much. It's just saying don't eat like pork or fornicate or it's still pretty straightforward. Now it does have
It's not
the
very
capacity to have ideas that are very profound. So it does appeal to different people at different levels and different understanding. But as a whole, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, also Moose and Faiz. So I did put the StreamYard link in
Okay, so
here
I
for
think
audience
Waiso,
questions.
uh,
Waiso is on.
right,
Waiso as
Waiso,
well. I know Thinking Clearly and Smile wanted to say a few words as well. So if they want to join on,
Mhm.
they would have first priority to ask any questions
Mhm.
because of the discussions that we had before. But Waiso, let's start. And usually for these Q&As, I just want to add, let's keep the questions related to the topic itself,
Yeah.
and then any extra discussions we want to have outside the topic, we can do after the 2-hour mark on Discord.
Perfect. And yeah, keep it specific to gods of the Quran, what Faiz and I presented. All right. And we might, okay. So, Waiso, please start.
Do y'all accept that the Arabs made humans into gods?
Not just the Arabs, just people in general.
Well, I'm saying like this is about like Islamic era, the pre-Islamic times. So you agree that like Al-Manut and the three intercessors, that they were humans first?
Can you just rephrase that?
So the Arabian people,
Mhm.
they made humans into, like, in the Quran, not all of them are actually gods. That even on Moose's thing, they weren't really gods, they were intercessors.
Correct. They were at least regarded as intercessor, kind of like how Mary in Catholicism is regarded as an intercessor. So yeah, what the Quran is trying to do is revert all these humans, as well as it's focusing more on humans, kind of reverting them back into their primordial form. So Jesus no longer has that godlike status. Neither does Enoch. Enoch being Hermes. So yeah, basically there is that inclination to worship extraordinary personalities throughout history. So like someone like Alexander the Great, he was worshipped by certain cults. So the Quran emphasizes that only God has the ultimate say in terms of authority and whatnot.
So you agree that they were turning humans into okay.
So, do you have another question for any of us, Waiso?
I guess what I would say is like if they were turning humans into this deity status, why were you talking about the jinn being worshipped? Because I would need a Quran verse where they're talking about jinn being worshipped. Now, it has been a couple of years since I've read the Quran a couple of times, but where is this in Allah's words that people were worshiping jinns?
Well, it's said that most of mankind, like most of them, they've worshipped the jinn. So all of those deities that you see in other religions, like if Baal were to exist, and assuming that he were to exist, he wouldn't have been a god according to the Quran. He would have been a jinn.
Hang on. Let me show you.
But that's not the answer to the question. Like, I'm asking, you made a statement and that you're saying that people worship jinns, and and even in the title it was like, Allah in the Quran, and then you changed it to jinn in the Quran. So where in the Quran does Allah mention humans worshiping jinn?
It was in that verse. I think Moose, and I've posted it. It said most of mankind worship the jinn.
I read it. I didn't see that it said that they worship the jinn. Maybe I was
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, here you go. So in chapter 34, verse 41. Now, this is after angels are asked on Judgment Day if they will worship. So there is angel worship. So they will say, "Glory be to you, our protector." No, they worship the jinn. It was in them most of them believed. And then in chapter 6, verse 100, the jinn, though he asked, and they falsely attribute to him sons and daughters without knowledge. So jinn were sort of attributed to Allah as sons and daughters as well. So,
but I thought we were talking about them being worshipped as gods. That was like the claim, though.
So
they become gods when you worship them.
Well, I mean but a big thing, like that's the reason I led into with the humans becoming intercessors, right? Like I led in with that to show that they were like, because the Quran says, they ask the people, does Allah provide for you? And they say, yes, it's Allah also. Like they believed in the one God, but then they had multiple deities that would also worship that God. So that's the reason or intercessors. So that's the reason I was confused about the concept that you were bringing forth, that they were worshiping jinn as God in Arabia, but really they worshiped Allah, even according to the Quran, but
right.
they had multiple deities.
Correct. They worshipped Allah and multiple deities, which may have been conflated with jinn as well.
Okay, so
all right, maybe I just misunderstood the presentation there. All right, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. I think Faz's claim, I think in comparison, is like, the gods are like jinns, whereas in my presentation, we were just saying that, they were worshipped as well, just in addition to the gods as well. So angels, they were seen as angels and jinn, but they were also worshipped as well. So along with the other gods, that is, at least from my perspective. So yeah, I think that's how we can wrap it up. Any other questions, concerns? Anybody else from the audience?
If I may, I'd say it's kind of weird that jinn can't be seen, right? Unless they like take human form. Angels, they're not really seen unless allowed by God to be seen. So it's strange on how they became worshipped.
Right. Like I suspect that they may have had more of an impact in like very early civilizations, but over time they were kind of pushed to the periphery.
But I mean, like if they can't be seen, and then let's say that they can't be seen other than in human form, then really the jinn, you couldn't say that humans worship jinn because they would be in human form, and then the humans took those human forms and started worshiping them. So I don't know. It seems weird. If they can't be seen, how can they be attributed to worship? Like let's say the jinn moved something in somebody's eyes. Now they can't see the jinn; they see the object move.
Right.
How can they technically worship the jinn if they don't even know what it is?
I mean, the case with extraordinary personalities, whether it's jinn or whether it's man, even Prophet Muhammad, like people worship him, like those cartoon fanatics, right? The ones that go killing people over cartoons, they're literally worshiping the prophet, but they haven't seen him.
No, but that would be different though. That's a human entity that we can put to relation, that we can see, we would have been able to touch, we historically know about. My point here is like, I don't know, maybe I'm not saying it right. How can they equate the jinn if they can't see them or don't know really that they exist, right? Because until God tells them that jinn exists, there's no way for human to know that jinn exists.
I mean, if you looked at that narration, it did state that on Earth they used to roam around in the past and cause mischief and corruption and shed blood.
But that was
So-
before Adam was sitting down.
It could have. I would imagine it would. They predated Adam, and to some extent they coexisted because there's some references to human and jinn leading parallel lives and even interbreeding. So the issue is that they used to be more dominant in a civilizational landscape, and then over time they were just, most of them became extinct or were pushed to the mountainside or sent to the sea, which is sometimes referred to as the domain of Iblis. So they became more and more I guess they became less impactful over time.
But what I'm saying is you can't see them. There's no, until Allah tells people that jinn exist, then they don't know that they're worshiping jinn.
Correct. Yeah, they wouldn't necessarily know.
So if they don't know that they're worshiping jinn, you can't affirm it. You can't, and you can't, and it's not really, it is in Allah's words. They just showed in a way to not what I started out talking, but I'm saying like they wouldn't know that they're worshiping jinn. So Allah comes and is like, oh yeah, you're worshiping jinn, but they wouldn't
correct.
even know
They
that.
they wouldn't actually know what their true identities are according to the Quran. It's just saying that don't worry about these deities, these other beings. They're not, they're not worthy of being worshipped, and their identity is kind of hazy at times. The angels, the jinns, the deities, the Anunnakis, and whatnot.
I'm gonna intercede or I'm not interject. I'm talking about intercession. So, Blue, you have a question? Hi, Blue.
Hey, hi. Good
Yeah,
evening.
how's it going?
Good evening.
I actually did not have a question. I just got linked this and suddenly I got on the stream instead of in the stream.
Oh,
If you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how to
All right. I'm glad to have you.
If you were, if you happen to have anything to add, and because again, this was for like questions and answers, but we're a free speech platform, so if you have anything to say or anything to contribute or any questions, that is.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. After the
down.
show ends as well, on the Discord, I think you're still on the like the VC anyways. So you're in the right you're in the right place there. This is just on air if you have any questions to ask any of the panelists.
Yeah. I should probably leave then.
All right, up to you.
All right, cheers, boys.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers. So yeah,
we also have this question from Reanimator as well. So if you guys want to give your takes on this.
Sure. Muslims believe that Kurdish are descendants of jinn who bred with. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maybe they have some jinn blood in them. I don't know.
No.
Why not?
No.
What are jinns? They're basically prehistoric humans, right? And scientifically,
no, we've not established that. No, we haven't even established that they're actually jinns or they're actually.
I thought they were made out of smokeless fire.
Exactly, they're made out of smokeless fire, to be specific.
I mean, that's kind of the literalistic way of looking at it. The progenitors of the jinn species were made out of smokeless fire as well as scorching wind. The progenitors of humans were made out of earth.
How come their descendants change material then?
They changed material, but they maintained the temperament. So like those previous archaic hominids, they're more aggressive in nature than
that's nature, aggression in nature. We're talking about actual physical attributes.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, humans as being made of clay, someone could argue metaphorically that because we're a neutral vessel like clay, we could absorb demonic and angelic components. We could.
Now that's a belief. That's your belief. We don't agree with it. That's your belief. but how was a human made of clay exactly? Where we can actually even go there. How were humans?
Well, we can't
presented
go there
evidence?
because human history, recorded human history, only goes 10,000 years, and if Adam were to live, it would have been
No, no, no. But
200,000 years.
do we have any evidence?
Wait, how long ago would it have been?
Like 200,000 years ago.
Where'd you get that number? I'm not trying to get sidetracked, but like even the hadiths, like even Tabari.
Yeah,
doesn't-
Tabari I have issues with. I feel like he kind of lifted a lot of the Christian creationism and injected it into Islam.
But they're
But in
all
general-
Islamic names that he uses.
Right. The thing is,
So then that would mean that Muslims lifted it.
Muslims. Yeah, but the thing is, we're not obligated to believe everything Tabari says. I mean, he's a historian that came like 3 or 4 centuries after Muhammad.
Wait, how long?
Didn't he come in the year 900, Tabari?
830s?
No, he's in the
Like-
900s. He's in the 900s, Tabari.
Yeah, so a lot of history, Islamic history, elapsed between that time. So we can't be like, oh yeah, Tabari is the definitive. I mean, he's also a polymath. He has his hands tied. He's dabbled with multiple fields. He can't be an expert on
So
everything.
then the main point is like, where did you get that 2000 from?
Like the
Like,
200,000.
if you were to reconcile science, right, or what we know, right, the first humans, the first anatomically modern humans, were between 200,000 to 400,000 years. Now this changes every year. They get a different time, so it's not going to stay static. Maybe like a decade later, they'll say 300,000.
So, how is it for you to believe that the Kurdish race is descended from jinns or are a mix of humans?
I don't have any beliefs about them. I'm just saying
But
maybe.
you said it's maybe a possibility. How do you entertain that possibility?
Well, you're going to have to go into genealogy. You have to look up if their DNA is there's more outliers between when compared to other groups in the area.
What would a jinn DNA outlier look like?
It would look like, for example, like Denisovans, right? We have some of their DNA. Some people do, at least. And Neanderthals, we have some of their DNA, and it also varies depending on.
But hang on,
race.
we haven't even established Neanderthals and Denisovans are jinns specifically. How can you make that claim that they're jinns?
I'm saying if you were to explore like the genealogy and the genetics behind these Kurdish tribes, and something unusual happens, it would add support to their claims, not my claims, to their claims.
What
One more thing.
These are kind of crazy terminologies like DNA outliner, and then what's the one you just used just now? Like I can't remember, but you just used another term that's very non-specific, and I think that's where the danger comes of making these claims of like, especially about a whole group of people, is like it's very non-specific. You say there's a DNA outliner, then that could prove that they're from
not
the jinn.
outliner, outlier.
Outlier, okay.
Yeah. So let's say hypothetically, the Kurdish people, they come up with this claim that they're racially homogenous, or that they could trace back their ancestry to certain nomadic tribes, whether human or jinn or whatever, right? You could actually test that. You bring their DNA and you map it, and you see if it's different from the.
Wouldn't you need
neighboring tribe.
Wouldn't you need jinn DNA?
Exactly. But have we even established that jinns have a DNA? Have we even been able to study jinn? So can we even make
No, like my whole idea is that all these categorization systems are very sloppy. Angel, jinn, aliens, hominids.
I wouldn't
archaic
say that
humans.
aliens is very sloppy, because it's like extraterrestrial, right? That means that it's like terrestrial, but it's not of this earth. So that one's like
And
not
that would
very
be
sloppy
angels,
at all.
right? An angel is an extraterrestrial because it's not from the earth.
Actually, it wouldn't be because it's outside of the universe. It's outside of space, time, matter, really everything, right? So that's not that's not really the same thing.
Yeah, it is. An extraterrestrial is anything that's outside of this earth.
But then there are angels that are sitting on your shoulders too, according to Islamic belief. They're angels,
right?
sitting
But
on your
their
shoulders.
origin is
And
not
then-
from Earth, right?
No, there's angels that are actually, roaming the earth. There are actually angels that are, won't enter your house because you have a dog and pictures in your house. So how does that make them extraterrestrial?
There's angels that come and visit the Kaaba for
Exactly.
some reason.
Oh, okay. I have a better question for you. If aliens were to visit us right now, they would no longer be extraterrestrial?
Hang on.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. If aliens actually visited us now, would they no longer be extraterrestrial? Have they relinquished
but
their
we
rights?
haven't even gotten there. The question is, how are angels extraterrestrials?
Because they're not. Their origin is not Earth.
So
It's outside of the terrestrial, so technically under the definition they would be.
extraterrestrial. So your claim is that angels are aliens.
I mean,
But
it's not a wrong claim.
But here's the thing, though. Would they even be in the same category as aliens? Because they
aliens?
become
You have to establish what aliens.
Well, Moose, I'll help you here. Like, you might have the common misconception that aliens are from like Prometheus or Predator. Like, an alien is anything, even if it's bacteria, if it's not from the Earth. Like, if they grew a plant on the International Space Station, that's still that's still alien.
Okay.
It's an extraterrestrial.
Okay, so from
It's
that
off
definition-
Earth. Yeah,
Right,
that's the
right.
actual definition, not like the.
Okay.
It's not like from the Hitchcock Roshan movie, like Krish and stuff.
yeah. That the
Yeah.
E.T. and Hrithik Roshan movie.
Yeah.
Very-
Yeah, and I think next question. I think Thinking Clearly had one as well in the chat, so I'll put it up here.
What happened to the other gods mentioned in the Quran? Are they still around, or did Allah kill them? So, who wants to go first?
You could go.
All right. So, the thing is, these gods, like Ar-Rahman, for example, was taken as a title and attributed to Allah Himself. So, who is breathing? Am I hearing?
What the fuck kind of mic am I using again? One sec. Let me switch that.
I hear you laughing.
Yeah. Come on, man. Use the proper microphone, please. This thing uses the wrong thing every single time I turn it on.
Yeah. So
Like
the funny thing, I know back to gods, where we're going to the gods. So Baal himself his worship was abandoned because of the Islamic invasions, right? So the Islamic invasions, so they kind of took certain, they kind of preached against Baal, and then there's also the Ar-Rahman was given as a title to God, and so was Malik. And Malik also became an angel that was the guardian of hell. So Malik is, especially I mentioned here in chapter, Malik? It's chapter 43, verse 77. So I mentioned here that Malik is the guardian. He becomes the guardian of, or the keeper of hell, that is. So Malik was also became a title as well. It became a name as well. So these things kind of evolved into something different. And Ar-Rahman, as before, it was the title of the god Marduk, but then eventually it became, Rahman became an attribute of Allah Himself, because they kind of used these existing attributes and applied them to Allah Himself. So, and then the temples of Allat, Al-Uzza, and Manat were destroyed. The interesting thing about Wad, Suwa, Yagut, and Niyop, and Nasr is that their gods were sort of like, they were abandoned again in favor of, the the what do you call it, the worship of Allah, so to speak. So a lot of these gods were abandoned. That is, so abandoned for the reasons of forced conversions. Especially Baal as well. Even though Baal was there for a long time, or they were attributed to like idol worship. That is. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thinking clearly. So she say, so Allah kept the other God's son, but demoted them like in a merger. So it kind of was a merger, so to speak. Like it merged into that one, because monotheism was kind of like that the default that Islam was going for, because they didn't want any other gods. They kind of merged them together. Faiz, did you have any words or anything to say to that?
Yeah, it's just that a lot of these names and attributes and classification systems, they kind of changed with the culture, with the time, with the mission agenda as well, right? So some gods were integrated, some got demoted, but the Quran's claiming that none of them were actually gods in the sense that we perceive them. They're just some entities that were non-human.
Yeah, and I do have another question. You mentioned the what do you call it? The Quran not denying the existence of these deities.
Mm-hmm.
What verse were you using to make that claim that the Quran itself is not denying the existence of other gods?
Yeah, it's one of the things I've noticed, like when I was reading Quran over the years. No specific verse, but when it does mention these gods, it doesn't say anything like, "Oh yeah, they're fake," they're not real. It doesn't actually say it that bluntly. It's more like, what is the point worshiping, those names, and when they can't speak on your behalf, they're not going to do anything for you. So that's basically it. So it leaves that possibility open that they might have not been gods, but might have been something else in other civilizations and cultures.
Doesn't no God but God mean that there is no other God?
Yeah, because ultimately, right, Allah is God, right? There is no God but God, or no God worthy of worship other than God. God being the
hang on, Faiz, hang on.
Primordial reality.
La ilaha illallah means no God but Allah. So it is explicitly saying in the Shahada that it's denying the existence of all other gods but Allah.
Right. So God or the ultimate reality, right? Or Allah. He's the final God. He's the only God. He's the only entity worthy of worship. All of these so-called names, so-called deities, aliens, angels, jinns, prehistoric brutes, orcs, whatever you want to call them, right? They're not worthy of worship. I mean, they had superhuman strength. The shayateen, sometimes they strike deals with you, supposedly, but ultimately they have no power. They're not gods. They're people. They're beings that we've called gods, but they're not gods.
The Jinn and Tan, last question. How can Allah be called the inheritor, one of his 99 names? You can only inherit something you don't own. And everything already belongs to Allah. It is a very interesting question, actually. So, at least from my perspective, I think it was, basically like I mentioned Baal as well, right? Like he inherited the kingdom of the gods. That is. So I think.
Wait, Baal as in Baljeet from Phineas and Ferb, or the god?
No, not Baljeet. Come on now. So first Ehud Rahman, now Baljeet. All right. So basically, it's like they were kind of, the Arabs of that region were kind of like attributing everything from the existing gods to the Islamic gods. They were kind of like they added that, the inheritor, into like the definition, one of the 99 names, because they were trying their best to what do you call it, distance themselves from polytheism, that is. And this might have actually been a mistake. This actually might have been a mistake that they committed. But Faiz, do you have any take on this question?
You know,
The inheritor.
something clearly brought up. It's I've actually never thought of it. It's so I
Yeah.
don't have any input. This is
Yeah.
yeah. I have to actually sit down and think about that one.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. But yeah, thinking clearly. The reason, what do you call it? They kind of wanted to say God is the only one who can inherit from Himself. So it's kind of like that weird, there was this distancing from polytheism, especially from what do you call it, like the regional polytheism that I was talking about, that is like these gods, like they were taking these names and just like, no, Allah is the only one who's the inheritor, not this particular god. Like, for example, Baal is the inheritor. No, Allah is the inheritor. So it was kind of like this weird attempt to convert a population. A subtle method, but it is a plot hole, definitely, for sure. It's a very big, major plot hole that presents itself to one of the 99 names of Allah. So thank you. Very good question, thinking clearly.
I would say it's just an attempt to morph. There was what 360 gods in Arabia at the time.
Yes.
And they all had attributes. I'm pretty sure that there would have been a god of inheritance.
Exactly.
And so the easiest way is to get people to follow, because I've mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. I think that the Quran and Islam was more of a cultural collective to put people together to battle the incursion of other cultures like Christianity with their own writing system, Hebrew, like the Judaism being in Medina with their own writing system. So they're trying to put all this together and put people to form an actual Arabian Peninsula, which Muhammad actually says. He's like, if it was up to me, I would cast out all the Jews and Christians from Arabia and make it purely Islamic. This sounds like the rhetoric of somebody who's trying to form an actual state. And so one of the easiest ways to do that would be taking a multitude of gods, right? Like, and then whichever ones have the closest, and some of the gods are going to be repetitious, obviously, because there's going to be one tribe is going to have an inheritor god that they call by a certain name. And because Islam's really big about, the 7 dialects, they wouldn't need to consistently come up with a new one, right? They could just morph all of them into it. So it would make sense to me that these attributes of God were probably deities that were being worshipped, and then they just changed the deity that was being worshipped, or the intercessor, to the attribute of Allah. And that would also kind of explain why in the Quran he says, who will be their intercessor on the day of judgment.
Yeah.
And then this is a way to degrade the intercessor worship, but also attribute it to Allah as a morphing system for a society on the rise.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that point you make, that these gods or intercessors were morphed into that one. And we even explored that many of these gods were from regions like Yemen. There were regions from Western Arabia, the Kinda kingdom, even the northern kingdoms from Nabatea. These gods were morphed into the Islamic pantheon, as well as and there were attempts to unify the Arabian kingdom even before Islam with the kingdom of Kinda between 450 to 550 CE. So this was sort of like the more refined attempt to unite, because the kingdom of Kinda had still a collection of tribes that worshipped other gods.
I guess a good historical analogy would be Upper and Lower Egypt, how they had the same gods with the same types of powers and mythology, but when they morphed the kingdoms together, they put the two names together It became
Yes.
Akman Ra instead of Akman and Ra. And this was a unifying way to show, hey, we accept in certain conditions your belief, but we have to unify people, and the best way to do that is to take a previous belief system and adapt it to what we need culturally.
Exactly. No, this is very, very. This is a way to look at it. And yes, thinking clearly. Thanks for addressing the question, but it is still in the wrong word to use. He can't inherit by definition, so I count that as a mistake. Absolutely, absolutely. By definition, so to speak, he cannot inherit anything because he already owns everything. So by definition, it's definitely a mistake by the author of the Quran or the Islamic preaching, that is. And at the same time, one can make it's a straw man. I believe this is a straw man argument. They can say, oh, everybody returns to Allah, so he's inheriting souls, or it's a huge straw man, I would say, but it's a bit of a stretch, so to speak. But that's the only reasoning I can come up with from an Islamic perspective. But other than that, yeah, it's a big gaping hole, so to speak. But any other questions, guys? Any other comments, questions? You can come on the stream as well. We can share the link. So you
Yeah,
can come
we
on the-
shared. I put it in the comments. I'll put it in one more time,
yeah,
and we'll wait a few more minutes.
yeah.
And if anything, we'll just if there are some people who are afraid to ask any questions on live stream, we can always do it on Discord. As people are coming onto the screen as well, I want to take the time to just mention that next week, we're going to be doing a Q&A on Offer's Five Kings book as well. This is something I just wanted to do, and Moose and I wanted to do. I read the book personally. It does offer a very unique perspective that I haven't seen in other books themselves. And I think just if people in this chat, if you do appreciate Faiz coming on and discussing with us, I would highly recommend just buying the book, reading it, and if you do have any questions about it, coming on next week to ask us. I'll put that in the chat here and also the description of this video to anyone who's reading it or watching after the live stream.
Yeah, no, this is definitely highly recommended, and we'll do a Q&A next week, and we'll author. Sorry, author, we're gonna grill you a little more this time.
More grilling.
More grilling.
Yeah, and again, this isn't. I don't want this to be something where we're attacking the book itself, but we're going to be attacking or I wouldn't say attacking, but almost asking questions about some of the things that you wrote, in a sense.
Yeah, like some of the maybe claims you've made. So
Yeah,
we're
and
asking
I have made claims that you won't actually find almost anyone making. Like some of my claims are borrowed, obviously, and I properly reference it. But I have made some unique claims as well.
Yeah, and again, this wouldn't follow. This is a bit unique as well. So let's make the Q&A about the book, not attacking the book or the person, but basically questioning and kind of being
Socratic assault. Yes, we are permitting Socratic assault. We are permitting this. And and then of course, I'm not as smart at anything. I'm just making smart comments on the chat. You're welcome. You're still welcome to come on.
Yeah, I like his comments.
Yeah, we are still welcome to come on in person. But yeah, any other questions, concerns from the audience? You can type it in if you're not comfortable in the chat, or you can come on in the stream that we just posted. So we'll wait a few minutes. But yeah, Nick, do you have any questions, Nick, about Moose, about Faiz and myself, and even Wiso, that is? Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, the only thing I can bring into this is it's been a question that I've had for quite a while, that there are so many similarities between other cultures and their gods. Like, let's say the pantheon of Indian gods. You got Indra with his Vajrayudham, which is the lightning bolt. So the king of the angels has a thunderbolt, and then you also have the king of the Acropolis or Parthenon in Greece, Zeus, who has his thunderbolt. Thor, who has his lightning, and such. So they had so many similarities. Why go from a commonly shared base religion to something monotheistic? Is always something that I wondered, as to it being such a huge change from the generally accepted culture.
Good question. Yeah, Faiz, you can go with that.
No, I mean, like, I've mostly focused on similarities as being something that unifies religions, cultures, and so forth, rather than something that kind of undermines it or discredits it. That's the position that I usually begin with.
And keep in mind, Nick, another what will you bring up the thunderbolt? Interesting question. Yahweh was the god of the original god. Yahweh was the god of thunder. So if and he was also a warrior god as well too.
Are you Zeus?
No, Yahweh.
Mm.
I'm talking about Yahweh.
Yeah.
So Yahweh, part of that pantheon. So and then once he was the lone god worshipped by the Israelite tribe. At least correct me if I'm wrong. He was the lone god worshipped by the Israelites, and then you had the political division between Israel and Judah. And then once they merged El into Yahweh as well as Baal, and then it was merged into together when they became one kingdom. And then from the Jewish religion, you had the Christian religion pop up, and the Christian religion was adapted into Rome about, like, let's say in the 300s and 400s. It was adopted into Rome. That's why it became more widespread, because it became the state religion. And there was already another monotheistic belief, Zoroastrianism, sort of monotheistic, that is, which existed in the Persian Empire. So these were two big, gigantic empires. Because in the olden days, what used to happen was when you were conquered by the conqueror, the conqueror's god, or the god of the mightier one, used to prevail. So people had to accept the god of the new order, that is. So this was how it used to happen. The only ones that, so this is how it kind of spread. There were conversions, like people were either forced converted, and they kind of kept it with monotheism, especially. It felt like, in a sense, Islam followed the example of the Romans as well, and then they created another empire, so another empire that spanned 3 different continents. So the more widespread it became, the more there was this shift towards monotheism, because I feel like it was, I guess it was lesser gods, because different tribes and different groups would worship different gods. So lesser gods meant, more control. That is, one god is practically easier to control. That is, and one god would unite as a symbol of unity. Was seen as a symbol of unity. That is. So I know it's a weird contradiction, but yeah, that's how they kind of spread. So they didn't keep those the existing beliefs, but they rather, focus on that one, dominant monotheistic belief. Now we have Christianity and Islam being the 2 most dominant religions. Reason being, they were the religion of the colonizers, the conquerors, as well as, and they had the most widespread conquest as well. And the methods used were also very barbaric. We even discussed the jizya system, as well as the first conversion system, die or convert. That is, We even had the incidents like Spanish Inquisition, and we had northern tribes in Europe forced converted into Christianity as well by invading kingdoms. So we've, it was a very, it was sort of like brought in by force. Let's just say that, and because said God was just wrong.
Yeah. Oh, and also I hope that in relation to the topic today, we brought up ball a few times. So I hope you like my profile picture
I
related to
love
that.
this profile picture. Keep this for the next show. Keep this for the next show, please.
All right.
Please keep this for the next show.
So, King, you said
Mhm.
something about like culture and religion
Uh-huh.
to bring people together. Could you say it again so that I don't lead this argument in the wrong way?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these so-called similarities that span different cultures, different religions, including indigenous folklore and whatnot, that this interconnectedness points to some commonality. Now, it might not be exactly how we imagined it, but I do believe there were some historical events that allowed for such a universal appeal for concepts like angels that appear in almost every religion. So when someone who's a skeptic, they look at it kind of the other way. They look at all these commonalities as perhaps plagiarism or borrowing or like absorbing these elements for political or social purposes. I don't look at it like that. I begin from the point of view that these commonalities point to something greater, something more transcendent.
Okay, with that being said, in nick of time, I don't know if you would, but could you show that the screen share that I sent you on Discord about Tabri and like the chariot
Oh yeah, the
for the
chariots,
sun?
right? Yeah. I
So,
mean,
but
I've read it,
so that
and there is similarities to the Egyptian, and I think what you're getting at is basically like,
and Greeks.
yeah, in Greeks, if it was something that actually happened or got absorbed in their culture.
Well,
Well,
it
me
would be absorbed into their religion
into the religion, yeah. I
because there would be
personally,
people that believed it.
yeah, I feel like to some extent, Tabari, he doesn't have much of a filter. He just records. So something like that he might have heard from someone else, and he's not going to verify the accuracy of the content. He's just going to record the information.
But the issue here is that there were people who believed it. So
yeah, they were.
what
And
you
there's
were,
also,
but this would be a concept of the plagiarism to battle what you're saying is like it's a morph of it. It's really like a part of it, as opposed
yeah, it
to
could be a plagiarism written by certain writers, yes. But I don't know, like, if it affects the scope of Islam or the Quran, because the Quran doesn't have all of this fanciful embellishments. Like I think in some hadiths you can find like something about a flying whale carrying the earth on its back, or can't quite remember at the moment. But you don't see these fanciful details in the Quran.
But
So,
those are the explanations, right? The
yeah,
exegesis. Those are the
yeah.
so that
Quran.
when you just refer to them as fantastical tales, what they really more are people explaining what their belief system was of what the verses at the time that were being revealed.
Right,
And so
right.
what I think is like what I think is unique about this is that with the chariot, right? It's like it shows that they were trying to say that because the Quran makes a claim that Allah had sent messengers to various peoples, communities throughout the world with the same message. So it's trying to take in these ancient myths and and show, oh yeah, this was the message. This was probably what was actually told to them, but when we didn't receive that message at this time, so it's totally okay to believe it, because in the concept of the Quran, with Allah saying what I just said, he said that means that every myth on earth is related towards Allah. Because if every message has been distorted, that means that all the message came from him, which means that at some basis, every mythology.
Yeah, you're
And
absolutely
then you
correct.
pick
There's
and choose
Yeah.
that.
there's
So
some truth
why
to
why
all
so
the
one sec. Let's let Faiz King respond to that, and then at this point we're also at the 155 mark, so we'll let Offer Faiz King respond, and we'll move it to Discord.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Like a lot of these myths, they do have overlap. There's recurrent themes, there's recurrent ideas, concepts like the snake and the dragon people. Like we've discussed before, they exist in different cultures. They're nice. They're great to look into in terms of research. But the interesting thing that I've noticed that when you look at the Quran, it's actually a bit clean. It doesn't have like all of those embellishments, like the whale carrying the earth, or like the chariot carrying the moon
But
and
then
the sun.
you have the sun worshiping the god. That is, the sun is prostrating to God.
I mean, everything's prostrating to God. That's the whole concept. Like in Islam,
It's in the
all of the
Quran.
celestial bodies are considered submitters because they're following their natural course. This also holds true for anything in nature. So, like the birds in the sky, when they're flying or whatnot, they're following God's decree.
But are they prostrating? Are they performing sujood?
Suju, that's a very literal way of looking at it. For a bird, flying around and doing what a bird does is its suju. Since
That's
we
a
have,
that's a radical claim to make.
well, that's how a lot of Muslims view it, though. Like every animal is doing suju just by simply being and doing what it's supposed to do.
Why is it different for
So the
humans?
Quran actually has the celestial bodies as submitters, and the Islam for the celestial bodies is the orbits that they take or the course that they take. So
But
it's
then,
not.
Yeah. So Moose, I know it's coming up to time, so we'll continue this in the Discord.
yeah.
But just on air, how about this? We'll go around and everyone say their last bit for the on air, and then the rest of the discussion will continue on Discord, just for the sake of time.
All right. So
Moose, go first. You can get your summary, last notes.
okay, yeah. No, we discussed the gods of the Quran. That is. So when we were discussing the gods of the Quran, we kind of looked at how these gods were belonged to specific regions. That is, we linked them, so it kind of goes to show that the author of the Quran is practically, getting inspired. Like he makes the claim that these gods existed in Noah's time, but in reality, many of these gods were already, were not that far off. They were in relatively distant memory. So that's why Allat, Al Uzza, Manat, Yaq, Nasr, Suwa, all these gods we looked into their history, and there were different peoples that lived in that time that worshipped said gods. So this was sort of like an attempt to unite the Arabian kingdom, but there were also inspirations, like Ar-Rahman was an inspiration, Malik was an inspiration, and we also looked into the creature. Malik was the keeper of hell. So this was one interesting fact that I also found. Then angels and jinns were worshipped as well, or seen as intercessors, so to speak. So, we saw some different gods, polytheistic gods that were mentioned in the Quran, and so it was very very interesting to look into. But we'll discuss this further in Discord. Author Faiz, you go.
Yeah, I mean, like most of what you're saying, it does make sense. The people did worship the angels. They did worship the jinn. I do argue that because the Quran states that most of mankind have worshipped jinn. So I look at all of these gods and all of these pantheons, and I suspect that a lot of jinn, I mean, they could be humans as well. They could be fabricated. So we can't all fully into the ideology because these things have but it's always great to have an open mind and kind of look at the different sources and the different interpretations and look at the whole chain of narrations.
All right. So why so as well? If you want to get any last words on air.
Well, with today's topic, I think it's unique to think of the Islamic concept that humans were created for worship. They're also created for the hellfire. And so then obviously jinn were created to be worshipped then. Like if Allah's word is eternal and he's like, yeah, humans have worshipped jinns, then he made them to be worshipped. It's a weird concept Islamically that Allah wants to be worshipped, but he also creates things that he wants to be worshipped instead of himself. But there we go.
All right. So, and thank you guys, everyone, for joining the Gin and Tonic show on this case. I know this is a bit different than what we're usually used to, but just trying to keep the time limit and keep it as a professional show and such. If you guys want to discuss more, the Discord is always open. I'll put up the
Sounds good.
link for that up here. And as mentioned, next week we will be doing the discussion with Offer Fives King about his book. Please do buy the book and read it. I highly recommend it as it does bring a unique perspective. Again, it is a perspective. Whether you agree with it or not is a topic for another day, specifically next week. So yeah, we'll see you guys in the Discord.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Gin and Tonic Show. We help Muslims and non-Muslims to handle Islam in the 21st century. My name is Mustafa, and this is my co-host in the nick of time. If you wish to talk about Islam, the ideology, you have come to the right place. We cover current Islamic news, Islamic scripture, some crazy comments, and a weekly topic about Islam to examine, critique, and analyze. If this is not enough Islam for you, please drop by our Discord to discuss any further questions about Islam. We condemn any form of discrimination, violence, misogyny, slavery. However, we do embrace free speech and criticism if it's factual and correct. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the Gin and Tonic Show.
Good evening, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, brothers and sisters.
Hello, all.
So today we have a special guest today. His name is Zain Sami, not Sami Zayn, Zain Sami.
That's right.
Oh shit! I thought it was Zayn Malik from One Direction.
No.
I'm not a direction. I'm not a direction. I'm a WWE Universe guy.
Yeah, he's basically he's not the same Sami Zayn from the World Wrestling Entertainment.
No, I can only wish I was.
Yeah,
I'm a Zayn Sami wannabe.
Honestly, like I would wish to hold like the WWE Championship like yourself. So I can only dream.
Nah, we can't even hold one of the TV championships.
That's true. That's definitely
just one of these.
Yeah. So
we can buy them on www.shop.com.
No. And speaking of which, now you guys have realized that Zayn, Sami, and myself are very big wrestling fans, or wrestling marks, so to speak. Yeah. Along with being ex-Muslims as well. Yes. So yes, hello Smiles, hello Doorknob Head. I don't speak Moose, so I didn't get that. God damn it. So all right, so today we're Mr. Zain Sami. He's gonna speak about his journey. We're gonna give him the floor, And once like Nick and I have asked him some questions, you guys can also either come in on the stream to ask questions or type it in the comments as well if you want to ask him any questions. But yes, now Mr. Zain Sami, please tell us about yourself.
Okay, so first of all, I'm grateful to you guys for inviting me onto your show and talk about myself. This will be my first time telling my story in detail on any platform or podcast. I mean, I've told this story once before on Haris Sultan's show, the Urdu one. When it was new in early 2020, I rang him up on the second episode and got to speak with him for a few minutes. But that was not detailed. That lasted all of about 5 minutes and I was out. So this will be the first time I do it properly in a bit of detail. So I might stutter along the way. So, just be patient and please bear with me.
Oh, no
worries.
And
so my name, I'll go ahead and tell my name. My name is Zulkarnain. That's my real name. And I was born in a practicing Muslim family, Barelvi family. And even though our family is quite a practicing Muslim family, it's also very modern at the same time. So it's kind of somewhere in the middle of being extremely religious and extremely liberal, which was somewhere in the middle of that. And so this question, why did I leave Islam? That's a question that gets asked very frequently. Muslims are very intrigued by this. Whenever somebody finds out, they always ask this question, why did you leave Islam? Why did you leave Islam? And most people do it politely, but the question gets asked very frequently. So for all those who ask that question, let's try to address it today. It's got a short answer and it's got a long answer. So the short answer would be the Islam that we were taught as children, that's not the real Islam. We were shown a very skewed and a very limited perspective of Islam. That's not what the full picture is. I mean, sure, Islam is a nice religion. It's got some beautiful teachings like respect your parents, respect your elders, do good to your neighbors, do good to your fellow man. On and on it goes. But that's not the full picture. There's also a very dark side to Islam. There's a very sinister side to it. And that side we're just not taught. We're just never told all the horrible teachings that it has. So when you realize that you were told half the story, it bothers you. And if you do a deep dive, then you really start to think that something is wrong. Something is horribly wrong. And that's kind of like what happened. So that's the short answer. And so if I start to get into the long answer, my journey starts with watching a film in 2015. It's called The Innocent Prophet. It's still on YouTube. And when I watched this film, I did not watch it with the intent of leaving Islam. I was quite a practicing Muslim. I prayed once or twice a day. And I said prayers quite regularly and stuff. I took it seriously. I wouldn't say I was really religious, but I did take it very seriously. It wasn't a joke for me. So I watched this film with the intent of, I want to know what propaganda is being done against my prophet and my religion so that I can equip myself with that knowledge and then refute this propaganda. That was my intention, but little did I know that film was going to change my life. So I just went ahead, I watched that film, and yeah, that's where the journey started. I started to have doubts about the Prophet Muhammad and his character. Like, what kind of man was he? Was he really the amazing man that I always believed he was? Or is there more to him? So Muhammad's character, that's where it all starts. And when you start to look up hadiths and Quran verses that I was never taught as a kid, even though I was raised in quite a religious family, practicing family, it really started to trouble me. Like, what kind of person is this? I mean, he had people tortured, he had people killed, he took in women as sex slaves, he divorced women because he wasn't attracted to them anymore, and other stuff. So this is where it starts, the character of that person, the role model. What kind of role model is it? Is he really someone who we should follow and emulate and trust blindly? Or, should we really think this through properly for once? And then I think the second step is to critically think what Islam really is. Like step one is what the messenger is, the Prophet Muhammad. The second step is, like, what is the religion? What do you have to believe to be a Muslim? And to be a Muslim, you have to believe that, as a human being, I'm a human being. I was born, in the 20th century. I'm a human being of the 21st century, effectively. What do I have to believe? I have to believe that a man from ancient Arabia, who I never met, my parents never met, my grandparents never met, who nobody that I know has ever met, and he lived 1400 years in the past from me. And this guy, this individual, he went up to a cave all alone one day, and he received the revelation from an all-powerful God, which was supposed to be the cornerstone for salvation. And if we don't blindly believe that this message he received up there in that cave is true, then you're doomed to hell for eternity. And that is literally what it is. That's what you have to believe. And when you think of that with an open mind, it doesn't make sense to a thinking mind. I mean, sure, you can refuse to think of it from any other perspective and only think of it from one perspective, which is the Islamic perspective, and then you'll be okay. You'll think, okay, yeah, it makes sense because A and B and C, and you can, just make excuses as you go along. And Muslim scholars are pretty good at making excuses. But if you think of it on your own and not use their way of looking at it and not use just one way of looking at it, then it really starts to trouble you. So that story is not really believable to me. And I guess that is the second step. So first, when you start looking at what kind of person, what kind of role model that Muhammad was, and then it moves on to what the story actually is, what you have to believe. What do I believe? You think it through properly. And yeah, that is what you have to. You have to believe that this guy knows everything. This guy knows the secrets of the universe, and you have to just trust him. And when you look at his character, I mean, again, is he a good man? I mean, you have to have a reason. If you're going to trust someone blindly, you have to have a reason. Was he a good man? From what I was reading in the Quran and the Hadith, that wasn't the case. It didn't look like it, so it was really troubling. I mean, you're having him, you see him taking sex slaves in, you see him marrying any woman he likes, you see him robbing people, you see him breaking promises and breaking treaties. It sounds more like this is a guy who is not really a God's man. He's more like someone who's just trying to get what he wants whenever he wants. And he's just giving himself privileges, over and over again. And he's getting these convenient verses, that there's a verse in the Quran which says that his adopted son, Zayd bin Haris, I think that was his name, he's not really Muhammad's son. Therefore, Muhammad has a right to marry his wife, his daughter-in-law. And that's just such a convenient verse. I mean, why is God allowing him this privilege? Just because he has the, because the hadiths tell us that he was, he started crushing on her. Now, just because a man is crushing on a woman who's actually his daughter-in-law, why is God getting involved to give him the right to break their marriage and marry her himself? And that's, it's just odd. That was one of those things, one of those very convenient verses. So it's just that's where it starts, and then from then on, I guess the journey goes forward to comparing the Islamic scriptures with the Christian and the Jewish scriptures, and there you find more holes and more problems where you think that is the Quran plagiarized from the Gospel, and so my research, which I did over time, it took a long time for me to actually come to this conclusion. I realized that it probably is. It's highly likely that this is the real story, the Gospel. That's the real story, and this is actually just a plagiarized version of that. And I can go into more detail if you want, but that's up to you. Should I?
Absolutely. Please, if you can, kind of. As you can evaluate and compare and critique, so please feel free.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is, first of all, there are hadiths. Like I was on the hadiths first, like that's where I started. That's where I spent the first 1 or 2 years. There are hadiths that say that some of Muhammad's scribes, they left Islam and they migrated back to Makkah because they suspected that something was fishy, right? And there was this one scribe, I forgot his name now, but I'm sorry.
Ibn Sar, I think Ibn Sar.
No, that's the other one, and I'm coming to him. There was this other guy. There was another scribe.
Really?
He said he left Islam. He went back to Makkah, and he said to the people there, Muhammad knows nothing except what I've written for him. Right? He said those words. Now, why is a scribe who's writing for a prophet and supposedly a great prophet, why is he saying something like that? Why is he saying that He knows nothing except what I write for him. And of course, we know from Islamic scripture that Muhammad was illiterate. Right? He couldn't read and write anything. So it gave me that thought that maybe, just maybe, Muhammad wasn't actually receiving revelations. He was just getting these people to read other scriptures for him, and then he would change them up a little bit and then tell them to write for him in their own, in his own scripture. And that's exactly what that guy said. He said, he knows nothing except what I've written for him. That's exactly what he said. Nothing but what I've written for him. What does that mean? It means that he suspected, and as a scribe, like he had inside information, obviously. He suspected that there's no revelation. It's actually me who's writing all of this. He has nothing to do with it. And then obviously there's the other guy who you just mentioned, Abdullah bin Abi Sarah. And his story is actually a little bit more embarrassing because he leaves Islam because he says that I suggested something to the Prophet, right? Because I was doubtful.
Yes.
There's no revelation. He's just faking it.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I suggested something to him. And he, without realizing it, he added my words to the revelation and he didn't even realize it. So my words are literally in the revelation now. I don't know what verse it is. I don't even know if it's still there or not. But this did happen, right? That's what Abdullah bin Abi Sarah said. And then he left Islam. He went back to Makkah. He told this story. And when Muhammad conquered Makkah by force, right? He broke his treaty. He marched into Makkah with an army of 10,000. Those people had no choice but to surrender. In that situation, that guy begged for his life. He begged his half-brother Usman that, please, look, he's going to kill me. So can you please ask him to spare my life?
Yes.
And Muhammad didn't want to do that. Usman took him to Muhammad, right? And Muhammad is the conqueror of Makkah right now, right? He's the king. He can do whatever he likes. He's got a huge army at his disposal. Now he takes him to him. And Muhammad doesn't want to forgive him. Like he just keeps staring him in the eye with a really angry, sinister look. Yes. But he doesn't say anything. And then Usman eventually just pushes him away and says, just leave. The Prophet has forgiven you. Just go. So basically, he's trying really hard to save his brother. That's a good brother right there.
Yeah.
And then after he's gone, Muhammad turns around to his companions and he says, why didn't you chop his head off? And Umar, who was a very loyal companion to Muhammad and who did chop people's heads off for him, he said, "Oh messenger, why didn't you tell us to do that? If you had just said something to us, or even if you had given us a sign with your eye, we would have done that. We would have chopped his head off." And Muhammad said, "No, prophets don't do that. We don't signal to people with our eyes." That's what Muhammad's reply was, which means that he didn't want to forgive this guy, right? He was really pissed off, but he just did it because of his, because one of his close companions was closely related to him. So he didn't actually want to do it. And he wanted one of his companions to chop his head off. And this information is not coming from Jews or Christians. It's coming from Islamic sources, right? So based on the principle of embarrassment, it's probably true. Because why would Muslims make up all of this stuff?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just one of those things, it's just so convenient. Everything that he says and does is so conveniently in his favor, and it doesn't look like there's something divine about it. So yeah, there's this. And another time I also came across this mistake that he made while copying. Yeah. He confused Maryam, the mother of Jesus, with another Maryam who was the sister of Musa and Harun.
Yes.
And those two ladies, they lived about 1,000 years apart from each other. Absolutely. And somehow Muhammad ended up confusing those two names with one another. And Hadith will tell us that the Christians of Medina used to poke fun at him for making that mistake. And Salman Farsi one time, because he was an ex-Christian, he once went to some place to meet with his former friends. And they actually told him this, that look, we've caught your prophet red-handed. He's a fake prophet. Look, he made this mistake right here. And Salman Farsi was blown away. Like he didn't know what to say. So he went back to Medina to talk to Muhammad and said, well, look, what's going on here? Like I've been told by those guys. So, oh prophet, what's going on here? And then Muhammad came up with the excuse that, well, it was a metaphor back in those days. People used to metaphorically refer to women as the daughter of Harun, or daughter of Imran, and sister of Harun. And that doesn't make any kind of sense.
Yes, there we go. I've never heard this story before. This is But I have heard this excuse. It's a very common excuse, don't you think?
That is the excuse that all of the, the people that I've spoken to, the Muslim people, that is the excuse that I get from them. They say that, well, look, it's just so obvious. No, it's not obvious. It's almost a lame excuse. Sure, it can be true. It comes down to who you trust. Who do you trust? I mean, do you trust Muhammad? Maybe he's telling the truth. But if you compare the two, what looks more likely? I mean, does that sound like a reasonable excuse? No, it doesn't. It really, really doesn't. And speaking of which, to be a Muslim, I also realized that to be a Muslim, you have to keep making excuses again and again. You just have to keep excusing Muhammad's behavior and his mistakes and all of the holes that you have in the narrative, the Islamic narrative and the God narrative. You just have to keep excusing it away in this way, in this way, in this way, because it doesn't make sense to the thinking mind. That's why you have to do that. So does that mean that all of this is not supposed to make sense to the thinking mind? Well, yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't. We have to force ourselves to believe it. That's how it actually works. It's not truth. It's not fact. It's something that we have to force ourselves to believe. We have to point all of our biases in one direction so that we can reach that conclusion that, yeah, this is true. Allah is the true God. Muhammad is the true prophet. Everything that he said and did, it's all divinely inspired, and this is the true book of God, and we have to believe this. To reach that conclusion, you have to have all of your biases pointed in one direction. And as soon as you stop doing that, then your mind, it just doesn't make sense to the thinking mind. So as more and more information, just kept rolling in, I just at some point I just closed my mind off. I didn't leave Islam very quickly. That took a very long time because I guess I still had a lot of fear and I just didn't want to. I guess I didn't.
On
really
the topic of the fear as well. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I think someone in the chat also had that question, but
Yeah.
I just came off watching a debate with Modern Day Debates with Apostate Prophet and some dude named Khalid on the
Yeah.
exact topic of should apostates be killed, and
Right.
knowing full well that this is even a topic of conversation that people actually would like apostates to be killed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any fear right now, and what's bringing you the courage to actually speak out and even share your name?
And even Pio also asked this in the chat as well, but maybe you answer this question later. Are you afraid of your life since you are an apostate now?
No, I'm not really afraid for my life. No, my story isn't really one of suffering. I'm lucky enough to have been born in a free country, and I do not have a family or friends who are hostile in any way. Even though, like I said, they're religious, but they're not hostile. I've not had hostility, and like I told you before the show, I've started opening up now. And I've started talking about it very, very freely, but I still have not received any hostility, like not from any uncles or aunties, or not from the direct family, or even family friends. Even though these are all very practicing Muslims, but they're still being good to me. They're being nice to me. So I wouldn't say I'm really afraid for my life. No, I'm okay. And sorry, what was your question, Nick?
It was the exact same thing where even in a free country, in like a Western country in America, there's people that say apostates should be killed. So and it's a common debate. In common.
It's part of the doctrine. It's part of the doctrine, but we know that most Muslims don't do that because they're afraid of the law. And of course, we know that most Muslims do not actually practice the sinister side of their religion, which is why this world is a peaceful place. And that's an awfully good thing. But if they did, then we would have a lot more to worry about. But we don't. We're okay. We're okay. I mean, even some of the practicing Muslims who do believe in the death penalty, and I do speak with Muslims very frequently on a daily basis, they say, well, no, I wouldn't kill you because it's not my job to do that. It's the job of an Islamic state to kill you, not my job as an individual to take the law into my own hands. So, of course, they do believe that I deserve death, but they're not going to do it themselves. They say, well, you don't live in a Muslim country, so you don't deserve to die. if you did come back to Pakistan, then you'd probably deserve death. So yeah, I wouldn't say I've faced any hostility or any death threats or anything. I mean, hostility comes online sometimes from strangers, but who cares about strangers? From my own family friends, I've not faced any hostilities. I've been lucky that way.
And yeah,
So,
you had
yeah.
another question. Maybe I've
Okay.
misunderstood, but is Zain a Christian now?
No, Zain is not a Christian. I mean, I did study the gospel in quite a bit of detail. When I was comparing the two scriptures, I actually spent quite a lot of time reading the gospel. I did read it from start to end, actually, Genesis to Revelation. And that took quite a few months to do it.
Oh,
And
wow.
I used to spend quite a lot of hours in the library and sometimes at home on my computer. But I read the Bible for hours and hours. And obviously it took months because it's a long book, but I got it done. And the more you read, the more you realize that it's just so much more likely that this is the true version of the story. Like, this is the actual version. And like, even if you look at the very basic doctrine that all of the prophets went to, to Palestine or Israel, whatever you want to call it, and they were the chosen people. So why then did God send the final prophet to Arabia? That doesn't really add up. So you have to trust that one person. You have to trust that Muhammad is telling the truth. That now, after thousands of years of having selected those people as his chosen people, God decided to dump them and choose a different people. So it definitely looks like this is the real version. I just couldn't take it seriously anymore. Once I had gone halfway through the Old Testament, I couldn't take the Islamic narrative seriously anymore. I wouldn't say I left Islam at the time. I was just, still doing my research. I was still careful, treading carefully, but I wasn't afraid anymore. My fear of heaven and hell had pretty much gone. And oh yeah, speaking of which, heaven and hell is also another strange concept. Because what is heaven and what is hell? I mean, in both Christianity and Islam, heaven is a place where you get eternal bliss, right?
Yeah.
And it's the kind of bliss that you as a human being want, right? It's all of your dreams coming true in one place, and you get to be there forever and ever. And same goes for hell. What is hell? Hell is where you get burned and tortured forever and ever. That doesn't sound like something a God would say or do. Either of them, heaven or hell. It doesn't sound like something a God would. It sounds like a concept, an idea that people made up to manipulate others into doing what they want. Now, look, there are two choices here. Either it is a God-made idea or it's a man-made idea. There's only two choices here. And I'm sorry, but to my mind, it just makes more sense that this is a man-made idea. It just does not seem like a God-made idea to me. It really doesn't. It doesn't seem like godly wisdom to me. It sounds more like someone made this up. This is just a lie that someone made up there. Well, if you do what I tell you, then after you die, you're going to get everything you want forever and ever. Especially the Islamic heaven. I mean, the Islamic heaven is full of food and water, and it's full of these, these gardens of milk, and you've got these young boys to serve you everything you want, whenever you want, and you've got these beautiful ladies who have, and the Quran literally says that they've got these nice plumpy breasts, and you can do whatever you want with them, and every man gets 72 of them. That doesn't sound like, something that a God would say. It sounds more like someone made this up to manipulate people, to make them think that, well, this is a good idea. I should do this. That sounds really nice. But I'm sorry, it just doesn't work for me. I don't think this is true. It doesn't sound like something that is factually correct. It sounds more like a story, a made-up story. And you have to be honest with yourself. Only then can you reach a true conclusion. And I'm sorry, but my conclusion is someone made this up, and this is just not true.
Now, I got a question. How much did Israel pay you to say this?
Yeah, I think the Jews don't believe in heaven or hell, do they? Christians do, but the Jews don't. Nah, they're not paying me nothing, man. I mean, I wish
I haven't received the check in the mail as well. So
yeah, the funding.
Yeah, even Theo asks. So why not go with Jews where hell does even exist?
Doesn't even exist. Yeah. Well, why would I do that? Why would I go from one story to another story?
Yeah, absolutely.
Prove to me it's true. You can't just say, well, you stop believing in one fairy tale, or go believe a different fairy tale. It's not going to work that way, you know. You have to convince me that this is the truth. And speaking of which, I should make this clear. I do not support the state of Israel. Just because I've stopped being a Muslim now, it doesn't mean I support the state of Israel. It doesn't mean that I support everything they do with, you know, with how they go by their foreign policy and the way that they treat some of their adversaries. But I do also have some sympathy for the Jewish people as well, the regular people, not the government, I wouldn't say, but I do have some sympathy for them because they went through a lot of horrible times, especially during the Holocaust and, you know, everything that happened to them. I've looked some of that stuff up. I do have sympathy for the Jewish people, but I do not support the state of Israel because even though they went through a lot of horrible things in the past, today I think it is the Palestinian people who are suffering. And plus, what is Israel? I mean, it's a religious country, you know, it's founded on religious principles. And, you know, people who don't actually belong there, I mean, they're settling there and they're literally kicking out the locals from their own houses. So I cannot support actions like that. I do have sympathy for the people, Jewish people, but I cannot support a state that is behaving that way. I'm sorry. If that offends someone, too bad, but I can't support a state like that.
Yeah, and if anybody accuses you of being supported by Israel,
Yeah.
this practically, this is evidence. This is what you have submit as evidence that this guy, this is someone who is openly a critic of the same state. And it would be so ironic if someone accused you of being paid by the state of Israel when you're
Yeah.
actually criticizing it.
Yeah,
So
and
it would be very
even
funny.
if I am being paid by it, the funding is going to stop ASAP, isn't it now?
Yeah, absolutely. The funding is ASAP now. On my end, though, the funding is overdue. I think COVID, there was the storm, there was the, you know, the mail. There's the problem with Canada Post as well. So there's some
You
issues.
should be asking for bonuses by now.
But yes, I think I've even been labeled as, like, you know, an Indian agent to by some Pakistanis as well.
Right.
So it was very, very funny that I was in Indian cell, and I think I
Yeah,
shared
and
it with you.
Yeah, and yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I think I shared the story with you. Remember the Indian, you know,
I don't-
RSS, something like that.
I don't remember. I'm sorry. We've
Yeah,
known
yeah.
each other for a long time, but, you know, you told me a lot of stories. I don't remember this one.
We told each other a lot of stories, and you know, I'm so happy that you are brave enough to come on here on this platform.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question. Yes. So you said that you belong to a Barelvi family, right?
That's correct.
Can you
That's correct.
enlighten the audience or someone who's introduced to Islam for the first time? What is a Barelvi Muslim?
A Barelvi Muslim is, well, there are three main types of Sunnis, right?
Yeah. Well,
there's Barelvis, there's Salafis, and there's Deobandis. I don't know much about Deobandis, but what I can say about Barelvis is they're a little bit softer than the Salafis, the hardcore Salafis, who are extremely violent and aggressive, and they will slaughter anyone who doesn't agree with them. And especially the Shias, they really dislike the Shias. They don't even consider them as Muslims, right? I mean, they say, well, we have nothing to do with those guys. I mean, if you put a Shia and a Salafi in the same room, they might, you know, start fighting you. They might start throwing punches at one another. They can't stand each other. Barelvis are slightly more tolerant of the other sects of Islam. And what they're mainly focused on is that they love the Prophet Muhammad very much. And they refer to themselves as a dog and a servant of his, and a servant of his companions, and a servant of the servant of his companions. And they're just really, really submissive, you know, that they want to do everything to show God and the Prophet Muhammad that they love the Prophet Muhammad with every fiber of their being. That's what they're mainly about. For them, it's all about, you know, how much they love the Prophet Muhammad, and they're willing to give up their life and everything that they have, their children even, to protect his dignity and his honor. And they also believe in those saints and those old men of hundreds of years ago who preached Islam and spread Islam in different parts of the Indian subcontinent and stuff. And they revere them and really hold them in high regard. And they can't stand, you know, if I insult, say, one of their old men whose name is Data Ganj Bakhsh.
Yes.
If you insult him even, they can't stand it. You know, they'll actually say, well, oh, hey, shut up. You can't insult him. He's a great man. He's a great Sufi saint of the past. Do not dare
Right.
insult him. So they can't stand insult to even those guys, let alone the Prophet Muhammad.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, they're very, very. I mean, when it comes to Muhammad, they're really emotional and they're really sensitive.
Yeah. And is Barelvi, like, I read that Barelvi was it was a movement, so to speak, a revivalist sort of movement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know much about the history. I don't know
Right,
where it
right.
started. I do know one of the names of, I think it was something Shah Bareilly or something, and even the name slipped my mind now. He was the founder of the movement apparently, and I don't know why it was founded or what the background was, what the reason was. I would know a little bit more about the Salafi movement, but about the Bareilly movement, I'm clueless about the history, so I can't really tell you anything.
Because I've done some research too. It's technically a Hanafi Sunni movement. That is.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm guessing are Bareilly Muslims more common in the South Asian region? So would you say?
I think they are. I knew Bareilwis, and they did look down upon the Wahhabis as well, because the Wahhabis were not very respectful towards the Sufi saints and stuff. They were like, only read the Quran, only pray, and only do your your worship in private. Like, don't make a big deal out of it. Like, how sometimes Muslims, including Shia Muslims, they do their get-togethers and they do their worship and they do their song and dance and everything. Like the Shias, they flagellate, the self-flagellation and everything. They beat themselves up. So they don't really do that. The Wahhabis, they don't really want anybody to do that. They, just do your worship in private, just keep it between you and God. And therefore, the Bareilwis did not like that. And I think the Bareilwi is the majority in Pakistan. I have to believe that, because usually the Wahhabis were a little hesitant to express these things in public. But me, my family, all of us, we were never hesitant. Like we very openly used to say that, yeah, we love the saints and we love those guys and we love the kings of the past, because they did great services for Islam and they gave us this great religion. So yeah, we're going to openly sing their praises, and you can't stop us. So I guess we were the majority.
I also got a question here as well, because I got to leave in a few minutes. But there are a lot of traditionalists in Islam in various sects. Follow a lot of similarities with the underlying principles of Christianity or Judaism. For example, the topic of pedophilia in Muhammad Hijab, where he explicitly says the Quran accepts it. Now, did Muhammad Hijab just commit shirk by accepting a practice in the Quran, which is also a practice among Catholic priests?
Oh, no, that's a tough one. I have seen that video where he's kind of literally accepted that yes, Islam does allow pedophilia. I mean, even though they've been running away from this for a long time, but now he's actually had the guts to go ahead and accept it. I wonder why he's done that. Probably because he was pressured into doing it. Like, someone said, well, go on. Here's a verse. Address it properly. And obviously, he's active with his dawah work, so he probably eventually got cornered somewhere. I'm not sure how this is connected with Catholic priests doing, the stuff that they do with children, which is obviously horrible. I don't think this is connected with that. I think that's just something that individuals do, and it's got nothing to do with Catholicism. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a connection.
Yeah, but even when, like, let's say there are principles, or like if you ask me on the top of my mind, I can't come up with the exact ones, but if there's shared principles between Judaism and Christianity and Islam, and you follow one of them, wouldn't all these traditionalists also becoming apostates or committing shirk, and then them attacking us? Wouldn't that be hypocrisy in a lot of senses?
I think all three of these religions, they are very self-praising, and I think not one of them allows you to actually be open enough to believe in one of them and also believe in another one at the same time. I think if you believe in one, you have to be dedicated to the one. And like, especially if you're a Muslim, you can't be a half Christian and half Muslim. You have to be fully be a Muslim, and you have to have no connection with the Bible. The only connection you have with the Bible is that you cherry pick some bits of it that kind of support the Islamic narrative, and you say, well, look, this is where Jesus said such and such thing, and it proves that, you know, Prophet Muhammad was a true prophet, or that it proves that he wasn't really a god, but that he was a prophet of God because he was praying to God, or that he referred to the Prophet Muhammad as the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, which he didn't actually do. You know, that they just make that up. They just kind of twist it a little bit to make it sound like that. But I think whatever version of, you know, whatever Abrahamic faith you follow, I think you have to be in it all the way. If you're a Jew, you have to be a Jew all the way. I mean, you have to support Israel. You have to be a Zionist, and you have to believe that as a Jew, you're better than everybody else because you have been given this superior mission to get this homeland for the Jews and to fight for it and to die for it. And as a Christian, you have to believe that, you know, that someone died for your sins so that you could be forgiven. And as a Muslim, you have to believe that Muhammad was the prophet. I don't really think that you can take all of them, take bits and pieces from all of them. I think you have to be dedicated to one of them. Though obviously, I'm not saying that I'm an expert on the matter. In Islam, that's definitely the case. You have to be very dedicated to Islam and only look at everything from the Islamic perspective.
No, absolutely. Like, you know, and again, you are at least honest about the fact that you're not an expert in the matter, and like, you know, you're sort of seeing what you are observing. That is, this is.
Yeah, I really don't want to give any wrong information to the audience.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to.
Yeah, we don't like giving wrong information to our audience. We're not an Islamic channel.
Yeah, exactly. We're not a Java channel per se. But yeah, I think we should, you know, open the floor if anybody wants to ask Zain Sami a question.
Yeah. I'll put the StreamYard invite link in the chat. So anyone that wants to come on and talk.
Absolutely. Like we put it simultaneously.
Yeah. I also had a question for you guys. Can I ask you something?
For
absolutely.
sure.
Absolutely.
You're both atheists, yes?
I'm atheist, yes.
And you?
I'm like a ex-Hindu agnostic.
Right. And what about YouTube channels, like, you know, atheist YouTube channels? Which channels do you enjoy watching?
My personal favorite would be The Masked Arab, specifically because he goes into the details of even though he doesn't have a lot of content anymore, but he did go very specific to specific Islamic sources. He dug deep into prevalent issues between, like, you know, is ISIS representative of Islam, of pedophilia?
He's very good with scripture. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Like, excellent. You know, he dove deep, stated the facts, and, you know, I think that was his stuff was what really convinced me. Apostate Prophet used to kind of, like, you know, I used to think of him as, he's coming across as very, like, you know, mean-spirited, or, you know, he's too, you know, I wouldn't go for it. So people accuse me, you just follow Apostate Prophet. I'm like, no, I listen to Masked Arab. So Masked Arab and I spoke as well too on the Messenger. Right. So I've actually even asked him permission to even use his sources as well, and he said, yes, absolutely, go for it. You can use my sources. And
these new channels that we got new channels now. We got Pakistani channels. We got Haris Sultan. We've got Ghalib Kamal.
Absolutely. Haris Sultan, like, you know, he's relatively, you know, what do you call it? Haris Sultan is
he's very humble. He's very down to earth. That much is I can tell you. I had the privilege of interviewing him in person, and you as well, Mustafa. You know what I'm talking about. I mean,
yes, I did go to his channel. Yes.
Yeah, and the interview lasted about an hour, and he sat down and spoke with me after the interview for about an hour and a half. So he was so humble, so down to earth. He was in no hurry to leave. He didn't say, well, you know, I got something to do, or I got some commitments or whatever. He was in no hurry. He just sat down there. We talked for about an hour and a half. And he's just such a humble guy.
Yeah, and I've even spoken with Amna Sardar too. And also, yes, Nick, you had something?
No, I was just gonna say, like, the thing with the short platform discussions that or like the short version videos. I don't
Yeah.
think they quite do the topic of religion and atheism justice. I was more into the stuff with like Aaron and Ra on the Non Sequitur show
Yeah.
and such,
Yeah.
where
Right.
in terms of like you can actually see many of the religious apologists tripping on their own foot there and just giving them enough rope they can hang themselves, and you don't need to sit here and waste your breath on the stupidity. They'll do that for you. And
Yeah. And how about some of the English channels like Dark Matter 2525 or
I
Lone
like
Stamper?
I actually like what do you call it, Aaron Ra, as well as
Oh yeah, yeah. I like Aaron Ra.
Unified Skeptic and
He's nice hair, hasn't he? Aaron Ra?
Oh, hi. So how are you two doing today?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm okay. I'm good. Do you happen to have any questions for our guest today?
Well, I was gonna bring up, because he mentioned the concept of Mary, right? And then there's the hadith that Muhammad said they used to say this and that. This part of the Quran, if it's all right with you, I would read it. It makes me wonder about, like, if they actually memorized the Quran at the time. Because so Surah 3, is it all right with you, Moose, if I read this? It's like,
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so keep in mind that Muhammad there's like 3 different parts of the Quran where he mentions Mary being the sister of X or daughter of X, right? Like,
yes.
And this is one, and then you have the hadith where they come to him and he says, "Oh, well, it was just a term used for piety."
Metaphor. Yeah.
So Surah Al Imran. This is going to be ayat 35 through 40, and we can just do this.
Okay.
So, behold, Imran's wife said, "O my Lord, I do dedicate unto thee what is in my womb for thy special service, so accept this of me, for thou hearest and knowest all things." 36. When she was delivered, she said, "O my Lord, behold, I am delivered of a female child, and Allah knew best what she brought forth. And no wise is the male like the female. I have named her Mary." So this is confirming that there is a Mary that was born to Imran. "And I command her and her offspring to thy protection from Satan the reject." 37. Right graciously did her Lord accept her. He made her grow up in purity and beauty to take care to the care of Zechariah. Now, this is what's important here. She was assigned. Every time that he entered the chamber to see her, he found her supplied with substance. He said, "O Mary, whence this come to you?" She said, "From Allah, for Allah provides sustenance to whom he pleases without measure." There did Zechariah pray to his Lord, saying, "O my Lord, grant unto me from thee a progeny that is pure, for thou art he that heareth prayer." So about 2 more verses, and we'll collect this real quick. While he was standing in prayer in the chamber, the angels called unto him, "Allah doeth give the glad tidings of Yahya, John the Baptist, witnessing the truth of the word from Allah, and noble, chaste, and a prophet of the company of the righteous." 40. He said, "O my Lord, how shall I have a son, seeing I am very old and my wife is barren?" And so this is going to the New Testament. The problem, the thing here is, there's 2 Zechariah essentially in the Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament. Biblical scholars consider Aaron to have lived in about the 14th century BCE, and that the Zechariah of the Old Testament was 500 BCE. And then you have the Zechariah of the New Testament in, of course, around the AD. So here we have Allah saying for sure that Imran's wife said, "Oh my Lord," and then she's pregnant, names it Mary, and then it skips at least 500 years, you would say,
Yeah.
because it's well, actually 14 BC to 500, so it skipped about what, 800?
Quite a lot.
800?
Yeah, more than 500. Yeah.
Yeah, about 800 years to
Yeah.
a Zechariah. We can't prove what Zechariah it is in verse 37. And
Yeah.
then but then it does talk about who he is in 39, because it says that he was the father of John the Baptist. So any way you look at it, it makes me wonder if they actually memorized the Quran, because anybody who went to Muhammad, and because he mentions it like 3 or 4 different places in the Quran, so maybe they didn't memorize this part, or the people asking didn't know this part. But it's really weird that nobody ever brings up.
And
with the
nobody
argument-
noticed, something is fishy. Yeah.
Yeah, and nowadays
I
when
think-
you, Go
I
ahead.
think there just wasn't all that much knowledge or information, and I think they did memorize it, but they just weren't really aware that something is wrong, and that's why the Quran says that the Jews and Christians mocked him, and they made fun of him for plagiarizing, but he assured the Muslims that he wasn't plagiarizing and that he really is the prophet of God, and that's kind of like how it worked. So you just have to believe that the Muslims were just kind of unaware and naive, and he took advantage of that, and he just, and they just went with the flow.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
then
think that.
if-
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
You
go
broke up
for
on me.
it. Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
then through 42 through 45, so
Yeah.
it's the same section, and rarely does the Quran give like more than 10 verses that actually talk about the same subject. But here we actually do, where it skips back to Mary. Oh, Mary, Allah has chosen thee and purified thee, of woman of all blood nations, and bow down, and this and that. And then it
Yeah.
says, it says that she will be given a son, Jesus. Jesus Christ. His name will be Jesus Christ, the son of Mary. So it's just really weird to me that even with Muslims trying to use this Muhammad hadith, where he tries to correct himself, nobody brings up this portion of the Quran,
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
hey, what are you talking about? There's no way that Muhammad could be right in his hadith, because if we're supposed to follow Allah's words as the true
Yeah,
ones.
I'm actually gonna take note of this. These verses. I think this is Surah Al Imran. Yeah, let me just quickly write this down. Surah Al Imran, and it starts from.
It starts from 35.
35 to 45. Yeah, let's just say that. All right, so I've taken note of that. Yeah, that's actually important, because here he's actually given his game away completely, and I didn't know this before. So
Yeah, if you actually go to 47, it will confirm even more that it's talking about the same Mary, born of Imran, but also the Mary to give birth to Jesus, because it talks about her being chaste, that nobody has ever touched her.
Yeah,
So-
I'll do a proper, like I'll do a checkup on this, like properly, start to end. I'll see what exactly is going on. But I think I know what to expect now, because Mary's father's name was not Imran; it was Joachim. That was his biblical name, and Imran was actually the father of the father or the grandfather. I can't remember exactly now, but he was supposed to be an ancestor of the other Mary, the one that lived 1,000 years before she did, the mother of Jesus. But her father's name was not Imran. That's just not correct. That is not how the actual story was told. That is just, again, Muhammad confusing things and, just lumping them together to quickly produce something.
I've never attacked it from that. I've attacked it from the timeline. Like, how do you skip from Imran to either two of the Zechariahs? Because they're centuries apart from each other. One of them's 1,400 years, from Imran. So how do you correct that timeline if you're going to say that this is true? Hey, buddy.
Yeah, and on the first page of the Gospel of Matthew, you find the genealogy of Jesus. That genealogy actually shows you pretty clearly that this has got to be the real story, because if you look at the Quranic version of how those people are related to one another, a lot of those people aren't even there, and the names are kind of flipped over as well. There's another guy called Yusuf or something, And he's also been confused because Yusuf and Joseph, I think Joseph is the English version of Yusuf. And somehow Muhammad ended up confusing those two individuals as well. And I read this about 3 or 4 years ago. I can't remember exactly what it was, but you'll find this on the first page of the Gospel of Matthew in the genealogy.
Oh, really? So Muhammad even confused the Joseph as well.
Yeah, something. Not one was Yusuf, and there was another Yusuf. I think there were two Yusufs, and he mixed those up. But since it's been 3 or 4 years, I can't remember exactly how it worked. But look at the first page of the Gospel of Matthew. You'll find it there.
Okay. I'll look into this. Yeah, no, this is something very interesting to look into and discuss as a future topic as well.
Awesome.
We do. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. We do sort of see like what were the origins, where did these come from? So sort of we do this. Where does Islam get this idea from? Where does Islam plagiarizes so and so from? So we do entire discussions on that. And so you're more, I think you've checked them out as well. Like, so you're more than welcome to come in, and so are you, Wiso. So
I will do.
Is your name Zane?
Religious.
Is your name Zane?
I told my name at the beginning. It's Zulkarnain. That's my name.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to read the screen. All right. I didn't want to do your name wrong or anything. It sounds like you might be a Christian.
No, I'm not a Christian. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint you.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm an atheist. I was just wondering because you're using more biblical concepts, but but
you have to do that in order to understand where all of this information is coming from. You have to go to the original source, and I was there. Like I said, I spent and this 3 or 4 years ago, so I don't remember everything too clearly, but I did do a lot of research. I spent hours in the library comparing the two scriptures with one another.
Yeah, because it made me think. I've been on Clubhouse for like a couple of weeks, and I spoke to some Christians, and I heard a Muslim make an argument about the fooling of the people that Jesus died on the cross, right? That he made it appear, and that Jesus didn't die. And I was thinking this. So really, Allah deceived the Muslims.
Nah, it's all about what way you look at it. If you lean all of your biases to one side. And then don't forget, there's also the Ahmadi Muslims. They've got a different kind of narrative too on the personality of Jesus, where they've tried their best to reconcile all of the problems in the Islamic narrative. And they say that, well, we've got the true version. Here it is. And he really didn't die. The Islamic narrative is true, but because it's so absurd that he's alive and living in the heavens for 2,000 years as a living person. So what actually happened is that he came off the cross and then he went to India and then he died over there at the age of 120 and he's buried there. So they've reconciled it this way. So you've got those guys as well.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like, to the Quranic and Islamic narrative in general, he made it appear that Jesus died, but he did not. And so he deceived. The point that the Quran and the Islamic narrative tries to make is that Allah deceived the people that were against him, like the Jews,
the Romans or the Jews or what.
But really, Allah deceived the Muslims because they believed Jesus was a Muslim and that his followers at the time were Muslim. So really, he fooled the Muslims. He deceived the Muslims into believing that Jesus died on the cross. Think of that.
I guess you could say that. But what's more interesting to me is, just the absolute absurdity of this person, whoever he is, he's son of God or, whatever he is. But according to the mainstream Muslims, he's alive. He didn't die. He's still alive. He's living in the heaven as a living person, but he's in heaven. So I have a question. Is he allowed to have sex with the virgins there? Is he allowed to have the lovely food of heaven? I mean, because he never died. Remember, he's not a spirit. He's not a soul. He's a living, breathing person like us because he never died. So is he allowed to enjoy the luxuries and the spoils of heaven as a living person? Would
That is an
anyone be kind enough to answer that question?
Yeah, no, that is an interesting way to look at it. Like, because the claim is that he never died, and now if we even bring the Islamic heaven into this, so those giant women with big breasts, are they serving Jesus? Are they is he getting served? Interesting, very interesting. And there's rivers of wine and milk and all that. That's something that's very interesting to look into.
Yeah, because I mean, the Ahmadis, the heretics, the ones that have been kicked out of Islam, they can say, well, no, we don't believe he's alive. We don't believe that absolutely ridiculous story that he's alive in heaven for 2,000 years. We believe he died. He died a natural death. But the mainstream Muslims, the actual Muslims, right? What do you guys have to say about it? I mean, would you be kind enough to enlighten us? Where is he and what is he doing? Is he allowed to enjoy the spoils of heaven? And does he? I'd like to know.
Yeah, we could actually pose that as a question. If we ever get a chance to interview an imam or interview a Muslim preacher or dawah person, we can actually ask him this question. Note to self, we can even discuss a few questions too to ask.
And remember, you can't even say that he's divine in any way, because he's just a prophet. He's just a man. Because Christians can say that, well, we believe he's a God, so he's alive and he's in heaven and everything. I mean, they have a good way to get across that problem, but you don't, because you don't believe he's a God. You believe he's just a normal man.
No,
so how do you get across that?
I think I can think of I'm thinking the excuse they can come with, Allahu alam, only Allah knows best. That's the ultimate trump card is Allah knows best. Allah works in mysterious ways. Allah, if he wills, he can do it.
Why does Allah know best, though? Is his brain bigger than ours? Why does he know best?
Yeah, so that usually is the ultimate trump card. I think even Yasir Qadhi came up with that trump card when he was, addressing the question of Zulqarnain, the actual from the Quran, where he's Alexander the Great, and he's like, oh, this cannot be, Allahu alam, Allah knows best. Because even though for thousands of years, most tafsir scholars have practically admitted this was Alexander the Great. So, and then suddenly, he's faced with, he's like, there's also apologists saying it's Cyrus, but then when you even examine that, that's, he was never, Cyrus was never a monotheist either. So he's,
and remember, Zulqarnain is the person who went to the edge of the planet, edge of the world, and he saw the sun setting in a spring of muddy water.
Yes, and you have to this day people claiming that, oh, it's a perspective. But even if you look at the perspective, a spring is really small, very small. The word is small, and even the largest spring in, I think, New Zealand is like you're basically seeing a sun go inside water, literally. So even if you make the perspective argument, it falls flat.
And why did he find people there? The verse says that he found near it a people. Why did he find people there? Were people living in water?
Absolutely. You can actually give that. And it turns out, I think the Master Arab did something that on this, where he said, this is actually taken from the Alexander romance stories. That is, these were legends. The Christian version. This was, like you said, again, there's a lot of borrowings from Christianity in Islam. And I feel I was always this advocate that, or maybe I speculate a lot that Islam's origins are within Christian. Maybe it might have been a Christian sect that separated.
Don't forget.
Yes, you saying?
Sorry, my connection isn't the best. I keep I get in silence, and I'm thinking that y'all are done speaking. Go ahead.
No worries. No. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, don't forget that another reason that you would take it literally that the sun, went into a spring is because he came across a people who had no protection from the sun.
Absolutely.
So yes. He's claiming that that's the reason that they have dark skin is because they have no protection from the sun when it's going down into the spring.
Absolutely. And even if you make the argument of the dark skinned people, and if you go to the ends of the earth, the individuals, the humans with the darkest skins are in the African continent, if you think about it. And that's not even one of the ends. If you even argue the flat earth, it's not even on one of the ends either. It's right in the center.
Yeah.
So,
maybe I would say that as a human being, I need God, if there is one. I need him to communicate with me properly. Now, this is just not how a God should be communicating, in metaphors and then having all of these confusing verses where I'm supposed to figure out on my own that it's a perspective. Because when I read that verse, how would I know that it's a perspective? Because that's not what the verse says. The verse says that he went to the edge of the world and he saw the sunset in a spring of muddy water. That's all it says over there. So why am I supposed to fill in the gap on my own and say, well, no, it was just a perspective? That's not how it works. I mean, if an all-powerful God is really up there, he needs to talk to me properly, not like that, not in rhymes that don't even actually make any kind of sense.
How many other parts of the Quran have you ever heard Muslims say is from a person's perspective? Like how many?
I don't know from a person's perspective, but what I can say is a lot of parts need to be excused in different ways. Like this is a person's perspective, or this is God knows best about this, or this was something that it's a test from God. Like there's this. I'm not sure. This is a bit irrelevant. I'm sure I should bring this up, but I was having a discussion with a Muslim friend. Like, why doesn't God feed the sick and dying children of this world? And he's a very good lad, like he's not hostile in any way, but he came up with a very, frankly, a dumb excuse. I find it really dumb. I'm sorry. That it's our job to feed those people, right? I mean, God left it up to us, right? Allah Almighty, he left it up to us human beings to do that. He made it our job to do. Well, he knew we were never going to do it, right? Because he knew that he made us corrupt and he made us selfish and we're greedy, we're corrupt. We are the way that we are, right? I mean, human beings are corrupt and we are greedy, we are selfish. We do not always take care of it. Sometimes we do. Of course, people help each other, that there is humanity in us. Of course there is, but there's also a dark side to us. We're also corrupt at the same time. We're greedy. We take from each other even. We even take each other's resources. So we are not qualified to have that responsibility. Why did he leave it up to us, knowing full well that we were never going to fulfill it? So again, it's just one of those excuses. And I have to tell you this. It says in one of the tafsirs of the Quran that the Prophet Musa actually saw with his own eyes that God was taking care of every living being on the planet, right? He was taking care of everything. And Allah assured him that I take care of everything. I feed everything. It's my job to ensure that every living being gets fed. But when we look at the real world, that's not the case at all. We see that, thousands of people die every day from hunger, literally. And that's human beings, not even other beings. And when I put that question in front of our Muslim friends, the response is, it's our responsibility to do it. Well, didn't you just change your narrative now? Because that's not what the Quran said initially. The Quran said that Allah has taken that responsibility. But now you're making excuses for him when the evidence is given to you that is not the case. Now you're making excuses for him. So again, it's excuse after excuse after excuse on everything. So whether it's the sun setting in muddy water, or whether it's God knows best about this, or whether it's about all of these things. It's just excuses, all of it. They have to come up with excuse A, excuse B, excuse C at every step of the way. They have to explain it away in some way or other, because the explanations, frankly, are just not there in the scriptures. They have to come up with. They have to make them on behalf of their God and Prophet. They have to make those excuses.
And to your point about Allah provides for the food and provides for everything. In the Quran, he addresses this directly when they're scared about taking over Mecca, Masjid al-Haram, because they were scared that they would lose trade. and he said, "Do not worry, Allah will provide." He, you know, Allah provides for whom He chooses, and it's just funny. He's promising to protect against poverty, and you see all these impoverished Muslim nations. And then when you bring it up to them, they're like, to Muslims, it's, oh, well, it's because, you know, the U.S. or the West is doing this and that. No, it shouldn't matter. If you're claiming a government is stronger than your God's ability to not cause famine on them or to not cause drought, you know,
Exactly.
it's the weakest argument.
Yeah, I mean, recently we had the Taliban take over Kabul, right? You know, the world knows about that. And a lot of Muslim friends said, well, this is a victory that Muslims have achieved over the Kafirs. And well, my question is, why did it take 20 years for that victory to come? Why was America able to do all of that damage to Afghanistan for 20 years and then the victory came? So why did Allah wait that long for that? Why didn't He give that victory to them before?
He needed more
Strange, isn't it?
birds. He needed more martyr birds to fly around his head on his throne.
Yeah, and how about Iraq?
He didn't have enough birds. He didn't have enough birds of paradise flying around.
Exactly. I think that's in the surah called Surah Fil, yeah?
Yeah. Surah Fil has the birds. Oh no, this is referencing a hadith. The Surah Fil is referencing the story where the birds carry the stones to destroy an elephant army.
Yeah.
So to speak, which in itself is quite a ridiculous story. If you look at it.
I have to say this. Look, I've got a lot of sympathy for Iraq. Yeah, you know, because the stuff that the US did with the innocent people of Iraq, I really have a lot of sympathy for the people there, and all to the Muslim brothers who it really hurts them that happened to their Muslim brethren, and that's fine, and I'm really sorry for that. But here's the thing: why did your God? Why did He allow this to happen to those innocent people?
Obviously,
today,
He willed it.
Yeah, and even
nothing happens without His will. So
yeah, and today, the United States and Britain and everybody who participated in that war, they are happy to admit that we made a mistake. There was nothing there, right? We went looking for weapons of mass destruction. There was nothing there. We're really sorry for what happened. Obviously, nobody's been held accountable, but at least they've admitted their mistake now. After all these years, they're happy to admit we made a mistake. We're sorry. Well, I mean, they're human beings. That they're bound to make mistakes, but there's a perfect being out there. Why didn't He protect them? It's almost like He's not even there. It's almost like it's just a made-up story.
That, or He wants to test the Muslims. He wants to test them. But that's the thing. It's like, I guess in the theology.
When they win, He gives them victory. But when they get beaten up and when they suffer so much, then it's a test. So everything has an answer, yeah?
Yeah, it's the simplicity of deduction, I guess. But what I was trying to say is, like, it's obvious that if it couldn't happen without the will of Allah, then Allah wants to punish these Muslims. And I've actually spoken to Muslims about this, and they mentioned, I've had a few of them say, it's because our faith isn't as strong as it was when we were conquering the world, when we were expanding. Our faith has dwindled, so Allah is punishing us. And I'm thinking to myself, this is like the most honest answer I've ever heard from a Muslim.
But I mean, come on. Why are innocent people being punished? I mean, if my faith is not good, I mean, who should be punished for that? Me or someone else?
Yeah, exactly. And, even Reanimator makes a point that Tony Blair, shouldn't be behind bars, because if Allah existed, He would have made sure of that Tony Blair and George W. Bush Jr. would have been punished.
Exactly.
Specifically.
They're too strong. There's no karma, raining down on them, and there's no punishment raining down on them. It only seems to rain down on those innocent people in Pakistan and Afghanistan who accidentally blaspheme against the Prophet, and Allah makes sure that they get what they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was the news that a woman over WhatsApp text messages got a death sentence immediately, and then you had my good friend Noor Muqaddam in Pakistan. She was murdered by her boyfriend.
Yeah. Did you know her personally? Yeah.
I knew her personally. She was my very close friend in high school, as well as she was my classmate. And, we were just speaking. We were even debating Islam just a few days before this happened.
Oh, my God.
So imagine, what...
the shock that you went through. Yeah, I get it.
No, it's still shocking to this day that, I've lost a very good childhood friend of mine. And, sure, we lost...
in a horrible way, I mean, I read the story. He literally took the head off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was horrible. And then, you have people saying, making excuses of her taking off the hijab was the reason, or and she used to wear hijab for the longest time. And, she was very dead. And she, even after removing her hijab, she still was a practicing Muslim. She was she would pray, she would so, and she still had like you stated before, the sugar-coated view of Islam, that is. And she did have, she was a bit, I feel like she was a bit scared to ask questions, but if she had the conversation with me a little more, I never got the opportunity to have the conversation with her. And, maybe she could have survived, but the Pakistani government decided, no, blasphemy is a priority. Let's give the death sentence to blasphemy first before we give the death sentence to the actual murderer. So, which is,
but I also have to say, on behalf of the majority population, that they were pretty good. They were understanding. I think they sided with the right person, and they did give sympathy as they should.
And the population is still saying, why are you delaying her murderer when a lot of people are speaking out against the blasphemy, death sentence, because they're saying, wait a second, there's a literal murderer right here. You haven't even given him the death sentence yet. So I'm glad that there's some rumblings and some, at least they're not as vocal, but there's some people that are being slowly but gradually vocal in Pakistan against, the.
And what do you expect? What do you think the end result is going to be? Obviously, you don't know the future, but what would you say? What would you predict?
Honestly, I am actually it's going to be I think the Muslim community in large, that is, it'll have to happen in large, is going through this weird phase that, first we have to recognize ex-Muslims, even in the West, that, ex-Muslims are demonized. But, we have to have, it's like what the Christian communities went through, the Judeo-Christian communities in the 18th and 19th century and 20th century, that is, that, Renaissance that they had, the whole new ideas.
Definitely.
This is kind of I feel like this is the start of because Muslims have adapted to the internet, that is. Instead of the printing press, this time we've quickly adapted. The Muslim community, which is ex-Muslims, critics of Islam, have adapted to the internet faster, and now we are looking at the Quran, we're critiquing it, now we're having more and more discussions.
And like I said, my family, they're not, even though they're very practicing, they haven't been hostile to me yet. And that I'm actually pleasantly surprised by that. I've not received any hostility.
You know what my mother did? My mother tried to get me married to a Muslim girl, hoping that I would get converted back to Islam. And even my Muslim friend, even she agreed. She's like, that it does not work that way. It doesn't work that way. And I'm also.
It's actually a bad idea to even think of that. It's a bad idea. Yeah, because the marriage will probably fall apart very quickly.
Absolutely. I had to tell my prospective, rishtas that, hey, I'm an ex-Muslim. I don't believe in Islam. And they're like, oh, your mother never told us this. So, and then that turns out to be, my mother's like, oh, you're imposing your beliefs. I'm like, I'm just telling them. I'm being honest. And, I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. You don't have to look for a bride for me. And this is your idea to begin with. So I'm going to be honest with these people. that
Have you got any plans though on that?
On the what do you call it, the marriage? No, not at all. Like, I would prefer to meet someone, whether they're Muslim, non-Muslim, atheist, agnostic. It's I'm very open to, like, I won't discriminate, that is, whether it's by ethnic backgrounds, by racial backgrounds, or by like religious backgrounds. I have no discrimination, though it has it's and it's what do you call it, I don't have any it's just that weird, like, there's a cloud of restriction that's just removed, and you're like,
you're free.
Not in much of a hurry to find anybody. It's like, it's a very
same here. I'm in no hurry. I might not even do it. I always thought that getting married, bringing new people into this world, bringing new life into this world, I always thought it was a little bit unfair to do that.
Absolutely, especially, like, given the situation of the earth. It's like, this is,
and it's not just today. Now people will say, well, we've messed up the world. No, we haven't. The world is a messed up place, and we may have made it worse than it already was, but we found it this way. Okay, when we found it, when we got here, it was already a big mess.
Absolutely.
We're actually very brave. We're a very brave species to be living on a planet like this and accomplishing so much and helping each other the way that we do. We're actually a very brave species.
Well, as a species, as much as we also fucked up, we also admit that we weirdly fucked up. Oh my goodness, Pio. If you marry this girl, if you married this girl, the plan will come true, because mother were the boss in marriage, no matter which religion.
Women are the boss of man, no matter which religion you are. I guess you can say that.
Bosses. I think that by that logic, it's.
I have seen men with so much willpower and so much self-confidence. I've seen them change after marriage in ways that you can't even imagine.
No,
their wives really change them.
Absolutely. And I have two Muslim friends, female friends, who have Christian husbands, that is. I'm not going to take their names, but they did face some. I even asked them, like, what, like, they did have some distant relatives. They've actually kept it a secret from distant relatives because of the backlash they could potentially receive. That is, and they do. So it was a very, I actually commend them for the brave decision that they made, even being practicing Muslims, that is. So, it's...
Can they do that? Wouldn't it... can they have an Islamic marriage that way?
That's a good question. Yeah, and I've been... someone did ask me, a good friend of mine, she asked me, can I even have an Islamic marriage if my boyfriend is a Christian or a non-Muslim or an atheist? And I was like, this is a good question. So I'll look into this, actually.
I tell you what, I don't think you're going to find a definitive answer. I think you're going to find conflicting answers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it will depend on... there are some imams. I did know that there was an imam that was doing non-Muslim marriages for girls marrying outside the religion. And he has faced some backlash. I don't forget his name. But, it was... what do you call it? It's so bizarre that he was he's the only one. He's one of the few that is willing to do it. But he's I guess he's also faced some backlash as well from the Muslim community at large for taking this step.
Even a guy like Shah Rukh Khan,
absolutely.
Even he sometimes Muslims bash him for marrying a Hindu woman, but
absolutely,
he can do that. He doesn't really have to worry about what people think about him because he's got too many people that love him, and he's got too much money, and he's a very successful man.
And again, it was also a man, so to speak, right? He's also a man in the position because in the Islamic doctrine, you can kind of make an excuse for even a man marrying a Hindu woman, for example. Oh, she can convert. Oh, she can do this. The man is has the say. So.
As a man, you got more flexibility, you've got more leverage, which women do not have. I don't know what the reason is. Is it misogyny? Is it just that Muhammad didn't really care about women? Was he indifferent? I don't know. But
He did say they were lesser intelligence, so we have it there.
Yeah, I mean, I even asked some Muslims one time, what exactly does that mean? They came up with different answers. They said some of them said that, well, their brains are smaller, and some of them said, well, they're just less intelligent and they're more emotional, that kind of thing. But I had different answers. They can't even agree on anything.
No way. They even said smaller brains, eh?
Yeah, one guy did say that their brains are smaller.
Wow. Oh, okay. That's a new one, because I've heard the emotional argument as well, and it's a very it's a very dumb argument, because expression of emotion does not necessarily mean you make emotional decisions.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you're dumb. I mean, you can be emotionally intelligent. Maybe it means you're clever.
Exactly. And also, just expression of it doesn't necessarily translate to you being incompetent in any way. So to speak, you find that there are more women that are more religious compared to men. So
yeah,
the deficiency of religion also falls flat. Yeah.
Lately, I haven't seen you participate in the dialogues group. Are you doing that?
I have. The thing is, I've been very restricted on my Facebook.
Yeah.
My Facebook has restricted me a lot. So
they banned you. Is that what you mean?
Yes. That's why I'm not participating in the dialogues group. Otherwise, I would have been collecting some crazy comments from the dialogues group and showing this is where I get my crazy comments from. But now I can't even in the Pakistani Muslim and ex-Muslim group. I'm having some trouble posting even the gin and tonic links as well, and I've had to ask Ethan so many times to.
Oh, the new one, yeah. Ethan is running that one, yeah.
I've actually had to ask the admins to post it on my behalf, because I can't post anything. It's so bizarre, honestly. So I'll try.
It's still running though. Dialogues is still running. It's still running really well. I mean, I think we're almost done a year now, and I'm quite surprised at how well that they've been running it. And big shout out to our admin. Both our admins, Fatma Saeed and Rayan Khan, they're doing a really good job, and they're fair with both communities. And it's not easy to run a group like this. I know, because I have past experience. It's really difficult to maintain a group in which there's difficult discussions, sensitive discussions every single day, and to maintain discipline in a group like that and make sure that everybody is allowed to say what they want to say and not get bullied and harassed by anybody else. It's a really tough job. So I got to give a shout out to them.
Absolutely. And I would love to, remind me definitely to even get them on here as well, and be able to, or even an interview, interview Rehan and Fatima on, what their work, as well as, so this is a good platform for them to discuss.
And I had the honor and the privilege of interviewing Fatma Saeed one time for my work, because you were also one of those people.
Yes. You did the study, yes.
Yeah, and she was she really she worked hard. She made sure that I had good content to do, for my study, and to write for what I needed to write. But she's very good at interviews. She's very well spoken, and she's very intelligent as well.
Speaking of your study, can you briefly elaborate? Before we sign off, can you briefly elaborate on the study that you were doing to our audience?
I've done it. I passed that project. I got 67 marks in it, and I'm officially a BSc honors graduate now.
Yeah, no, but what was the study about? Like, you were discussing the study. So
the topic was called. It was the benefits and challenges of living a non-religious life. That was it. That was the main topic, and then I had a research question, and I designed 6 different questions, and it was a semi-structured interview, because I realized that it's going to be hard for participants to talk for an hour and a half on just on a limited scope of because it can be hard to discuss your feelings, your inner feelings. It can be difficult. It's obviously a touchy subject. So I had to make sure that I can assist them as they go along, and I did, and I had a great time. I mean, I did these interviews in April last year, and it was great. I mean, Haris Sultan, I had the privilege of interviewing him. In total, I did 9 interviews, and there's another wonderful lady. She's called Zara Kay. I'm sure you know her.
Yes, I've been speaking to
She
Zara.
accepted the invite, but I wasn't able to do the interview because I didn't have any time, so I had to apologize to her. And she was very nice. She accepted the invite first, and I said, okay, no problem. You can do what you have to do. But I'd love to interview her anyway.
Yeah, no, I'd love to
Nice.
even try to bring Zara if she's available. That is, I know she
Yeah.
has a lot on her plate. I've
Yeah.
even asked Gada, the one who did the no hijab conference. That is.
No, I'm not sure about that. I've heard
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it.
No, I think I'll show her the picture. She was one of the 3 ladies who did the no hijab, who were speaking out against the hijab. That is, and the ex-Muslim ladies. And I was I had the honor to speak with her, but I know
Yeah.
she said that she's just not doing interviews because it's, and I understand it does take a mental health toll on you, especially
It does. If you know her background, which she has told on her YouTube channel, she did have a difficult time, after she came out. Like I said in my story, I've been fortunate enough, not to have any
Yeah.
hostility, but that's not the case with everybody. Some people have
Exactly.
faced a lot of difficult times, so I do sympathize with them.
No, I actually would love to bring some people on, and again, conceal their identity just for safety reasons. That is, but I think, I think we've had a good show so far. Thank you for coming today. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Before we part off, do you have any parting words? Any final words? And you can go as long as you want with any final words.
Well, I mean, I just have to express some gratitude, I guess, because this has been the first time that I've actually told my story on any platform. So it's been a good one, I guess. I hope I've given you I've told you a good story. I hope you enjoyed hearing it. And the same to the audience. I hope you guys had fun. And I will be taking part in this community more actively now. I haven't done so before, but you'll be seeing comments of mine more now on the comment section of the Gin and Tonic show. I've subbed your channel and everything, and you've got a fan now.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Zulkarnain / not Sami Zain. And
yeah, not Sami. Not Sami. Sami Zain wannabe.
I would love you to, if you can join, if you wish to join us today, if you have the time, you can join us on Discord. If not, then we can join us next time as well on Discord as well. But I did post the link in the chat as well as in the this posted in the private chat as well. If you can see the private chat, Discord link.
Yeah, I can see the private chat. There's nothing.
Oh, I just posted.
Oh yeah, you just posted something here. Okay, cool.
So this is a link. If you wish to join, that is have a if this is if you want to talk to more of the fans slash our viewers who are dedicated viewers, that is, so you can have a discussion.
I can do for a little while. I can do that. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, awesome. If you can join, absolutely, and we'll see you there shortly. And anyway, thank you guys so much. Thank you in the audience. We will be signing off now. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week on the Gin and Tonic show.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right.
And just getting the intro.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Gin and Tonic show. We help Muslims and non-Muslims to handle Islam in the 21st century. My name is Mustafa, and this is my co-host in the nick of time. If you wish to talk about Islam, the ideology, you have come to the right place. We cover current Islamic news, Islamic scripture, some crazy comments, and a weekly topic about Islam to examine, critique, and analyze. If this is not enough Islam for you, please drop by our Discord to discuss any further questions about Islam. We condemn any form of discrimination, violence, misogyny, slavery. However, we do embrace free speech and criticism if it's factual and correct. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the Gin and Tonic show.
Good afternoon and evening, everybody. How are you doing today? Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Mr. Moose.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thankfully, people won't hear my breathing this time.
Yeah, no, you actually got some good quality mics on your end. I'd love to try. Uh, what do you call it? To check them out when I come to your place. But I'm glad that you invested in some mics.
Did you just do a racist, Mustafa?
I don't know. No. I just said in the nick of time. What is wrong with you, PL? What is wrong with you, people? Um, yeah, it's like what do you call it? Anyway, so we have a lot of things to talk about today. I think today is our topic is gonna be before we're gonna cover some crazy comments, some memes. I'm gonna cover some news. We're gonna react to some videos that Nick has. But we are also gonna do the topic of sleepers of the cave for today, Ashab al Kahf. And then after Ashab al Kahf, we will do a video by Hamza's Den, actually. So we're gonna also react to that as well. So
Yeah, they made some very bold claims that actually match with the crazy comments.
yeah.
So hopefully, if you have time in the 2 hours, we'll react to that. If not, we'll put in for next week.
Exactly. So if we have time, we'll address that because that will be what we'll be closing with. So I think we should start with the
with the
crazy
news.
comments. All
All
right.
right.
So this time we're gonna start with a little bit of comedy first.
All right.
Then we're gonna go sad, and then we're gonna go back to analysis.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just
All right.
share.
So before you go into crazy comments, I'll just put the jingle on.
All right. Let me just open the.
Oh, I have the crazy comments and such open, so I'll share that directly.
Oh, I was gonna say share some the meme. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. How to get stoned without smoking weed. My. This is an ex-Muslim, my friend Fatima Said. She's also a very vocal ex-Muslim. She sent me some of these memes, and these are some brilliant memes. So I have a huge shout out for her. I've also received this meme as well. India seems peaceful enough. Sufism, but it's the Trojan horse. But in reality, it's Orthodox Islam inside. So if you guys are aware of Sufism, this is kind of like showing Sufism as just something more than like smokes and mirrors. Pakistanis worried about minorities in India taking a selfie. Pakistan's own Shias, Hindus, Hazaras, Ahmadis, Christians, Sikhs, and Parsis. In the background, they're burning. All right.
Yeah, that brings up the point of the Kashmiri pundits.
Exactly, like the pro-Kashmir guys. Like, do you not care about your own people? All right. But she's supposed to be a kafir with half brain, half witness, and half faith, and she's in a lab. Please, Allah, help the kuffar find the cure. This is extremely relevant for today.
With Omicron.
Exactly.
Probably came out from like some dude drinking a camel urine or cow urine.
And this one, very Aisha on her day of her marriage, how everyone sees her and how Muhammad saw her. This is extremely demonic. So I hope we don't get banned for this. All right. I think Hafsa losing it. Gets caught in bed with wife's maid. How do I get out of this one? Feigns a seizure. Cue for divine revelation. Allah can said I can bone who I want. Hafsa with that the disappointed face. That's how to duct tape a crisis, folks. Say it's a divine revelation. Oh man, this is so bad. There was another thing Abul Fada mentions that explanation that Ali who washed his body after his death. Oh, Prophet, thy penis is erect unto the sky. This is the reference. This lady is like, well, too little, too late. So, all right. Now there's a Tava claim. The Quran will change your life, sir. Oh, it has. It may be an atheist. This is brilliant. This one's brilliant. And now our favorite character, Mo Hijab. His Facebook, his LinkedIn, his Instagram, his Tinder.
I wonder if on the Instagram post he writes hashtag Black Lives Matter.
No, he would write hashtag Muslim Lives Matter. You know, Muslim lives.
Oh, yeah, the remaining people are Kafirs, so.
Exactly. And this one, even though it also applies to the Super Smash Bros. Genesis.
Cain and Abel.
Habil and Qabil. There's this meme I wanted to share as well. It is not permitted to bury a man and a woman in the same grave because it's indecent. And this is what is happening in the grave. Sure. All right. What? Hang on. So this one, these are some comments I found from a post that somebody made about Aisha's marriage. So this is my friend Fatma Saeed. She's brilliant, and she's basically asking people about Aisha. Like, this is a post about Aisha's age. And she's like, would you allow your 6-year-old daughter to marry a 53-year-old man? And him wait till she's 9 to consummate it? Yes or no? And to the other person, she's like, yes, we will, soon as you tell me what the minimum age of marriage and consummation as Islam is. Please be truthful and accurate. This Danin Noor is like, how many times I have to say yes? Again, a big yes. Her choice. I love how he puts her choice in there. And this Muhammad Fuad, he actually asks, do you agree that Islamic morals were good for the time, but it is outdated for the 21st century? I agree. He's like, Danin Noor is like, ain't outdated till date, LOL. Under war situation, I'm going to support Islamic slavery stance again. Like, holy shit, at least you're honest about that. At least someone. And then this person is like, yeah, Ummul Mu'mineen Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha gave consent. What's your problem? Fatma Said asks, a 6-year-old can give their consent? Question mark. Would you give your 6-year-old daughter to a 53-year-old man and says she was capable of consent? He's like, yes, her choice.
So if she has a choice, why isn't she applying for a mortgage on a house?
Exactly. The fact that they play on the her choice, but it's only a child. That
well, if I gave a 6-year-old a choice, they aren't talking about having a husband.
Oh yeah, they would want to see which doll or which toy they want. That's the choice I would give my 6-year-old as well. If anything, my dad actually, I remember being 6 years old, my dad asking me like, what kind of superheroes I like. Because he was new to the idea of superheroes. Because in Pakistan, we were just introduced to superhero movies and stuff. So I gave him I told him I liked Hercules, I liked Batman, I liked Superman. So he actually got me the 3 action figures, that is. So
But isn't that pagan? Isn't that paganism?
Hey man, that's I was only 6, so I don't know. I might have been a pagan back then, but I can play with dolls and toys
So
because
basically, at one point, you were a Muslim revert.
I was. Hang on, there was a comment I engaged with somebody. Yeah, so Fatma said it's not a crazy comment per se, but it's very poignant. She said religious apologists complain bitterly that atheists are aggressive and hostile in their criticism of their faith, yet forget that 12 Muslim majority countries have the death penalty for apostates and freethinkers, and dozens more imprison atheists for simply talking about atheism. In the absence of a death sentence or imprisonment, there are lynchings that often go unreported. Many have to hide their views and pretend to be a Muslim. Now we just present you with some arguments about your religion and you complain? And I kind of commented, I'm the little bastard that commented, yeah, we make fun of them and they want to kill us. Even the least aggressive ones complain that you're being too mean. So here we are actually targeted for being too mean. So this person is like, when such criticism is responsible for disrupting peace and inciting violence in the masses, it shouldn't go unpunished.
So how is our show disturbing the peace?
I don't know how it's disturbing the peace, how analyzing. So here's my response to him.
The only one disturbing the peace is Muhammad Hijab, and he's the only place he's disturbing the peace is in some lady's pants. He takes off his shirt. Like, if anyone's disturbing the peace, it's him.
He has maybe not some male pants too as well, because of the body he has. We have to be inclusive, Nick. Remember. So I responded to this guy. It disrupts the peace, which translates to, it makes me angry so much I want to destroy things. That's why you should be punished for making me angry. Sounds about right. So this is how I accurately described, the comment. I think he tried to argue with me a bit more. Hang on, I think. He's like, nope, it's not about making me or you angry. It's about the extent at which you can make people angry at once. And then he tries to deflect the blame and says there's a reason British introduced blasphemy laws in the subcontinent. It was the first blasphemy law in India, and British knew what laws would be necessary in order to maintain peace in the land.
That's not peace. That's oppression.
Yeah. So, I kind of say... So I actually say, which is essentially saying these people are so brainwashed that they become collectively angry, start breaking things, and blame you for disrupting peace. So peaceful. And here you are defending their actions. It indeed is making the likes of you angry. And he's like, and he still tries to pin the blame on everything else. People still wreak havoc on land during protests after they get angry at some political party or incident in the West. Ooh, evil West. Take, for instance, a recent protest in France and also in the US when Trump got elected or when George Floyd got killed.
What the fuck does that have to do with this?
Exactly. And it's like many things are responsible for inciting, that's why they should be avoided. Religion is one of the factors.
All right, there's 2 points here. First, both are ideologies, which I personally am against. If you're like one of those like super Democrats that even if a Democrat's like sending concentration camps and shit, like you still like them, or you're a super Republican, then that's bad. And second, and most people are not that. And second thing is, if you're comparing me making an ideology, like critiquing your ideology, to some cop putting his neck on some dude and killing him.
Yeah, I actually pointed that out. First of all, I actually forgot to post the comment, but I told them, first of all, George Floyd was killed. So this was in response to somebody getting killed. So this was sort of it was more of a human rights issue right there. So second, they didn't go and lynch or kill somebody like the way that the 2 lynching incidents happened in Pakistan that you forgot about. And on top of that, in Charsada, Pakistan, I told them that there was what do you call it? Let me just stop sharing the screen one sec. Stop sharing. Yeah. In Charsada, they set fire to a police station just because they had a suspect. They had a suspect, a blasphemy suspect inside, and they wanted to kill him instead. So after that, there was no response because I knew that was where he can't go too far. That is.
Yeah.
So I think you also had some things to share as well.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play so I have 2 videos.
Mhm.
I'm gonna play the first one. Let's just have it
Islam
load.
that you might not know of. Number 1, the Mehr.
And essentially,
Oh no!
Don't say oh no! Don't say oh no! They're voicing their opinion. We're here to critique the opinion, right?
All right. You can go.
Here are some rights of women in Islam that you might not know of. Number 1, the Mehr.
And essentially, the Mehr is a gift that the wife gets
from the husband, but it is a gift that the wife gets to choose.
It could be any.
What is the Mehr? Like, I know this is a TikTok, so is this actually
Mehr is
something from the
actually
Quran?
in a Muslim contract, right?
Yeah.
So in a Muslim contract, I'll just share a quick what do you call that? I'll send you guys the link. So basically, it's a contract that some Muslims enter upon in marriage. It is a gift or contribution made by the husband for his to-be wife, for her exclusive property as a mark of respect for his bride. So that at least they have, and often a larger portion. So in married marriages, the portion of meher is paid promptly, that is before the marriage is consummated, and a portion, often a larger portion, is deferred to be paid on demand by the wife or upon a divorce. So there is no time limit that the husband can pay the what do you call it, the meher, that is, because at least in legal terms, that is in the case of a deferred payment, like basically Canadian courts have also held up the deferment because many a times husbands have refused to pay the meher, and it's one of those things where the meher, it's supposed to be owed to the wife before consummation and after divorce. So it's a little more complicated than that. So it's exactly a gift per se, but it's actually like an owing, that is. And they agree upon the amount. So there's a negotiated amount as well. And many incidents where the husband has, refused to pay meher as well and face no consequences. So let's continue. So this is somewhat accurate, somewhat.
It could be if she wants a house, she can get a house. If she wants a car, she can get a car. If it's a sum of money.
Modesty is key, ladies.
Yes.
So number 2, inheritance.
Modesty is key. I like that the little slip in modesty is key. It's like, oh, you can't ask for too much, that is. Okay. And now let's go to inheritance.
Poor women, we only get to have half of what our brothers would essentially get for inheritance, but I get to keep it all for myself, whereas my brother would have to spend it on the entire family in raising our family and taking care of us.
Wait! Bullshit! There is no condition on that. There's no condition for like whatever you spend. You spend however the fuck you want. Sorry, I swear, guys.
But
like,
in that case, why are you only getting half in that case? Can you not be the
Exactly.
breadwinner of the family?
Yeah. And
Why
only
not
that.
just make it to the breadwinner of the family rather than male or female?
Exactly. It's like, what if he's not the breadwinner of the family?
Yeah.
So,
like, if he chooses to be a house dad or a
Yeah.
male housewife, like, why can't why can't the woman get the inheritance in full and this guy gets half the inheritance?
Yeah, if anything, like
it's a valid choice. Like when I was born and my younger brother was born, my dad stayed at home for a year and was a house dad essentially at that time.
yeah,
Like, so it's a very common thing, especially in Asian communities as well. Like dads
oh
want to
yeah,
take care of their kids too. So like, why is it not based off of the breadwinner, but based off of gender?
yeah, and oh my goodness, it's just so like the poorest justification. They haven't even read the Quranic verse because it's not just the brothers, but even distant male cousins end up getting more than the daughter itself, if there are no brothers, that is. So if
Yeah.
they actually go into the details,
Again, this is a TikTok, so it's very brief. So I don't know if
yeah,
so they can't really. So I wouldn't
I
hold them
know,
to
I
that
wouldn't.
high of a standard.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again, like I'm just only playing this for what I'm going to show after the video is
And
done.
here's the thing. Here's the kicker, guys. I was banned on TikTok 5 times, and these idiots get to run their mouth.
Yeah. Well, let's critique the ideology, not the people. All right.
Fine, fine, fine.
3 would be a woman and her earnings.
Everything that I make is mine, not yours. You don't even get to see what I make, and I don't have to spend it on my family.
Unless you want to, because obviously there's no
Hang on,
restriction in that
hang on,
regard.
hang on, hang on.
Exactly.
Hang on.
What if you're the female breadwinner?
No. In Muslim countries, the wife has to have permission from the husband to work. That, especially in countries like Jordan, Kuwait, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, all Muslim countries that impose Islamic law. They have the wife has to have the husband's permission, and in many, I think, schools of thought, I recall the wife has to have permission from the husband. So very first, something that you completely ignore.
Yeah. So like again, like it is a TikTok, but like it in the first place, there's not much rights about what you can do for work,
Exactly.
right? So
You have to have permission from the husband. You have to, anything you do cannot be done without the husband or male guardian's permission.
yeah.
So that to me is a big BS right there. All right, let's continue.
So do us men get wedding presents from the wife?
No.
Do us men get to keep all of our inheritance?
No.
Do us men get to keep all the money we earn for our family?
No. And yet they call us oppressed.
Here are some rights.
Oh,
All right, so that's not the real thing here because, like, at the end of the day, you're doing this for an intellectual discourse, right?
yeah.
About the topic. Now, I'm going to show you something. Their comments are disabled.
Wow.
So I cannot have an intellectual discussion with them. This is why I
Wow.
asked you to, like, not attack them as a person just yet, because I was thinking, oh, it's a TikTok. You can they have to make their points clear and concise, and they're probably going to have like a discussion in the comment section, as it's a bigger format to have a talk about it. But comments are disabled, so how can me as an audience member who has questions or concerns about what you're saying or want you to expand on something ask you to expand on that?
But what the heck? They disabled the comments? Like what? So if anything, like they don't want to have a discussion about this, but then they want to spread their misinformation, spread their stupid facts, and just tuck their tail and run away like that, and then maintain that smiley face. Now this is what I call hypocrisy.
I am not going to dox them, but I know they mentioned this in their videos as well. They live near us, essentially, you and I. We're in a vicinity where we can actually discuss this even in person, as an in-person podcast, or show, or an in-person interview, or even as an offline interview as well.
Oh
via
wow, we can do
Steam
that. We can
Labs
actually
and
try to
such.
get a hold of these guys.
So if they I'm gonna do what they haven't done. I'm gonna offer them an open platform if they want to come in and discuss what we have mentioned in a more in-depth manner with people who obviously have disagreements. We can arrange for that either in person. I have the setup for it, or via Streamlabs on the show, and I will promise I give my word that they will have enough chance to have the discourse and explain their views outside of a 30-second or 1 minute TikTok video.
I think what you can do is basically it's a similar format. You would have them give them at least half an hour or so to, or however time they want to, have an open discussion and have sort of like a debate or something like that.
I would not pass them off again because that's exactly what they're doing to their commenters, right?
Yeah. So
I'll give them the benefit of doubt if they are looking to be intellectually honest.
Yes. Okay.
They are open to coming on and discussing, just presenting their views because, like I mentioned, in a 1 minute TikTok video, you're not going to be able to present your entire view. That's one of the reasons why people like Bernie Sanders and like Andrew Yang lost. You're going to need a long platform to go in depth with this stuff. So they're open to coming on to that open platform, and we'll give them all the time they require to present their views.
Yeah.
But we're also going to discuss.
Perfect. Yeah, no, definitely. And did you have anything else to share?
Yes, and I have one more video, and this also has some crazy comments as well.
All right.
So let me just pull up the video, and I hope the audience members are okay with me inviting them as well. It's just me trying to provide something that they aren't providing to us.
Yeah. No, I loved your idea. Honestly, I love the fact that you're open to.
Days ago, sent me an email.
Oh my goodness, Mufti Mank.
I
kind of
you were just saying something, yeah.
But he does still make my eyes roll. But let's go with this.
Yeah, but you were just saying something. I think I cut you off.
Oh no. No, I'm actually just glad that you're willing to offer them a platform, and I actually highly appreciate it.
And because we're in the same area, I'm not going to say that area. I'm not going to dox them. But if they want to do it in person as well, I'll even happily buy them lunch and discuss the podcast in person with them before we actually go online.
I'll actually offer that with you too. If they're needed, I'll come with you as well, and we can discuss and explain what we can do. And if they agree, if they consent, if they agree, absolutely. If not, then we tried our best.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna play this guy's video, and this video is he left Islam for atheism.
All right.
There was a brother 3 days ago sent me an email. He said, I'm suffering with this disease. May Allah give him cure. Say Ameen. And may Allah grant cure to all those who are sick and ill from amongst us and from the ummah and humanity at large. Say Ameen. So my brothers,
Ameen.
Amen.
and sisters, this guy comes, sends me an email saying, you know what? I'm suffering this disease. I've been calling out to the Almighty for a long time. I've been a good person. Now I'm considering being an atheist because Allah's not coming to my help. How long? Not even a year. I replied saying, my brother, I know of atheists who have diseases bigger than yours.
The fuck?
Huh? I have a disease? I didn't know that. All right, let's continue.
And they're turning to Allah. Subhanallah.
Oh, come on.
Subhanallah. It's a test of the Almighty. Don't lose faith.
Oh, no.
Keep it going. We call out to Allah 1 day, 2 days, then we give up. We call out for 5 days, 10 days, 1 year, 2 years, we give up. Keep calling out when the day is right, the time is right. What you want will be given to you on a golden platter by the will of Allah. Do you believe? Yes. Well, then keep on going. Keep on praying. Keep on trying. If it's not coming, perhaps the Almighty knows that it's not the right time, or it might not be the right thing.
Oh no. Oh no. It's not the right thing. Oh my God. P.O. Oh man, it's just so bizarre. Like, okay, this is something. It's not the right time. Okay, what if I have cancer, for example, and he doesn't send a cure? What the
It's
heck,
not the
man?
right.
So it's not the right time. So I should be dead.
Yeah,
Like,
no. At this point, you need a doctor to give you medicine at that time.
oh yeah,
Why should you sit there and die from a disease that can
exactly.
easily be cured?
And
This
honestly,
is what pisses me off.
I would have appreciated him and say that, you if he had said something like, okay, no, you need to uh, also strive yourself to find a cure or reach out to doctors, reach out to people, and have faith. Okay, I could have understood that argument. It's understandable. But he just said have faith. It's like, oh
If
man.
they say, like, if he said have faith that the doctors can help cure you,
Hmm.
like what the hell is Allah gonna do? Like come in and like do the surgery himself?
Exactly. So I would have respected that had it been, hey, the doctors, or like, don't give up just yet.
Don't give up just yet. Keep fighting. Visit the professionals. Get the help you need. Try to
Yeah,
find
yeah,
a cure. And if you really work hard and try, then when the day is right, God will give you the blessing of the cure.
yeah, yeah. So had that been that, you would have avoided it better. You would have worded it 10 times better than Mufti Mek. Uh, and usually, yes, thinking clearly, you are correct. It's always some be like, I became an atheist because my prayer wasn't answered. Never I became an atheist because Islam is full of contradictions and errors. Yes, they always shared this kind of story that I became atheist because my prayer was never answered. But they never ever talk about those who actually found the BS in the religion, because it's going to make their religion look bad. So they have to find a way to make the atheist sound like very petty, very, childish. It's like, my prayer is not answering, therefore no God. Like, kind of make them sound childish and petty. When in reality, the reasons are far more complicated, far more complex, and it takes years and years. It's a years long journey. Took me 3-4 years to become what do you call it? That took me 3-4 years to actually what do you call it? Uh, Jesus Christ, yeah,
Yeah.
I basically lost train of thought, but yeah, it takes years to come to that conclusion because it's so beaten
Yeah.
down in you, like it's brainwashed in you so bad, and then this guy claims, oh, it's just like the a flip.
Comments from here as well.
Oh wow, what can I say? I can't see the comments.
Mustafa, I'll send you the.
Yo, can you hear me? Nick? Hello, folks. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, Mustafa, my internet's being a little shitty today, so I'll send you the link in private chat if you want to go through.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think he went offline, but I think I'm just gonna wait for his link in the private chat. But in the meantime, I'll go to the what do you call it? Device not connected. I think Nick is having a bit of an issue. Need to connect their stream. Yeah, it's been being a bit all right. So what I'll do is quickly share some news with you guys. So what we passed by a date called. You guys are aware of Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. Hang on. Actually, so right
Yeah,
now,
I'm back.
perfect.
All right,
So
so I was just gonna share some of the comments on the
okay,
video
perfect,
itself.
perfect.
Can you guys see the comments?
I can somewhat see it's a bit of a blur. 1 second. I can't see them properly.
Yeah. What about now?
Oh, it's very blurry. Very, very blurry.
Then in this case, I'll copy the link and I'll send it to you in the private chat if you want to share the screen on the
Yeah,
comments.
I can share the screen for you. I can share the
Yeah,
screen.
my internet's being a little shitty today, so.
Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. I think I got your link in the private chat. 1 second. I'll just pause this video. All right, let me just share the screen and let me know if you can see. All right, so here's some comments. Can you see?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So there's a few comments here.
So yeah, let's do the first one. It has 15 replies, and then the third one also has like 29 replies. So it's probably easier to do.
All right. My cure is Allah Azza wa Jal. I have an autoimmune disease that slowly but surely affects all of my organs in the skin. The pain is awful, but I find comfort only when I think that in the Almighty and listen to Al-Quran. It works better than any Oh, come on. Really? It works better than any medication. Instead of looking at what I cannot do, I focus on what I can do and always say Alhamdulillah for everything from the heart. Iman and the Almighty is everything. The worst that can happen is that we die in a state of disbelief while committing a sin. But if I die while in pain and remembering the Almighty, then I'll be more than happy and face my destiny. Battling a disease or any chronic illness is truly a war between the soul, body, and mind, and peace is only found in remembering Allah Azza wa Jal. May Allah Azza wa Jal grant us high iman and forgive all of our sins at the time of our departure from this earth. Ameen. Oh man, this made me cringe. At the same time, I feel bad, but also made me cringe at the same time. Like, oh. And then there's comments like, "You are a living example for us, dear sis. Keep it up." And then there's Arabic as well. At the earliest, Allahumma. Some have same issues. It's tough to deal with people outside where you have no idea how much faith and faith you have given me. So the second one is, whatever mercy Allah unfolds for the people, none can withhold it. And whatsoever He withholds, none can release it hereafter. He is all exalted in the power of full wisdom. Huh? So it's Quran light. Oh my goodness, it's Quran light. Of course, he's going to quote the Quran. Damn it. Translation Surah Al-Fatir. After losing my family, what's with the emojis? These are the pretentious emojis. It's so pretentious. Oh man, I don't. Okay. After losing all family, sudden all wealth loss, home loss, getting divorced, suffering VV, worse depression, anxiety, cry. No one is taking it. Then sabr, taqwa remain away as you become worse mentally sick. Is there any person who had all these tragedies still alive? Beg whole world, I want to meet such a person, but I swear such person can only help. What are you talking about? Who faces such trials nowadays rarely survive. Don't give thousands of years. Don't give thousands of examples. Need this cheap society time. Why true wise men need support, but no one will come ahead. I know, true, but what about those lost mental strength after facing constant? Yeah, he does have a point. His English is not good, but he does have a point. What about those who facing constant? I actually misjudge him. The English could just be really bad. Getting very worse, mentally sick, can't manage anything. Doctors say that medicines work if a caretaker will support. But if no one cares, no one supports such a person, remains in the room whole life, can't face people, can't come out in the daylight, becomes worse mentally, physically, in an unhygienic state, mental torture. So suicide remains the only solution after losing family. So yeah, no, this is quite a this person. Their English is not good, but they actually raise some good points. And unemployed for 4 years, who have become worse. Lectures, advice, work if someone truly recovers. God never comes. Yeah, no, you got a good point. He sends people to save the helpless persons. I request whole world listen urgently. Contact me that I'm suffering from Enter tortures, peacefully brain powers expire. Listen up, please. Is there anyone who can take and give me adoption for 3 months to recover? Effort. They need urgent. Oh man. Oh man. I don't know what to say to this.
God will help you, inshallah.
Oh my goodness. And then this Aman Kumar is like, I'm from India. I belong to Hindu. I started getting Hidayah 3 years ago, which comes from Allah. And I read Kalma in between. I want you guys to pray for me as soon as possible. I declare that I'm Muslim and I get risk for which I can start life as a Muslim with the help of Allah and have a humble life, live and Allah accept my prayer and give me Muslim life partner, and I will die as a Muslim. And please pray for me. May I also get Hidayah. Allah bless the Ummah of our Prophet and get if I. Oh my goodness, that is a convert. Please. Oh man, this one's a classic. Allah is not our servant. We are proud because He is our master. I got sick around I was 8 years when I was hit by Shihar or witch. Oh, come on. You were never hit by witchcraft. Bullshit. I had to stop the witch and almost became beggars to my relatives, but I did not give up seeking Almighty's Allah's cures and help get rid of all my sickness until a friend told me to go Umrah because it will erase and vanish. So you had money to spend to Umrah. I applied job to KSU. My name is Umrah. Since I'm an engineer, likely I was hired into Umrah immediately, and my first tawaf is really to cling to my companion's shoulder. But I see, oh my goodness. So your main motive to get a job in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was not to make money, but to go to Umrah. Oh man. Okay, this is the more you uncover these stories, the more disappointing it gets. He quotes Al-Tirmidhi, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, peace and blessings of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala be upon all prophets in the Muslim Ummah. Ameen. He quotes the entire quote, chapter 29. What? There's so much time on their hands. And then this guy's like, hold firmly to the rope of Allah. When we listen to Prophet, talk to us. So Quran 33. No, Jesus. May Allah bless us with all the success. May our story. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I give up, Nick. I give up. Prophet Ayub alayhi salam was my role model. Don't lose sabr, my dear brothers and sisters. Yeah, Prophet Ayub was part of a bet between Shaitan and Allah. Okay? It's part of a bet. All right. So I think
No, I'm just laughing at these comments.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm just losing some brain cells. I'm losing some brain cells. But yeah, I think now we're just going to quickly go over the news before the topic. But yeah, we had some interesting stuff to share with you. Some sad news I'm going to share. Very sad news that Sinead O'Connor, who was the convert to Islam, the Irish singer, she lost her son. So it was a very sad. What's the first title? Yeah. So oh my goodness, this ads on, especially on Daily Mail. She died 2 days after she was reported. Why am I getting ads for sunglasses? Anyway, yeah. So decided to end his. Oh, he committed suicide. So, and even though she threatens with a lawsuit to the hospital. Even though he was on suicide watch. Yikes. This is a very tragic situation. So we wish he has the strength to go over this. And he was one of the 4 children. He was only 17 too, the child. He was only 17 and, it was reported missing. And it's just a very sad story, honestly. It's I really feel bad. And so it was at the Laugh Hospital. If anything happened, alleging the son went missing from the hospital on a suicide watch. So it's pretty sad and devastating. So nobody should go through this. So this is some sad news that we had to see. So I'm not sure, thinking clearly, I'm really not sure if he was an Islamic convert as well. But definitely, yeah, she should complain to Allah, like, about his plans. Like, yeah, no, it's just that, she could be just really religious and, like, that could have contributed to it. But, it's
And
still
like
like tragic.
he probably even asked for a psychiatrist and such as well. But like in the community, it's not very common to go to a doctor because it's a voodoo science created by capitalists to help market to you.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, it's, you already have a very messed up parent who converted to an ideology that's already, like, messed up to begin with. Another sad thing I'm gonna share is Salman Taseer, the governor of Punjab province of Pakistan, who was assassinated because he stood up for Asia Bibi. He spoke against the blasphemy law, and he got killed by his own bodyguard. And the bodyguard was praised as a hero, and he was vilified. So this is what we're, Tribune, I'm actually glad that they were remembering him on the death anniversary on January 4th. So it's basically, there are some tweets by Salman Taseer before on blasphemy. This is why this man, he's an ordinary man, a flawed human being, even though part of a corrupt establishment, but he decided to stand up for someone who is weak. This is, in my eyes, that's a hero. So I'll also translate some of the tweets. I was under huge pressure, sure to cow down before rightist pressure on blasphemy. Refused, even if I'm the last man standing. And indeed, he got killed. This is almost haunting, to say the least. This is very haunting. He's like, Mera azam itna buland hua, hoye padaye sholon se dar nahi. So I'm not afraid. My honor is so great. I am not afraid of fire. Mujhe dar hai to aatish ek gole se hai. Ye kahin chaman ko jala na de significant. Mujhe dar hai to aatish. Like, basically, what I'm scared of is the violence, for it can actually diminish the hope that we have. So this is also very haunting because this is happening. This is very relevant. So again, I might be poorly translating it. And then this was in 2010 too. The religious right trying to pressurize from the street their support of blasphemy laws. Point is, it must be decided on parliament, not on the road. So he's a man of the word of law. Very, very a man who was a word of law. When he was standing up for the poor Christian woman, Mullah backlash attacking my stance on demanding my resignation. Rakhte dil band lo dil fagaro chalo, phir hame qatl ho aaye yaro chalo. So it's like, basically, they've closed their hearts. Again, it's kind of like poetic, he's saying. They've closed their hearts, then they would go and say, Phir hame qatl ho aaye yaro chalo. So it's like, basically, first they close their hearts, close their minds, and then they want to come kill. Then they want to come kill us. Then he said, before my visit to Sheikhupura jail, people were afraid to talk of the black blasphemy laws. Now it's open season. The glass wall has been broken. I really wish he was optimistic. And then this was about Asia Bibi as well. Leaving the district jail Sheikhupura to see Asya Bibi with mercy petition for President Zardari, the president at that time. हमने गुलशन के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ की कसम खाई है. Basically, he's like, I've sworn on Gulshan. So basically, he's like, I swear. It's like basically he's taking an oath that, you know, I will do whatever I can. Said the white strip on our flag is for minorities. Our religion commits us to their protection. She is a poor woman who could not defend herself. My advice to mullahs who are telling little madrasa boys that they get a ticket to heaven, grab it yourself or give it to your son. This man had balls. My observation on minorities. By the way, Nick, you can see this, right?
Yeah, I can see this. It's just that it's a really sad topic, so I want to like only interrupt or talk if I have a
Yeah. It was very like sad. He's like, my observation of minorities, a nation is judged by how they support those weaker than them, not how they lean on those stronger. Every attacks by terrorists on our shrines of saints will further resolve our resolve to resist and send these killers to hell where they belong. And even on the same year, he's like, the page is unresponsive. Wait, so I'll just close this page later. Merry Christmas to all our Christian brothers and sisters all over. We respect your patriotism and great role you have in building Pakistan. So he was a voice of like the very voiceless. Why do Wahhabi, Ahle Hadith, and Deobandi mullahs never give fatwa against murderous Taliban? So they never give a fatwa against the Taliban. They, Sifa Sahaba, are ardent supporters of the Sharif, so the Sharif family, that is. Exit pages. So he's like, Rima show is at 11 p.m. I'll be making my usual charming appearance with my wife. Roads will be deserted.
We'll put the link in the description if you want to continue.
And there's more tweets. So basically, he even attacked Zuckerberg. So Mark Zuckerberg has of Facebook fame has been chosen for Time Magazine Man of the Year. Guess I'll have to wait until next year. This is on 2010. So this is a good dig at Zuckerberg. So I'll send you guys the link. This even though he's a Muslim man, he was a brave man. It was what do you call it? This man. No, he was definitely a Muslim. That is, Salman Taseer was definitely of a Muslim background, because he lived in the same city as Islamabad. What do you call it? He served as the governor of Punjab province, because as usually I think he was more what do you call it? So he was very anti-blasphemy law. He was one of the only voices. Oh yeah, Nim Grace. He was a Muslim. He was a Muslim who was actually standing up for someone who was weak. So that's what the big. That's why it was, especially in the face of the extremism and the fanaticism. This Muslim man, Pakistani man, actually stood up for the weak, and he got killed for it. And his, his what do you call it? His guard or his murderer was praised as a hero by so many, which is sad, honestly. It's very, very sad. And also, yes, there was another Christian minister who was also murdered in the same affair as well. So there were two murders. One was Salman Taseer, which was high profile, very high profile. And then the second one, what do you call it, was the Christian cabinet minister as well. So there were two murders. So yeah, it was the two good men, two heroes we had lost the same year during the Asya Bibi, maybe those different years, but yeah, during the Asya Bibi, fiasco. That unfortunately Asya Bibi is safe now in Canada, unknown location. So thank goodness she's safe from those fanatics. Yeah, so these are the news items. Actually, yes. So one more thing I wanted to share, just one more news item. It's a bit of a dire situation. So one more news item. Sorry, guys. So yeah, now drones show Hezbollah. So there's a bit of a conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. Hezbollah is of Lebanon. It operates out of Lebanon, and there's a claim that they shot down some drones. And Hezbollah is an Iran-backed militant group. So, and Lebanon and Israel are technically in a state of war. So this is from Arab News. So I'll send you guys the articles just very quick because we're on time constraints. And just quickly mention that 2 days ago, apparently Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, died. This was her death date, basically on Jamadi Osani. Interesting story is that how she got killed. She was killed after it was a conflict between Ali, Omar. Like Omar was trying to get sieged Ali's house, and then he kicked the door. Fatima was behind the door, and she was pregnant, and he kicked her and hit her belly, and then she died of the injuries. So that's how Muhammad's daughter died. So you can see how all hell broke loose after Muhammad died, to the point that even there was this issue of like practically all hell broke loose. Like even his family wasn't safe. So that's how bad it was, the situation, politically speaking, of the of Arabia at that time. So yeah, that's a little bit of a tidbit on history. Now I think we're gonna go with the topic of the day.
Yeah, we can do you have a presentation. So once we're
Yes.
done with the presentation, we'll go into the video.
All right. And again, I'll try to keep it brief. So I'll share the presentation. So today, I'm going to talk about the sleepers of the cave, or Ashab al-Qayf. So let me just start the slideshow. Whoops, can you see?
I can see.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to talk about the sleepers of Ephesus, or the sleepers of the cave. So a bit of background. This is from Sirah of Ibn Ishaq. Muhammad was asked for miracles and he kept deflecting. He was finally put to the test by they went to some rabbis, the Quraysh, and they said, you have to ask him 3 questions. Ask him about 3 things, which we will instruct you. If he gives you the right answer, he is an authentic prophet. But if he does not, the man is a rogue. So form your own opinion of him. And what's funny is that once we analyze these questions, we will actually analyze how was he a rogue or was he authentic? But we'll only address the first question, because they ask him about the young men who disappeared in ancient days, for they have a marvelous story. Ask him about the mighty traveler who reached the confines of both East and West. So this is what we'll cover in the future. Ask him what the Spirit is. If he can give you the answer, he's a prophet, follow him. If he cannot, he's a forger, and treat him as you will. So basically, this is the test. He was asked for miracles, could not give any responses. So after returning to Mecca, they approached the apostle with these questions. And he said to him, I will give you your answer tomorrow. But he did not say, if God wills, or inshallah. He did not say inshallah. So they went away. The apostle waited for 15 days without a revelation from God on the matter, nor did Gabriel come. So the people of Mecca began to spread evil reports about him, saying, Muhammad promises an answer on the morrow. Today is the 15th day. We have remained without an answer. This delay caused great sorrow to the apostle, until Gabriel brought him the chapter of the cave and told him the answers of the questions the the youths, the mighty traveler, and the spirit. The apostle, aka Mo, said, "You have shut yourself off of me, Gabriel, so that I became apprehensive." Gabriel's like, "We only descend by God's command. Whose is what lies before us, behind us, and what lies in between, and thy Lord does not forget." Interesting, this becomes a verse in the Quran as well, 1964, which isn't also the claim, even theologically, not all of the Quran is God's word. It's Gabriel speaking. So it's a very interesting story. So this is my analysis from my Facebook page, but did you guys notice what just happened? So he said that he's going to promise the answer tomorrow, and he waited 15 days. He waited 2 weeks, and he couldn't get back to them. My speculation is that, he probably either waited for them to forget, or he was searching for this information, or he sent someone to gather said information, and the guy took forever. The Sirah then inserts its perfect excuse that he did not say inshallah. So, as a perfect excuse, the cover. So the first question we're going to address is the sleepers of the cave. Now, this story is largely a myth, and the myth, it's got the number of the sleepers, 7. It has the names, the rulers of the time when they fell asleep. So Muhammad and the Quran have a chance to explain the details of the story. Or they could have, if he were an authentic prophet, he could have just said this was pure fiction. He had the chance. He had the chance to say this story is fiction if he were truly someone, but he does not. And he could have also, explained more details of the story, that who wrote this. So basically, the story is from the earliest mentions that it's 7 young men. The names Maximilian, Martin, John, then there are other versions. There are Archideles, Diogenes, Probatus. I'm probably butchering these names. So these were Christians who lived in Ephesus during the Emperor Decius' reign. And around the year 250, the emperor finds out that they were Christians. He tells them to reconsider their faith. And when he returned to Ephesus, he found out that these 7 men gave up their property to the poor and hid in a cave awaiting their execution. So the emperor then ordered the cave to be sealed, the wall, and he buried them alive that way. So then years passed, like centuries passed. So either between 379 to 395 or 408 to 450. The empire at that time had become Christian. So a rich landowner, he had the cave wall open. The 7 men inside woke up. Diomedes then came to Ephesus, one of the sleepers, and he was surprised that he found crosses all over the city. So the people couldn't understand. So when he actually went to the shop and he actually tried to purchase some food, someone found that he had a very old coin, and they were very surprised that it was such an old coin. As the story goes,
Mustafa, before you continue further, Doorknob Head has a really interesting question, and I think it summarizes my question as well.
Where is Narnia? Where in Narnia is Ephesus? Ephesus is in Turkey, actually. So Ephesus is a location in Turkey. So let me actually show you.
Yeah, like my question is like this. This goes through all like thing. What kind of archaeological evidence will we have for stories like these?
Okay, so Ephesus is an ancient. Wait. Can you repeat your question, Nick? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I was just saying, like questions like these, would they count as fairy tale myths that we're just supposed to take as like allegorical, or are they like actual historical events that we have archaeological proof?
Yeah. So basically, the event that I stated earlier, this is a myth, right? The story is a myth because it's written by human authors.
Yeah.
So the reason is because we have manuscripts of this, right? The manuscripts of this story. which I'll actually do a bit of a skip. So I actually talk about possible authors. So it was Christian Bishop, Jacob of Syro, a saint of the Eastern Simeon the Metaphrast. So these are writings. So we find this story in writings, that is, and there are possibly like this. This is the evidence we find, is that the story is most likely is a fictional story, because it's scientifically impossible for someone to sleep for centuries. That is, scientifically speaking. You would agree to that?
This actually matches with other fables and such. So from Hinduism, like in Ramayana, Kumbhakarna, who's Ravanasura's brother, is known to be sleeping for 6 months.
Yeah. And it's nothing new. Having long duration sleepers is nothing new in mythology. And I did not know about the Hindu story as well. So it actually adds to this as well, that we have another story from ancient Hinduism that of a long duration sleeper. So these legends were, nothing more than myth. However, the Quranic version actually takes from this particular version. And the emperor, so here, the emperor Theodosius, he meets there with the sleepers, they share their story, then they die praising, and he builds a tomb up on top of them. And then he buries them in the cave, it's adorned, and then, a feast is kept every year. I think somewhere in July, depending on the, sect of or ideology of Christianity. So now we're going to look at the Quran's version of the story. The Quran puts this story in chapter 18, verses 9 to 26. So 1, 2, yeah, okay. So I'll try to go as brief as possible. All right. So the Quran starts with, or have you thought of that the companions of this cave and the inscription? So now we're giving the Quran and Muhammad a chance. Like, what are we to expect? What details can we expect? And he's answering a question. Or have you thought that the companions of the cave and the inscription were amongst our signs of wonder? When the youths retreated to the cave and said, "Our Lord, grant us yourself mercy and prepare from us for our affair and guidance." So we cast a cover of sleep over their ears within the cave for a number of years. Here they're not specifying the numbers just yet. Then we awakened them. We might show of which two factions was most precise in calculating what they remained in time. It is we who relate to you their story in truth. So it makes a bold claim that we are making a truth claim. Indeed, they were youths who believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance. And we made firm their hearts when they stood up and said, "Our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and the earth, and never will we invoke beside him deity. We would certainly spoken then an excessive transgression. These our people have taken besides him deities. Why do they not bring for worship them a clear authority? And who is more unjust than one who invents about Allah a lie?" So again, claiming that they were Muslims of the time. At the same time, there's also the it never mentions the pagan religion of Rome. It doesn't mention, it claims that this story is true. There is a big claim. And the youth said one to another, "And when you have withdrawn from them that which they worship other than Allah, retreat to the cave. Our Lord will spread out for you of his mercy and will prepare for your affair facility." And had you been present, you would have seen the sun when it rose, inclining away from the cave on the right, when it set, passing away from them on the left, while they were laying within a open space thereof. That was one of the signs of Allah. He whom Allah guides is the rightly guided, but he whom he leads astray, never will you find for him a protecting guide. So hang on. God sort of makes the sunlight ray not hit the cave. That's what it's saying. However, a little bit of a scientific analysis, like that's not how it works. The sun doesn't move like that. The Earth is revolving, so sunlight's just there. So
Yeah,
how
I find
how
that a huge issue because, like,
Mhm.
even from this shouldn't be that much of an issue. Even from the Greek and Roman times, they knew of a heliocentric universe, or, like, solar system.
Exactly, and
So,
this
like,
story, yeah,
yeah, no, I was just saying, like, there should not be this many plot holes in this movie, coming from a book that's for all times, when we know that regions in that area know full well that these things are false. It's common knowledge.
it's and relatively this is during not just Roman times, this is Byzantine times. So this is post, you know, post Common Era Roman, and this is fairly. There was fairly a lot of scientific knowledge at that time, so about the Earth and astronomy. So having this is already a plot hole right here. That and on top of that, even during Muhammad's time and during the Byzantine and Persian eras as well, it was relatively common knowledge of the heliocentric nature of the universe, of the solar system, that is. So this is, we're already presented with some plot holes right here. And you would think them awake. So I'll continue with the verses. And you would think them awake while they were asleep, and we turned them to the right and to the left. And while their dog stretched his forelegs at the entrance, if you looked at them, you would have turned for them in flight and been filled by them with terror. So, what relevance does this dog have in this story? Very nice. You just have a dog in the story, but I don't get the relevance of the dog. And you never mention the dog until now. And also another thing that happened is that if someone went to the cave or saw the dog, like he would just be scared of the dog and then just run away, and he would be scared of the sleepers. It's so weird. It's very bizarre. And similarly, we awakened them that they might question one another. Said a speaker among them, "How long have you remained here?" They said, "We have remained a day or part of the day." They said, "Your Lord is most knowing of how long you remained. So send one of you with this silver coin of yours to the
Yeah,
city."
oh, and also, just to help with the audience as well, Reanimator, I got a small present for you.
Reanimator?
Yeah, so Reanimator, I have a small present. If you can look at my profile picture.
Damn it!
All right, so yeah, please go back to the presentation.
All right. God damn it, Nick. All right. So we send the silver coin of yours to the city and let him look for which is the best food and bring you provision from it, and let him be cautious and let no one be aware of you. So he's telling him, be careful, go to the city, but be careful. Indeed, if they ever come to know of you, they will stone you or return you to their religion, and never would you succeed then, ever. So he's playing clear warning. And similarly, we cause them to be found, who found them, would know that the promise of Allah is truth, and that of the hour there is no doubt. So you see mention of a judgment day right here. When they disputed amongst themselves about their affair, said, construct over them a structure. Their Lord is most knowing about them. Said those who prevailed in the matter, we will surely take for ourselves over them a masjid. Masjid, I think it just means gathering place, but it's not a literal, mosque, that is. And then there's a dispute between the people. They will say there were 3, the 4th of them being the dog, and they will say there were 5, 6th of them being a dog. Guessing at the unseen, they will say there were 7 and the 8th of them was their dog. Say, "Oh Muhammad, he doesn't say Muhammad. Say, "Oh, my Lord is most knowing of their number. None knows them except a few. So do not argue about them except with an obvious argument, and do not inquire about them among the speculators from anyone. And never say of anything, indeed, I will do that tomorrow." So nice little jab right there. Except when adding, if Allah wills. So he makes a little cover right there that if Allah wills. And remember your Lord when you forget it, and say, perhaps my Lord will guide me to what is nearer than this to right conduct. And they remained in their cave. Then he goes back to the details of the cave, 300 years and exceeded by 9. So approximately 309 years, he makes the claim. Say Allah is most knowing of how long they remained. He has a knowledge of the unseen, of the heavens. So that's a direct contradiction. He then says, first they say they remained there for 300 years plus 9. And then he says, say Allah is most knowing of how long they remained. He has knowledge of the unseen, of the heavens and the earth. So how seeing is he and how hearing? They have not besides him any protector. He shares not in his legislation with anyone. So now, there are so many things missing from the Quranic story. Let's just say, even if we assume they make the claim that it's 309 years and then contradict themselves, saying, oh, only Allah knows best. So now, even if we assume lunar years, let's just say the moon calendar, this would be 300 solar years. And when we looked at the actual story, the stories that were written down were either 250 to 395, again, according to the fables that were written, or 448. So roughly this is 145 till 198 years. So this is a complete contradiction to the stories that were written in the 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries. Then the Quran claims the story is true and historical, but the story is just a myth. There is no evidence that this is actually a true story. On top of that, the Quran does not know the name of the sleepers. The Quran also cannot decide the number of the sleepers, whether it's 3, 5, or 7, and conveniently said, God knows best. Even though most writings, it says it's 7, the number. There is no details on who the temperer was or what time period it took place. Especially from the God of the universe, you would expect something like this, some more details. And it also ignores the fact that the cave was sealed up as a punishment. They were buried there alive. And instead it just says that it assumes that the cave wall is open and the dog isn't sleeping in front of it. It's a complete contradiction to the story. Then it also fails to mention the dream of Theodisus, like, one of the sleepers ends up having a dream. There's no mention of the feast. There's no mention of the crosses. Somehow a dog is inserted there. And I actually put this in my post saying in 15 days, Muhammad and the Quran mentioned the vaguest details and he blamed it on not saying inshallah. So this first question that he was asked was answered extremely poorly. But now, so what do you think, Nick? Nick, you there?
Yeah, it keeps muting me out for some reason. But yeah, no, at this time, I just think it should be mostly allegorical. And I have a special clip of my reaction when anyone tells me these kind of fables are true. I'll play that briefly for the people once it uploads. But yeah, no, I have something that explains my reaction.
Yeah,
perfectly.
Now, I'll actually. I think you were asking about what do you call it? Archaeological evidence, right?
Yeah.
So there are different versions over here that I've listed. So Jacob of Sarah, who was a bishop, he died in 521. And then there was the Simeon the Metaphrast, Gregory of Tours, 594. So notice that these times, these men lived, with the exception of History of Lombards, which is written by Paul the Deacon. They are pre-Islamic times. This is before Islam was born.
Yeah. And here's my story here's my reaction to all this. Yeah.
This is brilliant.
That's all my reaction is. Oh, this guy sleep for 300 years. No.
Oh man, this is funny. I think Stops is right. This is turning into a comedy channel.
It's all my fault.
Don't worry, don't worry. I'm also helping you out with that. I'm helping you out with that.
I'm gonna go to
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah. I'll join you there, boy. I'll join you there. But yeah, I also mentioned that you remember the Quran wasn't deciding whether there was 3, 5, or 7, right?
Yeah.
So in a history, I found that the Christians of Najran used to believe there were 3 brothers that fell asleep, whereas the East Syriac Christians before Islam believed there were 5 and 7. So I think the author of the Quran is kind of taking these different versions. So
Mustafa,
yeah?
sorry to interrupt, but just before I lose the comment itself, here's a.
It was about Islam. It was already a comedy channel. Thank you, Doorknob Head. All right. So yeah, I actually listed a few possible reasons. This is my final slide. But I listed a few possible reasons that the author fails to mention key details of the story while claiming it's the Book of Allah. So reasons could have been that the story might have been just orally transmitted to him, which made him difficult to remember. So he was like, oh, there were 3, 5, 7. So he probably forgot which version he heard. He probably, whether it's Muhammad or the author of the Quran, probably heard different people. Remember, I mentioned Najran and East Syriac Christians that existed during the time. So he might have heard it from different versions of the story. Another possibility is that he might be vaguely familiar with the story in the most vague terms possible. Or this person did not have access to any written sources or a written version or a complete version of the story. And, or the last option, I think, was the author of the Quran was trying to create his own version of the story, or Muhammad trying to create his version of the story. So all of these are possibilities as to why this story is drastically different from, what the stories were being told before. So, if anything, it's one of those things where you have the an old legend. This is an old legend that's a complete myth, and then at least it's according to Ibn Ishaq, it practically exposes Muhammad as almost a liar, that he was making this up. However, I have a different theory on this. I think because it's our topic, the influences of Islam, that is. So our topic is basically the plagiarized tradition. So this is the Islamic tradition plagiarizing an old myth, of different versions of the old myth. And like Stops would say, they would massage them together and produce a different version of the myth. And then present it in the vaguest way possible so that, it would conclude everybody. It was trying to be inclusive, but it sort of said, it was basically like, they did not know, this person did not know they're going to get fact checked, ironically. And 1400 years later, today, you and I were fact checking them on the story itself, or even the mythology is inconsistent. So even from a mythological, fictional standpoint, there's inconsistencies. So at least, they would have said, oh, this story is fictional. Nope. Adapt the story and make it part of the Quranic canon. What is your analysis on this, Nick?
I just think that they got to be truthful about a lot of things, because you can't claim that you're a new religion and everything else is wrong, but also steal ideas from other religions. It's just not at all intellectually honest, in my opinion.
Absolutely, especially like when they were saying that this is final message to mankind, right? And it comes up with this claim, but then it's sort of reworking older myths. And we just look at one of them, and there are more myths that we will look at in the subsequent videos that we'll do. And I think next week you and I are gonna look into the flood myth. That is, so you look so but I'll ask you from a scientific point of view: is sleeping for 300 years or 200 years or 100 years in one location possible?
Not possible at all.
All right. So even from a scientific point of view, it's the story is a myth or basically false. There's also so I think next episode we'll look into the flood myth, and you'll what do you call it? You look at it. We'll both present both views from both.
And then also be comparing it not only from a scientific view, but like how the flood myth plays in other cultures as well.
Other cultures,
because
as well,
it's I'll bring that in terms of Hinduism, because with Krishna carrying the Govardhana mountain on his pinky.
Yeah, definitely. And then I'll also look at like Sumerian myths as well, just to compare, and Greek myths. So we'll share some myths and side by side, and we'll look at even the Quranic version of the myth as well as the biblical version, just to compare and contrast. And we'll do that next week, because I know I was planning to bring it up today, but then it's like, no, this needs its topic of its own.
It's very broad.
It's very, very broad.
Yeah, the reason why I actually highlighted why so religious is common is, sorry to cut you off there, but I was actually thinking of opening up Hamza's Den's video to actually show and to talk about the intellectual dishonesty that they have. Let me just
absolutely, yeah. This is I think we have time. 33. Yeah, we're pretty good on time.
I clicked on the link.
All right.
And it's a private video, so we can't actually react to it.
Wow. Wait, can I open it?
I'll send you the link in private chat.
Yeah. Let me try to open.
See if you can open it from.
Send it to me in private chat.
See if you can find it.
Yeah, because I have the. I can open it from my YouTube account. That is, I do have the. All right.
Yeah, and it's like because they make some absurd claims in there that because we know we can't expect intellectual honesty from Hamza Redbeard, right? So I wanted to be able to critique him, and when we can't actually do that, it gets on my nerves where they make claims, harass people that call in.
All right, so I think I got your. Let me try to open this. Video unavailable.
Yeah.
Let me show you the screen, guys. Let me show you the screen. So I opened the link that Nick sent me. And this is video unavailable. I was trying, even though I'm using the premium access, still unavailable.
Yeah. I also have premium as well. And we also have a special guest on.
Oh, do we? All right,
yeah.
Hang on. Who do we have as a special guest? Hi, Stops. How are you doing today?
Hey, guys.
All right.
How are you, Stops?
I'm suffering from the booster shot, but otherwise okay.
How was the booster shot?
So, how was the booster shot?
No, in the sense that, are you suffering any the kind of side effects compared to the second or first dose, that is, in comparative terms?
No, it's different because the first two were BioNTech and this one is Moderna. This time I actually got a cold. So it's like muscle ache all over and I felt really grotty. But now I'm recovering. Now it's just the arm a little bit sore, but otherwise okay.
Yeah, I've heard Moderna is like the stronger dose, one of the stronger ones. So it's definitely, even my father had 2 shots of Moderna, and actually the second shot he had was Moderna, and he was sick for a few days.
Well, then I'm lucky because I've only had one Moderna and it's already subsiding, so it's okay.
pretty.
And hello also to Nick, hello Mustafa, and hello everybody in the chat. Good to be back. It's just, I try and sort of join, and then I realize, oh shit, you've missed it again. I don't know why the Saturday slot somehow
I know.
doesn't work with me.
Yeah, I so apologize for the Saturday slot, only because Nick and we have work during the week, and we can't do like 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. on Friday because we work until like 6 or 7 p.m. at times. So
it's fine. It's just I don't know why I can't get used to it. I have no idea.
Yeah. And look, for us, like if it's on Saturday, it allows us to go extra as well and such. And then like if
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Actually, I should say you're absolutely right. If I'm Max Headroom, isn't that how he speaks?
Yeah.
Well, we did. I think, were you watching the video? We were just covering the Sleepers of the Cave legend. That is. So we were what do you call it? Sleepers of Ephesus, and we actually examined the comparison of the myth with the Quranic version.
Oh, right. This is the people that were in the cave for 309 years, where Allah doesn't know how many people were in there and how many animals and things like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
actually,
I
let
remember.
me share the screen. Let me share the screen that I was just doing the presentation on. So I'll just show you some quick facts. That is just to.
Allah knows everything, but he doesn't know this.
Yeah. So basically, so I even give a bit of a background. So I even say that this is one of the 3 questions that the young men who disappeared, and the rabbis are asking this question, and then it's sort of like a test for Muhammad, and then they wait 15 days, and then Muhammad, he says that Gabriel comes to him after the 15th day, and he gives the chapter of the cave. So, and then he blames it on not saying inshallah. So blame was, I did not say if God willing. So that's why. So he was expected to give this answer tomorrow, and he promised the answer tomorrow. And I even put a little disclaimer saying, did you guys notice what happened? So he couldn't, either he couldn't go back to admit that he was wrong, and he probably was looking for the answer for those 2 weeks. He was probably looking for something. He was or sent somebody. He was waiting for somebody to look for the answer, and they couldn't find it. So this was definitely it's a speculation that this probably happened. And they had 2 weeks, the Quran, and then we kind of compared the story. Like there are different versions of the story from pre-Islamic times, because the writers, let's just say we have writers such as the Simeon Syriac homily by Jacob Sirach, Simeon the Methophrast, writings of Gregory of Tours. These 3 writings were pre-Islamic. The only post-Islamic writing I found was Paul the Deacon from 799. So
but nothing pre-Christian.
Which one?
Is there a pre-Christian one?
I couldn't find a pre-Christian one, but I only found the pre-Islamic writings. That is.
Because I'm not sure if this is actually of Christian origins or if it goes back to Jewish or Sumerian sources.
Yeah, because I did find that there were Christian origins of the myth itself. But Nick and I were just talking about how there are other versions of long duration sleepers even in Hinduism. That is. So
yeah, that example, just to go in as well. Ramayana had in the Legend of Ramayana, you had Lord Ram who had to grab his wife was kidnapped by Ravana. Ravana is his brother is known as Kumbhakarna, who sleeps regularly for 6 months of a year and does not sleep for the remaining time.
He's the giant, right?
Yeah, he's the giant that sleeps for 6 months.
And not only that, he's actually like he gives quite the damage to the army, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, and like he even defeats Hanuman as well, and Rama had to use the Brahmastra to destroy him, which a lot of Hindu scholars say is equivalent to a nuke or something.
Yeah, because it was like he shot an arrow that took the monster. He was kind of like a monster giant, and then he got taken down because he So this is basically, we have a monster who sleeps for 6 months to a year at a time.
Yeah. Oh, and we also have Wiso on, like just to briefly discuss why that video was actually taken down.
All right. Hi, Wiso.
Hello, y'all. So there might be two reasons. I'll give a quick, easier one. So last night, Reactionary went live, right?
Yeah.
And he clicked on a commercial ad on YouTube that asked, it was like this Islamic, how to low risk, better your money in 30 days to 90 days. And they asked for a website. So I gave him Hamza's Din's website, Hamza's email address, and told him to put it in there because Hamza had put his email address on his YouTube stream that day. So I was like, troll him and send this as an email and send it to Hamza and let him start getting this Islamic like 30-day risk-free, triple your money type thing. And
You're evil.
So
wow.
So if I had to guess, chances are Jordan M watched the stream and told Hamza. That's just a guess. Like because I sent you pictures earlier of timestamps that I had just done for Hamza's stream from yesterday. So he took it down within what, like one, I sent you at my time 1:30, and
Yeah.
it's 3:30 now. So within the past 2 hours, he took down the live stream. But
Yeah, he did.
so that might be one reason, and the other reason might be that so yesterday they were complaining right when it was like first 20 minutes. Nobody was coming on the channel to talk to them, and they were talking about, yeah, it's a scary panel today, blah blah blah. So I go in there, and Hamza kicks me. So from the back chat. So then I come in again, and I'm like, hey, did I lose connection or did I get kicked? And he's like, I kicked you. He's like, we're looking for fresh fish. We're done with you. So I was like, you said nobody is coming on. I was like, all right, I'll wait my turn. Well, so later on, Pine Creek comes in, right? Y'all know who Pine Creek is?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Pine Creek comes into the back chat, and I'm writing and sending links to the refutation of what they are claiming, especially about slavery. They said quite a few things about slavery that do not fit the Islamic theology and or history. And I'm giving links and they're kicking me. But Pine Creek was, I believe he was copying the links. You get what I'm saying? Like he was gonna make a refutation, because that's one big thing that Pine Creek does is he watches videos, copies them, and then tries to refute them. Even though he doesn't really know source material of Islam, he'll try to refute Islam that way. But so those are two. But also because I kind of embarrass Asadullah Ali. Do y'all know who that is? He goes by the Andalusia
Kevin.
Project. Yeah, Kevin, that's funny.
Yeah.
So you've seen his videos when he first started too, and he gave his like whole life story. Because I watched him back when he was like 300 people. But so they were talking to this like Swedish or Norwegian guy, and he was saying that he thinks it's immoral that God would punish people who were born in countries that are more atheist and have a less inclination towards belief, because the majority of people are atheists. And so they started talking about percentages of people converting and this and that. So I went to the back chat, and this is right after Asadullah spoke. I went to the back chat, and there was quite a few people there, and I wrote, Azadullah, how does your percentages of converting compared to you being on video talking about fake non-Muslims leading prayers and being imams? And as soon as I typed that, they kicked me, and he turned off his video camera and left, because I guess he was afraid somebody might bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Like the next person might bring that up. But he got straight up embarrassed in the back chat. But if I had to guess, the reason they cut it down was Jordan M probably watched Reactionary and told him that I gave out Hamza's email, but Hamza put it on his own channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you do that, you're gonna get trolled, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to help him be a better businessman. And you know, who doesn't want low risk 30 to 90 day triple guarantee of their money back? My email. I would have gave him my email, but I'm not Islamic, so it doesn't pertain to me. I'm not a Muslim.
You're just looking out for the brothers, yeah.
Yeah. But if y'all want, we can discuss the claims that they made. There was a couple of claims that they made that, you know, they're on the timestamp. So if the video he does release the video ever again, we'll be able to find it quickly, and people can refute if I'm like saying isn't true. So one of the claims Hamza made, was that, well, the beauty of slavery in Islam is that you can't be cast out. That if somebody enslaves you and, you know, from being a war captive and they enslave you, they have to feed you, they have to clothe you. But I sent you a hadith, Al-Nazia, where Muhammad said, only feed and clothe the slaves that please you, and to sell the ones that displease you. So it's not like, you know, it's like, so Muslims say this a lot. Oh, you have to feed them from the food that you eat. You have to clothe them from the clothes you wear. Muhammad didn't say you had to. He was like, hey, if they please you, treat them well. But, you know, if they don't please you, just sell them. So you go your whole life just being sold over and over again, because you're displeasing on some manner to somebody, and then they don't have to feed you, they don't have to clothe you or anything.
Yeah, no, this is a very good response, because I hear this response a lot, saying that, oh, people, we had to feed them, we had to take care of them. But this is the perfect response, thinking, why so religious, that you actually found. Do you happen to have the hadith on this?
I gave it to Nick of Time.
Yeah, I have it. I'll put it in the chat as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Also, there was another claim. Sheikh Uthman claimed that Islam ended slavery, and I put in the back chat. And they kicked me. I said, "How did Islam end slavery when the Ottoman Empire had slavery and Saudi Arabia had it until the 1960s?"
Yeah,
that makes no sense. And so then here's another claim. They said that that Islam took away being able to capture and enslave a person through who's a free person because of debt or any reason other than outside a war. Now, I sent another hadith to Nick about
yeah, they're both in the private. Yeah, they're both in the private chat, so you can open them up if you want.
Yeah. So, man, I can actually share this on the screen. Would you like me to share the screen of the hadith?
Yeah, that would actually be good.
Go ahead.
So I sent you links.
All right, hang on. Let me just share the screen 1 second.
And in case you're ever bored, you just go and look at the story of Baltimore in Ireland, where Muslims went and captured Irish women to take them as slaves.
Really? Wow. So can you guys see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, it says here, a man from the Ansar freed 6 slaves upon his death, and he did not have any wealth aside from them. That was conveyed to the Prophet, and he said some harsh words about him. He said, then he called for them, and he divided them and had them draw lots. So he freed 2 of them and left 4 as slaves.
Now here's the thing, though. They were already freed.
Yeah.
The man freed 6 slaves. Muhammad, even if the man, and here's the thing, if you say that it's illegal to capture people for debt, that's exactly what Muhammad did. If let's say the guy was in debt, okay? And that would mean that to pay the guy's debt, Muhammad took 4 of the 6 and enslaved them after they were free to pay the guy's debt. Now, it doesn't say that, but let's say there's another thing about, it says like bequeathing, I think, is the subtitle. So if this is about inheritance, then Muhammad is essentially saying that if you have nothing to inherit a person, it is not allowed to free a person and then die without bequeathing something. You have to leave some form of inheritance, which means that even for inheritance, you are allowed to capture people and then enslave them.
Wow. Like, you're supposed to and it's so, like, imagine the happiness of the slaves only to be crushed, of 4 of them, that to be enslaved yet again. So they were just about to be free, and then they're captured again.
And here's another question: how is drawing lots not a form of chance for these slaves? Drawing lots. So they drew lots, right? We call it drawing straws.
Okay.
So he gets 6 straws roughly. He makes them different lengths, and then he has them pick, and probably the shortest 2 are the ones that are not going to be enslaved. How is that not a game of chance for the people who are going to be enslaved?
Wow, so it was
That's
a
a good
game
point.
of
Yeah.
Oh, it was a game of chance. So that's what drawing lots means, right?
Well, it's like in movies, they'll do drawing lots for a death scene, right? Where people will cut. Yeah. So, I mean, it is a good theological question of if what is the definition then of a game of chance? Like, I've even heard that Muslims aren't allowed to flip coins to make decisions because that's a game of chance. If you take away, how is drawing lots any different than if Muhammad would have rolled a die?
Yeah.
It's not. Same thing. Yeah.
And what's interesting is that this hadith is graded sahih. So it's one of the authentic
I
hadiths
only use sahih. If I use Hasan, I try to use one that also other sites say that, like Islam Q&A. Islam Q&A has to teach it as Hasan and that it is acceptable before I'll use it.
Right. Okay. But yeah, definitely.
I think it's Hazan.
Hassan, right? The hadith grading, Hassan.
I thought you said. I've always heard that you say Hassan.
Yeah, Hassan.
It's either
Hassan
one.
hadith.
So the one is a name and the other one is. They're both a name, but they pronounce it differently. That's true. It's been a while since I heard it, but it might be Hassan. But I thought it was Hassan was the name of his grandson, and Hassan.
No, that's Hassan.
Is the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hassan is the elder grandson, who also became like the 5th caliph, technically.
Yeah, but the other argument that I hear being made about slaves is that they're being taken care of. But the point is, this is like, charging your battery and washing your car. It's the same concept. You're looking after your property. You're looking after the investment that you've made. You've spent money on this, so you need to, sort of maintain your investment as long as possible. And that's why you're feeding and clothing your slaves. So that's not really an argument, is it?
Here's the
Well,
here's
well,
the Sahih Hadith. Sorry. The Sahih Hadith,
Go ahead.
narrated by Abu Dhar, says that feed your slaves, or those of your slaves who please you, from what you eat and clothe them, and what you clothe
Exactly.
yourselves, but sell those who do not please you, and do not punish Allah's creatures. And this is also
Exactly. That's what you do with your car.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
And Asadullah actually made a comparison of owning a slave and then owning a car. So that's actually funny that on that live stream yesterday. So it's funny that you would you have the Islamic mindset. But another claim they made, I believe it was Asadullah. He said also it doesn't make sense. You have war captives if you just set them free and then they'll come back and attack you. So enslaving them was a way to protect the Muslims from the Mushrikeen, right? And I was like, wait a second. And I typed this in the back chat. I said, Muhammad didn't declare this because he actually decreed that if a captive or a slave could teach 10 people how to read and write, they would be set free. So if what Asadullah was saying is a true Islamic principle, Muhammad didn't follow it. He thought, oh, these people are not that dangerous. In fact, if they teach 10 people to read, I'll set them free. I'll forcibly make people give away their war booty and make them free. So this argument doesn't make sense.
Wow. And by the way, did you know that this Asadullah guy, this Kevin guy, he challenged us on the Gin and Tonic show. He said, well, why don't you come and debate with us, because we're opening a new debate channel on for Muslims, and you guys from the Gin and Tonic show will sort you out. You can come and talk to us, because they were too scared. It was Rami and Kevin. They were Dava Films in those days. They were too scared to come on the Gin and Tonic show. So they said, well, why don't you come to us and we'll talk? And Klingshaw and I were just laughing. And I actually made a video mocking this. Oh, this guy was so shit scared to come on the Gin and Tonic show, and then made up his own show just to show us up in some way. Because he thought if he controls the microphone, he can somehow show that we have no clue what we're doing. And it never happened. It never happened. Up to this day, they are still scared. The same as Jordan M., by the way, because I heard you talk about him earlier. He also challenged Rob and myself. He said, yeah, I challenge you to a debate. And we both said, yeah, sure. Where, when, how? Yeah, I'll let you know next week. Okay. And this was like 6 months ago. Still nothing has happened. So I don't know why these guys are such cowards.
Well, Asadullah banned me from his channel because I pointed out he was playing haram games. He does live streams where he plays video games.
Oh man.
He's such a fragile guy.
Because he was playing a video game based off of magic. Yeah.
That's haram, no?
But
you tell him, kiddo, exactly.
And then one last refutation of what they claimed, and this is an important one because I think everybody has heard this claim of the justification and moral substance, and even I don't really get into the morality aspect, but this is their claim, is that they're in the desert, and of course you have to enslave people, because who would provide for them? How would they get work? If the Muslims take over, how would they trade? How would they eat? What shelter will they have? Well, the Quran says that Allah protects trade. You remember he was like, don't fear about al-Masjid al-Haram, because Allah will protect you in your trade. And he also says that he provides food and wealth for believers and disbelievers. One of the classic examples is when he says, that we give wealth, and people thank us. People ask for wealth to Allah because the pagans at the time did believe that there was one true God, but then they believed that there was smaller deities too. So you can tell this by the Quran, so Allah says that they ask for wealth and food, and we provide, and then after we do, they turn away. Misguidance essentially is like the so if Allah can protect trade for believers and disbelievers, He can provide food, shelter, and wealth. What Islamic theological point have you made when you say, oh, well, they're in the desert, it's a harsh environment, they need people to look after them? It doesn't make sense. It actually contradicts everything Islam teaches.
And it's funny too, why so? That Ghamidi, he's a famous Pakistani scholar who doesn't live in Pakistan anymore. He's an Islamic scholar. He came up with the same argument as well. He said that, there were some slaves we freed, and some slaves we had to take care of them. They would have been jobless. And then now you make the...
How many jobs did the desert have? In the 7th century, how many jobs did they have? Hell, even to this day, they don't have jobs. They don't build trains, airplanes, automobiles. They just trade.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They get the non-believers, the kafirs, to work for them, or the Muslims from non-Arab nations to work for them. Oh man, it's so bizarre, how he made that argument about the economy. But yeah, any other points? Why so? About the video?
That was mainly the whole video that I thought was an interesting concept, that they would just blatantly try to obfuscate from. And there was one other point, and I thought that it was unique. Sheikh said, the Sheikh Usman Farouk said, well, all the people who were slaves during the time of the Sahaba were freed. Look through the Islamic sources. That's the thing right there. You're using Islamic sources. Why wouldn't they want to make themselves look like heroes in a way? You know what I mean? Because you're not allowed to free a disbeliever. So in turn, that means that every slave became a Muslim. And it kind of makes it like this idea, kind of like how all of Arabia became Muslim, right? But what happened to the Jews and the Christians that were still there? Because Muhammad claimed that if he could have 10 rabbis follow him, then all Judaism, all the Jews in the world would become Muslim. If that's true, what happened to the Jews when Muhammad conquered Arabia? There had to be 10 of them, right? There had to be 10 rabbis that survived the 600 trench of cutting off people's heads and stuff, So it's like a fantasy of, well, we use our sources that nobody else can verify, and that means that you've been refuted.
Yeah, and it's one of those. It's sort of like how they say it's an indefensible, something that you really cannot defend, and they have to come up with, it has to be the most desperate kind of excuses that you have to come up with, because we now, as humans have gotten smarter, we see this is slavery is completely abhorrent and horrendous, a horrendous practice. So they have to find some way to justify slavery, as well as the oppression of Jews and Christians, as well as child marriages. All these things are completely indefensible. Yet they have to come up with the most pathetic kinds of excuses, the most illogical excuses, the most contradictory excuses to make themselves look better. I think that's where we kind of see why they contradict themselves so much.
And one thought experiment that I've come up with, right? You hear this argument that, when the Muslims took over Jerusalem, everybody says that it was the best time for Jews, that they've ever had. It was the golden age for Jews under Islamic ruling. Y'all heard this argument?
We've heard
right?
this. I've heard this argument. Yes.
So then here's the question: if that's true, then why after Muhammad took over Arabia do we have no evidence of Jews and Christians living there afterwards?
That's a good point.
Like what happened to all of the Jews and Christians in that area that if it was such a great thing because Islam made these rules, and you have to think during this time it would have been during the 4 rightly guided caliphs, so that would be the best time to be a golden age for Judaism. But it's a thought experiment, right? Like, where are they? What happened to them?
And on top of that, if it's such a golden age, what definition of golden age are they using exactly? Like, are they saying that Judaism grew? Judaism made some advancements? They lived in peace? Like, how they define that? And that definition, one needs to ask them, like, how do you define Judaism's golden age? At least in the Arabian Peninsula, that is.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't
Would
think
you like
the
one more
golden
thought
age refers to.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't think it refers to Arabia. I think it refers to Al-Andalus.
No, but but it talks. But what I'm talking about is it was a golden age for Jews and Christians. They claim that this was
But
a time when
they claim
had,
that for Al-Andalus.
Right, yes, because
talking about
Al-Andalus.
Spain.
Yes. If it's Spain,
Yeah.
Al-Andalus.
Because remember
You see,
there's
I
a
heard-
hadith where Muhammad is being told that he needs to drive every Jew off the Arabian Peninsula until none remains.
Yes, there's a hadith on that. Yes, I
Yes,
did share it. Yeah.
but from what I've learned is that it was time from the 3rd caliph, right? No, the second. I always get these two mixed up. Umar or Uthman, the Umar Pact, right? That
Yes.
When he took over Israel, they used that as the standard. That the Uthman Pact is the standard of when the golden age of for the Jews and the Christians, because they were outside of Roman rule anymore, and they had more freedoms. They could do this, they could do that. That's what I've always heard.
I actually have the Pact of Omar. I can actually bring it up for you guys. Do I have the permission to do so?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, okay. Let me just bring up the Pact of Omar 1 second, guys. So
I know.
Also, one
I
more
have
thought
something-
experiment.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, my permission is no. Kind of like
Yeah,
Pingu.
but for me, the question remains: why would the Jews and the Christians require the permission of the Muslims to remain in the lands that they sort of lived in for centuries? Why would they require that? I don't quite understand that.
yeah, it's
So
Yeah,
here's
it's-
a
yeah. Go
oh,
ahead.
you got it on screen? Okay,
No,
go ahead.
hang on. I'm just pulling it up. Sorry.
But if you want, I can look for it quickly.
If you want an easy search, it's Google search.
Oh no, I have it
Uman.
saved. I have it
Oh,
saved.
okay.
Hang on.
I use
Yeah, I also have it.
Fordham. I use Fordham University
there you
as
go.
my link
There we
source
go.
to that.
So I actually, let me just do the slideshow. So this is the Pact of Omar. So I have it. So I summarized it. So
Yeah,
they were
that's
not allowed to build churches and monasteries. They were supposed to keep the gates open and lodging for Muslims for 3 days. No shelter for spies in the churches. And if they do find spies, hand them over to the Muslims. Do not teach their children the Quran. No converting anyone to Christianity. No preaching Christianity. No Christian should be prevented from entering Islam. They must show respect to Muslims. Rise from the seat for Muslims to be seated. Not to resemble Muslim garments. no mounting on saddles or horses, no bearing of weapons or arms, no Arabic seals and inscriptions, no selling of fermented drinks, clip the front of the heads, dress the same way, wear a zunar around the waist or belt, no display of crosses or books in Muslim roads and markets, no raising the voices during funerals, or very softly, no slaves that were allotted to Muslims, not to build houses overtopping the Muslims, and these were 3 other conditions added: not to strike a Muslim, not to buy anyone made prisoner by Muslims, no one should strike a Muslim with intent, otherwise they forfeit the protection of the pact.
But Mustafa, I think the fourth one in the beginning, I think it should be the opposite. Not to teach the children anything but the Quran.
Right? Okay. So not
But that would go against the hadiths, right? Where, like I said, Muhammad said if there were 10 rabbis who followed him, then all of the Jews would believe. You can't have a declarative statement like Muhammad say that and then have Jews mass convert. You know what I'm saying? Like it's I look at it as a way of protecting like the Islamic because if the hadiths are true, there were definitely Muslims at that time who knew that hadith, right? And if they see multiple rabbis become Muslim, then that causes a problem. And there's also a hadith where Muhammad said, do not take your Quran with you to battle in case the enemy finds it. So he doesn't want anybody outside of Arabia to really know what the Quran is.
Ah, so if anything, he kind of wants to know. He wants to kind of conceal the differences, or like, because there are some stories that were taken from Judeo-Christian narratives in the Quran that actually are contradictory, and we just shared the sleepers of Ephesus. Like, there are some stories that are seen as fictional, but the Quran claims them to be true.
I think it's kind of along the lines of Muhammad believed that the apocalypse was happening very soon. So if that was true, he could keep a lot of his sayings and the Quran to a select number of people, and it wouldn't be refuted. If you get what I'm saying. Like, so he, in my opinion, he was hoping that the world would end before anything he said could be disputed.
Yeah, and then there's this. Sorry, you were going to stop. Sorry.
No, I'm just looking at this in Wikipedia, and there you are right. They are saying the same thing: prohibition against teaching non-Muslim children the Quran. This is quite strange that non-Muslim children should not be taught the Quran. This is quite weird.
Yeah, and it's like they would be ignorant of the Quran's teachings. So,
But the rest, what Waisa was just saying, yeah, there's actually also a hadith which says that there was a boy. Somebody was asking Muhammad, when is the end time going to come? And he says, well, he looked at the boy sitting next to him. He will not be an old man before this happens. So he thought it was going to be during the lifetime.
Yeah.
And one more that I think is a huge thought experiment, but it also brings into question this concept of don't teach them this, don't teach them that, right? So there is a hadith that says that monkey, that's a monkey. There's a hadith that says that the Jews had 2 Torahs. And one of the Torahs was the real Torah from Allah, and the other one was a fake Torah, and that if somebody came to them rich, they would read them the fake Torah to side with them, and if somebody was poor, they would give them the real Torah, which would punish them. And then, and even John Futain believes this, right? And Hamza has said they believe that Medina at the time of Muhammad did have the real Torah, but they don't have it anymore. So why wouldn't
That's
they try to?
funny.
Why wouldn't they protect the perfect words of Allah? And the reason is if they have the real one that they believe is the real one, and it does coincide exactly with their Quran, which the Hadiths claim that it does coincide with them, that there's the stoning verse and 4 witnesses and things like that. Why wouldn't they protect it? And that's because even Jerusalem, where they later conquered, had Torahs, right? And they probably wouldn't be able to find that Torah, and that it would go against their claims. But the
That's
real
weird.
question here is, why didn't they preserve these Torahs and Gospels that they claim are the words of Allah, and instead they're lost to history?
Yeah, no, you make a good point.
Wouldn't that be more verification for Islam than what they have now, which is a book that they just claim is corrupted and changed?
Yeah, and honestly, there's even the Quran itself, like one can even make the argument that what if those Torahs and Gospels were the ones that were burned, that actually the Qurans that were burnt actually coincided with the Gospels and Torah that were burned by Usman, because there were lots of Qurans that were burnt prior to the Usmanic Codex. So it's speculation, but it's definitely a possibility that those versions, those Qurans were just burned down.
Yeah. And I have to admit that Smile is correct. I was totally wrong. Mustafa, you're right.
All right.
I looked it up again because this was a point that is puzzling for me. But it says that the Quran was not to be taught to non-Muslim children because nationalist Arabs feared the infidels would ridicule the Quran, and they did not want them to learn even the language so that they could go and refute it. That's how scared they were of other people reading the Quran. So I never knew the background. So this is why it sounded weird to me. But if you read it in this context, then it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I was very wrong. Thanks for clearing that up.
Isn't that a whole? That would be a hole in the narrative, right? Because Muhammad allegedly sent out 7 letters to leaders across the world. If he didn't want, if people even like just in the trade, right? Because it is said that Muhammad traded in the Levant. If they didn't know Arabic, how did Muhammad trade? How did he send letters out to 7 different rulers? And how did the rulers know what the letters said?
Or he told the leaders, he told these leaders that they should convert, that this was the most astonishing and most convincing thing ever. And yet they don't want people to learn about it because they're afraid that they can, if they read it, will be able to refute it.
Which in itself is very interesting. Like, it kind of goes to show, it's kind of like that weird cult mentality that, you know, you want to show information but hide information, sort of isolate, like an us versus them, like
Yeah,
your
because you're so
followers.
scared. Amazing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a very cult-like situation. If this isn't a cult, I don't know what is. Yeah, there we go. I agree. Yeah. So I think we've passed the 2 hour 15 minutes.
Oh,
We've been
shit.
on
I'm
here.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. Nick, what do you say? Wait, Nick, where are you?
I'm right here.
All right. So do you want to take?
Yeah, no.
I think we should. You know, we discussed a lot today, and I think next week we're gonna make this plug-in again. We're gonna discuss the flood myth. That is, stops. We want you to be there for the flood myth.
I'll try, but it's an interesting topic. Really, it's wonderful.
The flood myth, right? Yeah. So we will
Yeah.
look at
No. What you're doing, the way that you are saying, okay, let's look at outside literature. Let's see where these stories actually come from.
Yes.
And that's quite interesting, especially now with the sleepers, because there's so many stories that were
Yes.
floating around at the time, which we then find in the Quran. Because there's stories from India, from China, from Egypt,
Yeah,
from Persia,
like-
from all over the show, which you find in the Quran.
Yeah, like with Satan and the leaf, with Satan coming as a serpent and giving the apple to Adam and Eve.
Where
All
have I
the,
heard that before?
so with I can even trace it back to Hinduism and Greek mythology, with Lord Krishna being provided poison by a serpent-shaped demon,
Oh, brilliant.
and Krishna actually dancing on the head of that serpent who has 5 heads, which also matches with the Greek mythology of Hercules dancing on
The
I forgot
Hydra.
the Hydra.
Yeah, and he actually what do you call it? He beheads the Hydra, and then he sets fire. His nephew sets fire on top of each of the heads so it doesn't grow back.
Yeah.
And then there's the stomping. The stomping of the serpent is loses its legs so that humans can stomp on it in Genesis. So we'll actually look into that story as well. And next week we wanted to look at the flood myth, that is from Surah like 71 as well as Surah 11, as well as comparing it to previous flood myths as well as like the biblical, as well as like the other, and even Nick and I, we were going to look at different mythologies as well as the scientific perspective. Is it even possible? So, did this even happen, historically speaking? So,
well, the question is interesting. Was it global or was it local?
A local
exactly. Yeah, or a local flood, exactly.
Well,
So
the Quran claims that it was every animal. So why would it be local if every animal was needed to get on the boat? But
and over the mountaintops. Come on, please.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get off here, y'all. But I appreciate y'all having me on. And the last thing I'll say is, Saitan, the channel used to be Saitan Atheist. Now it's just Saitan. He did a good video about today's topic about the cave, right?
Yes.
The people, his big argument, which was a good one, is they say we're going to ask you these 3 questions that only a prophet would know the answers to, and then he has Tommy Robertson acting like the pagan, and he's like, wait, if only a prophet knows the answer, then how the hell do you know the answer to know if he's right or wrong? Because that was part of the hadith, is that they asked questions that only prophets could know, but none of them are prophets. So where did they get their answers to say, oh yeah, what he said is true? Like, so it's actually a pretty funny video if y'all watch it.
Yeah.
But
I think it was a collaboration. Yeah, it was a collaboration between him and the Masked Arab, Saitan's video. So I actually I actually looked into that, and this was what inspired me, surprisingly. And then I actually looked into the myth itself. And turns out there were multiple sources of the myth. That wasn't just one, there were multiple versions. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on, Wiso.
Yo, Walter, you guys won't change much with 15 views. How many views does your channel have? How much have you changed? I must have forgot how people link when they want to refute Islam or even try to prove Christianity. I must have forgot how many people leave links to your channel, my guy. I must have totally missed that. I'm gonna have to Google like how many views you have on your channel.
Come
All right,
on, leave
y'all
it.
be safe.
Exactly.
All right, take care. Yeah, no, I think we had an interesting discussion today. What do you think, Stops?
No, I agree. That's what I said. It's an interesting topic. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting point of view. And I think historically, it also makes a lot of sense to take a look at what actually happened and where this actually comes from, because there's a lot of this stuff. Yeah.
And last week we looked into like the pagan myths, which was the Kaaba as well as Safa and Marwa. We looked into, and
okay, yeah.
And it's funny that even the Islamic sources admit that this was a pagan practice. So
okay.
it kind of makes our job weirdly easier that even the Islamic sources are admitting this. And we looked into modern practices, and we looked into some studies as well on how I think Nick brought the study about how different Muslims from around the world, how they behave like a Muslim convert from Korea continued to eat bacon, whereas the
Yeah,
Muslim
no,
convert
I'm
from
known for irritating Mustafa.
and
Yeah,
we
no, I'm
moved a
known for
Muslim
irritating
convert from
Mustafa
Pakistan.
with all these studies.
But hey, these studies are great. These studies are great. We'll also look further into more studies, that is. But yeah, so far I think we're over the 2-hour mark, and it's going to get a bit
Yeah.
late for everybody on a Saturday night. But thank you so much for everybody joining us. Any last words, both of you? Any last words?
Yeah, I just want to take a minute about the video that we reacted to earlier on today, the Saleh family. I know that you guys are a bigger YouTube channel, but I also know that you guys are in Toronto, and small claims like that can be quite dangerous and lead a false view. So if you guys but I also know it's really hard to concise such a broad topic onto one small 1-minute TikTok. So like I mentioned, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you guys really want to expand on the topic and have a discussion, you're more than welcome. We're more than welcome. We live nearby as well, so we can always arrange for an in-person discussion if a live stream isn't something you guys feel comfortable with.
And it doesn't have to be live stream. We can even pre-record this too.
Yeah, we can pre-record it. You guys can watch it through. If you don't like it, I can always trim some stuff out. But just having that discussion in a long form manner to clear up any stuff that you couldn't say in a short video or want to clarify and such.
Yeah,
or
and,
just
and
discuss.
just to catch up with on Stops. This is a couple on TikTok, and a Muslim couple that makes claims about Islam and how female friendly Islam is.
Come on.
So yeah, we're inviting them because they live in Toronto. So we're thinking of actually inviting them.
I didn't want to say that, like that's why I kept it quiet, but not to like dox them.
Yeah. So we definitely we want to invite them and see if they would be willing to.
Absolutely, yes. This is the best thing that you can do. The problem is that most Muslims will not do that. This is the problem, because Islam is so incredibly weak that they don't have arguments, and this is why they will not come on the show, because for them it's a lose-lose situation, because they can't really win anything, and because they can't really do anything. So it's going to be tough. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult trying to get a hold of them, but Nick and I will try our best. And
I'm sure you will, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed, because this is always something that is a boost for the show, where you are showing, okay, this is what actual Muslims are thinking, this is what they're doing, this is how they go and implement their belief into the 21st century, which is tough enough. So
yes.
Yeah. No, good going. Excellent stuff. Do it.
Yeah, and like just if they have any issue with like how we'll treat Muslims if they do come on, we can actually show them our previous experience with Offer Five's King, who came on as a guest a few weeks ago for our Christmas special, and we'll provide you with equal time. I'll have a stopwatch here and basically time you and make sure Mustafa speaks for the same amount of time, like I did on the Christmas special. So we won't.
And I promise I will stay away.
I know Stops is like the ultimate Don who will be like, what's going on here? The ultimate demon.
Yeah. No Islamophobes, please.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much for doing this.
Thank
Brilliant
you.
hearing you, and love the spirit, love the atmosphere that you're bringing in. And I'll see you next week then, hopefully. I need to get used to the Saturday slot, and I'll see. Because normally, I mean, I can do it. If there's not something weird happening, then I should be able to make it. But I never know.
Yeah, right. See you then, inshallah. Inshallah.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Take
See you
care.
next week then.
See you
Cheers.
guys.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Take care.
See you
Nick,
guys,
see
and
you
then
guys.
the live stream.